in my throat continues to grow. Say it get better. How can they know if I've rock bottom? I've hit a new low.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, the pinnacle of esports competition, waged over 7 action-packed weeks, featuring the world's best players competing in the best games for a chance to take home a share of our life-changing prize pool. There's a ton of money on the line, so let's break it down. $44 million will be split across game championships, qualifiers, and achievements, with the remaining $27 million reserved for the best performing clubs across all tournaments in the club championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever before, all kicking off with a jaw-dropping opening ceremony. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the Totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star.
We the kings, it's an honor show.
Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party. Ignite the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.
Hi guys, Ginny here, and today we are joined with Inu from AG ahead of their game here at EWC for Honor of Kings to teach them a little bit of Arabic. The word that Inu has chosen is winner, which is Arabic for faiz. I am going to put it on the board a little, do some teaching. We're gonna let him have a go at it, and eventually he'll write it on the cue card and sign it. So let's get started. So for Arabic, we always start from right to left instead of left to right. And the word that you chose has 4 letters in it, or 5. It's a little bit more complicated. But maybe you can tell us why that's the word you chose today.
没有原因，看他顺眼。
It looks easy, okay. So you start with like this, and then you go up. And then you do a little, and you, that's on top of it. And then you go here, and like it's like a moon shape, and then a dot here, and a dot here.
你觉得我写的怎么样？
Okay. Okay, wow, that's good. Can you sign it as well? Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
谢谢.
Welcome to the KWC 2025. the BM, but Hoon gets gone on, not able to stay alive, and it looks like they're gonna find Noel as well. He's gonna be stunned with that first ram, just too much control. The keys are in place. One of them will be crushed. One of them will continue to move forward. They want to go for this one, but Thompson's going to be killed. Who picks it up, and it's still going the way of Sunrise. He's going to go in. He goes right on the snow. He wants to go, but the shields are on point. Inside, you get sniped out. He goes in. He goes out. The sea of the Idol Wolf will be committed here as well. Brings in the side of AG.AL, and it's going to be loud, but he gets punished for it because if you're Leopo, and if you get in there, it's hard to get back.
Welcome back! This is the Honor of Kings Esports World Cup 2025. The question is, are you ready? Because where's the casters? Boys, where you at? There you guys are. Guys, we gotta go. We're gonna be late for the opening ceremony.
Hey, Eruption, what's the problem? We got plenty of time.
I heard the KPL teams are about to arrive. I knew that would work.
Has been picked off. Mujin's going to be next on that list. They found AG.AL as well, and 3 members down. He goes right on the snow. He wants to go, but the shields are on point. It's ZQ gets sniped out. Backline, Xingling maybe going to take it down. He does. Highland comes in with a Kachuset. Comes through from Swagger. Immediate stuff to as they get another kill onto the now. Only 4 remaining. Each one has bled for this moment. The upsets, the sweeps, the heartbreak, it all led us right over here. Today, the road to the crown narrows. 2 teams will rise and 2 teams will fall. This is the semifinals of the KWC 2025. We're live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is the Esports World Cup. I am your host, Isaac Peña. With me for today, I'm gonna have Ken, I'm gonna have Phil. Boys, semifinals, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Today's a great day, right? There's so many exciting things to do that right at this place. There's also a lot of matches to watch for today.
Absolutely. Yesterday, me and Kin and some of the other casters actually went to Play Park.
Yes,
and
sir.
we had an amazing VR game in there. Tell them a little bit about that VR game.
I saw the photos and I saw the videos and I felt a little bit left out. I was like, oh, come on. Like, I wanted to play that. I went all the way back to the hotel, and then when I saw that you guys were having fun, I was like, oh, man, I should have stayed.
Well, you always have that decision to make, even tonight. So we were playing something called, I think it was Floor is Lava, something like that.
All right.
So I made a consecutive decision for the team to say that we don't want the easy mode. Let's just go pro level straight away.
And how did that go? Did you guys actually win or?
Oh, pro level is pro level.
Oh, I'm telling you,
It
man.
is. You get like a split second to fly across the room. And you will still die, actually.
I'm telling you, that was amazing to watch. I saw it on your videos. I saw you guys jumped to the HOK booth as well, isn't it?
Oh yes, that one has a lot of things for you to complete. So there is actually a quest you have to complete. 3 quests and a lot of activities for you to find out and explore. Why not we introduce one of the ones that we're playing with, a hero-specific challenge, the Hoi challenge.
Oh yeah, there's a Hoi challenge. There
Okay,
where you
okay.
had a bow and arrow. And then you had to shoot them into the wall. If you did all the challenges, you actually get
Yes.
some free merch, a hat, a shirt, a little bag. The bag
Freebies,
was-
man.
The bag
Who
was
doesn't
really
love
nice.
freebies?
The bag had nice lining. It was amazing, and they gave you drinks and all that. It was a fun time.
That's
Just
really
open.
nice. That's really nice. We're here in Riyadh to have fun, to play some games. But of course, yesterday we had some matches. Sadly, we had 2 more teams say goodbye. What about if we take a look at the Qiddiya top place of yesterday? It was a quarterfinal, man. It was one of those moments where there is no weak team in there. All the teams that were there yesterday were really good, but you know what? 2 of them were really, really way better than the rest.
So this comes to the point, we were talking about this over the past week, right? Look, the proficiency from all these teams are deep, they're good, but then when you introduce the new challenges coming in from the region of KPL, this is the week you have to step your game up because we've seen how strong they are.
Absolutely. And earlier in the week, we mentioned a tier list, right? Where we were trying to
Yes.
see what is the difference between an S tier team, an A tier team, and a B tier team. And I think yesterday we saw it. The S tier teams 4-0 both times.
It was clear yesterday, right? Like there was a gigantic gap in between the two teams. Like 4-0 and 4-0, that already tells you something. In a global band pick, best of 7, to be able to take that is not an easy task. But well, the players yesterday, man, you can see that for some of them, it just felt like that. They reacted in a way that showed their frustration, and some others just showed a little bit more emotions, a little bit happier with just the experience of being here. The Crunchyroll reaction from yesterday were actually pretty top.
While we were playing the play park on hard mode, our floor is lava. They're playing HOK on super hard mode right there.
Of course, yeah, that's true. You thought that was pro level? That's legendary level in there.
Yeah, it's so hard, and you kind of get to see, okay, where are these things that you have to learn in the game, right?
Yes.
And I think it's very important because no matter the result, I think for both Alpha 7 and Team Vitality, very good performance. They were learning on the go, and that's very hard to do in a professional competition.
You have to learn on the go. If you are not able to pick up the little details on the moment, on the spot, then you're not supposed to be right over here. Yesterday, the teams, even though they didn't take the result, I do believe that they learned a lot, and they showed us that in a couple months, in probably a year time, they might be even stronger than what they are right now.
People always say you're only as good as your opponents, right? And they
True.
had some really good opponents to learn from yesterday. Hopefully they take those lessons with them and it furthers their gameplay, and next time they put up a better performance.
It was really nice for us to observe that. It was really good for us to learn. When you look back at the video and then you actually just break down all the different combos, all the different chains in there, you understand why this is top level competition.
And we were reading the comments yesterday in the chat, and you know, a lot of people were like, oh, here's some new research we can
Yes.
learn from the KPL teams. And yes, I think all of us learned like extra rotations, the
course.
timings. I think the timing was very important. One important thing we learned from yesterday.
AG.AL and TT Global yesterday came in. They joined our KWC 2025 and they just upgraded the whole competition. For today, we're going to have another opportunity to see both teams, as we're going to have in our first game, we'll have TT Global against Nova Esports, and then after that, we're going to have Twisted Minds against AG.AL. But clearly, before we jump into the semifinals, you can see right over there, we've got a show match for today.
This one is something super exciting. We already had a show match yesterday. You know,
Yes.
it was mixed with professionals and, you know, coaches, managers, whatsoever. But today we get a full-blown team on each side. Let's start with WETRND. That's the first team that's going up.
And then after WETRND, it is going to be BTK, Bloodthirsty Kings. We saw Hoon yesterday.
Yes,
already,
we
right?
did. We had Hoon right over here with
Had Hoon
us
right
on the
here.
couch, right?
Yep.
I really liked that playing, talking to him. It was really cool.
He was very chill, very humble, and today he's going to come back to see if he can clean up and get a win here before he goes home.
I would really like to see him just come in and actually demonstrate everything that he said yesterday, right? He might not have not said much, but I could feel that he really enjoys the game.
He's not gonna have a good time though. You know, WETRND Esports, look, these guys have been legendary and they're here to claim more honor as a new king.
I would not count out BTK. They have the best player on their team. Best player #1, actually.
You know what, Phil? I know that you're close friends with all of them, right? How does it feel that you're friends with people and then everyone gets to travel together to Riyadh and right now you're at the top level stage at HOK?
It's going to be awesome watching them play. If they do good, you know, I'm going to be excited with them. But if they do bad, you know, I might have to point them a little bit for that.
You know what? That's the good thing about having friends. When they're doing good, you can be happy for them. And when they're not doing that good, you can still be happy about the fact that they're not doing that good.
Yeah, you can kind of egg them on, right?
Of course.
I think this is what I want to see from WETRND Esports as well. Look, they were at the last series yesterday. They were watching in the stadium, the arena, and the ambience there was super crazy. The fans were screaming. They even brought a drum in and people were banging. I mean, I was in the front row, so I was hearing everything. And look, the fans are so great here.
I'm telling you, this is going to be a great game. A great way to start our semifinals for today, right? We're going to start with the show match. Then after that, we're going to have both semifinals. But you know what? The Amazon Arena feels that it is ready. What about if we send it over there to Sky and Mara and we get this show match on the go?
Welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. It's another amazing and beautiful day for esports here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Mara Aquino and here with me, the ever beautiful Sky.
Thank you. Hello to the world one more time. I'm Sky. So happy to be here. So talking about yesterday's show match, it was extremely interesting. There were so many turning over points in the game, and we actually have different players coming from different works. We have coaches, we have hosters, we have our players and influencers. But I heard something interesting, well different today's matchups.
Oh, you're absolutely right. We're gonna have the most influential personalities from North America and the Philippines duking it out here on the big stage. One is returning for honor. Another, legends to kings. This is going to be for the pride, not for the bracket, not for points, but they want to show the world who they are. First, introducing WETRND Esports. They have changed the landscape of mobile MOBA in the Philippines, and now they want to be seen in the big stage. Clash laner Renegade, jungler H2O, mid laner Dougie, farm laner Sumpak, and roamer Yawi. They're going to show the style and racing it for the Philippine flag.
Up next, their opponents up to the stage, the unstoppable force from North America, Team Bloodthirsty Kings. Clash lane, Fried Chicken. Jungler, Bass Player 1. Mid laner, Hoon. Farm laner, Mobazane. Roamer, Shark. Get ready for the storm, because today is a new chapter in honor of Kings.
You could hear the audience. They are cheering, so they're hyping things up, but how about...
Can we hear from you one more time?
We're gonna have a representative from North America and from the Philippines. Calling Manjin, Dave,
are you ready, guys?
And Pika.
So please stand closer with each other.
Stand closer together.
Please.
It's time for the face-off.
Who goes first?
You go first. Yeah. Manjin, what do you have to say to the North Americans?
Hello. Okay. Dave, first thing you need to do is go back to NA. Better call it a day. Because in every timeline, every universe, in every way, we always beat TK.
Oh. Where are the noises? All right, Dave. Super stressful. What's your feedback?
Weak. I watched Doggy stream. How about you teach this guy how to hit a skill 2 on Princess Frost first before you rhyme, bro?
Woohoo!
Yo. Pika, show him.
Oh, right.
Whoa.
Whoa, it's getting physical.
2 against 1. He's got a bodyguard. Manjin, what do you have to say to that? They're trying to threaten you.
You know what? WETRND are the PH movers of esports. You're not returning for honor, more like returning to the airport.
Wow, the honor or the airport. Pika, what do you have to say?
Everybody listen. We don't prep for doggies. We walk them.
Okay. You never know. You might be teaching them how to Dougie. Now, how about go to your stations?
I think our gorge is completely warm up. How about we actually have some conversation with the players? We are ready. Whether they're ready for the battle, whether they're ready for this fight. Okay, here I'm standing side by side with Fried Chicken. How you doing? Hello? Please say hi. What you gonna say to your opponents?
Good luck, and let's make this match interesting.
The match will be interesting. How about you, Mara?
We have an interesting personality here. Ranijay is actually a TikTok sensation. What do you have to say to everybody? And can we see you do the whoa?
Hello guys, hey whoa. Oh, hello guys, I'm Ranijay from the Philippines. Hey Fried Chicken, make sure you're ready, bro. I'll gotta cook you.
Oh, you're gonna get cooked.
You're gonna get cooked, will you?
Definitely not. We got it in the bag.
Okay. What do you have to say to him?
Good luck.
Good luck as well. One more time.
We have in here H2, the ever adorable H2O. What do you have to say to everybody?
Hello guys, I'm H2 from the Philippines. And wait, I'm choking, wait. And I'm up against best player 1, or do you mean worst player 1?
Oh, worst player 1?
Wow.
What does that mean?
We should handle the situation right now. What is there to say, Hun?
Under 10 minutes.
Don't do it.
We will finish the game within 10 minutes. How about you?
10 minutes. Okay, we gotta hear from the legendary Dougie. He changed the landscape of mobile MOBA in the Philippines. Let's hear what he has to say.
Chamba lang. Can I say in Tagalog?
Sure.
Bigay mo sa akin yung my level 4, patayin ko silang lahat.
He said, give him the Mayan level 4 and he's gonna destroy all of you.
Destruction it is. Like yesterday, Mobazane, you really enjoyed the game together, right? With other players. And today you are here with your team members. Do we see different games today?
I think you'll see a much easier game compared to what we saw yesterday.
Much easy, much better.
Easy? He's saying it's gonna be easy? What are you gonna say to Mobazane?
Hey guys, I'm Sumpak Damusan Sam Farm Lane. Hey, Mobazane, you're not gonna win in my lane.
Not in his lane. Back off, MOBA.
All right, watch out. So, Shirk, you will be the very last member from our side. So please say hi first and think about what you're gonna say.
Hello, I'm Super Shirk. Today I'm gonna make Yawi become Yawi.
Ooh.
He said he's gonna make Yawi weak. Yawi is a heartthrob in the Philippines. What do you have to say to them?
Hi guys, I'm Yawi from the Philippines. I have a message to Shark. You call yourself a shark, later I'm gonna turn you into sushi.
Whoa. Sushi! Wow, Sky. Okay, we can already feel the intensity in the air. And I think they're going to show off what they have really here on the big stage.
I think not only the gorge, but the battlefields is already heated up. They have the perfect synergy. They have the precise execution. Who will be ruling this gorge?
From legends to kings, returning for honor. BTK versus WETRND Esports. Let's get this on. Panel, lead the gorge.
The tensions are up. That trash talk was something to talk about.
All right, I only have one line here. It's walk it like you talk it, and I want to see how they do that, Dougie.
That's a lot of talk, man. That is a lot of talk. I love it. I'm not hating it. I am loving it, but that already sets the bar pretty high, man. So they need to come and really show that they're actually good.
The banter is absolutely next level here. Not only between the players, but the coaches there, Manjeet versus Dave. Dave had to bring in a backup there. They had Pika back there with them, 2v1.
Yeah. Manjeet took that 2v1, and for me, he's the total winner. He said, beat TK, man. And then everyone's like, hold up. Did he just call them TK? No, hold up. BTK. Yo! It was actually bars, man. It was bars.
They were rapping it out in the middle of 8 Mile. But with this being said, this is an introduction for both teams coming into our lovely world of Honor of Kings.
Exactly, man. I know that everyone at home is like, oh, hold up. Do they hate each other? Nah. It's all for the game. It's all for the game. When I play with my friends, it's always the same. You know that I'm always just trying my very best just to tell them, you know what? I'm going to perform well before the game. Everybody who thinks that they're the top dog. But you know what? After this game, we will really know who is top of the top. WETRND Esports is going to be on the blue side. Bloodthirsty Kings is going to be on the red. Boys, are you up there? Take it from here.
We'll keep the trash talk going. I mean, the analyst desk, they're not the top dogs. It's your boys in the caster's desk. We are the top dogs, and it is myself, Blam, and with me once more is going to be Sagi as we get into WETRND Esports and Bloodthirsty Kings, the show match between PH and NA.
I'm loving the trash talk coming in from both teams here. You know for a fact that they came in towards the show match. It's not just about showing off, it's about the pride and honor.
It is about the pride and honor, and both of these teams are definitely going to be going for the honor within these best of one, right? Like, they only have one match to prove who is going to come out on top of this one. And we're looking at the draft here. So the Dolia, the Barty, both being banned out here for the side of WETRND Esports, and then over to the side of Bloodthirsty Kings. They're banning out the Mai and the Pei.
Dogi's Mai has been banned away from the side of BTK here. Dogi, if you watch his stream, he loves picking up the Mai Shiranui here. And the first pick here coming in from H2O, the assassin guy on the side of WETRND Esports. He loves assassin, and what way of playing assassin is by playing Lam.
I mean, the guy's name's H2O. Lam, he death from below, right? He goes below, he's using water, he's gonna hide within those waves. So I can't think of a much more perfect pick here and perfect match of heroes. But over to the side of Bloodthirsty Kings, they're gonna be locking in the Orgrim for Best Player 1. I've logged into his streams and he plays this hero quite frequently.
Orgrim, Byron here, very standard 2 picks here coming in from Bloodthirsty King. You can definitely see that they did a lot of homework and commitment coming to today's series here. They really want the win here.
They do really want to win here, but I mean, this is coming through with some top tier picks, right? WETRND Esports, they get the Dharma, they get the Huan. Huan yesterday was actually played by Hoon, right, in his show match, and we've been seeing some dominant performance here. Potentially in the mid lane, could still be flexed down to the bot side of the map.
Do you think that Hoon learned his lesson from Cat yesterday, playing the Shangguan here? Will he bring out the Shangguan that he thinks is very cool here to try to really like punish Doggy in this lane here?
I mean, potentially, right? But I mean, with the Dolia ban out here, obviously we did see that was going to be a bit of a pairing that could have come through for the side of Bloodthirsty King. But the Marco Polo, we've seen Mobazane on this pick. He likes this hero so much. I mean, rightfully so, right? Rightfully so. A lot of true damage can come through for the passive, and obviously Fever Barrage, if you land it correctly, if you go for that cleanse for your common skill, it's going to make it such an easier takedown.
That is exactly the case here. And if you look at both these two team comps, right, you know for a fact that they are looking for these bombastic fights, especially on the side of WETRND Esports. You got Renegade on this Dharma. We know for a fact Renegade, this player, he's so good with his engages, so good with like opening up these team fights. So what better way than doing it? It's going to be the Dharma pick here.
Yeah, Dharma pickup, obviously playmaking potential on this hero is pretty huge, as well as obviously Huan being paired with it. It does give over a little bit more sustain to the side of WETRND Esports as well, which is really something that's lacking here for Bloodthirsty Kings.
That might be the case here, and oh, so many of these roamers have been banned out in the second phase here. The Diadia, the Liang, the Yaria here, all of these Marco Polo combos have been banned out here. So Bloodthirsty Kings here, you're kind of running out on poles here on the roamer. What is the decision here?
Ooh, I mean, Roma's right. I mean, we could potentially see in a tank, obviously, Shark. We are a little bit kind of like under the radar with which kind of picks this hero player goes for. Obviously, the rest kind of fills out, but it is actually going to be Hoon here on the Kong Ming. This is one of Wendy's Nova Esports favorite picks within the KWC, right? So maybe trying to get a bit of shine, bit of recognition here from Wendy.
Exactly. Wendy, he loves that pick, and Hoon, I saw his clips before on like these social media platforms. His Kongming is pretty clean as well, and he loves to bring the teleport, and he emerges to your lane, snatches the farm, and he ramps up extremely quick onto this Kongming.
Ramping up very quickly, but I mean, the Console Yu as well as the Motsu pick off here. This is going to be creating some great distance between both of these teams, and right now, the sustainability we were talking about earlier, the lack of healing onto the side of Bloodthirsty Kings is now going to be filled out here with the Sakir.
The Sakir onto Shark here. Shark boy, you got this Sakir. He's definitely going to be making all these Mulberry power flash plays coming into this game here. But, spicy draft here, Blam, that we got from the PH and NA representatives here. It's going to be a big match.
It's going to be a big match. I mean, we've got Lam, who is a Shark, right? He can go below. He obviously, Death from below, turns into Shark. He has the fins as well. But we have Shark over to the side of Bloodthirsty Kings. Which one is going to be Baby Shark?
Which one's going to be Baby Shark and which one's going to be Sushi, as mentioned just now here. Of course, we can only know until they start the game here. But talking about the rivalry between these two teams here, it was some spicy trash talk that we had just now.
Very spicy trash talk. It felt like a rap battle was about to go down. I feel like that's where they need to go next, is just trying to traverse it into a HOK-related rap battle between Dave and Manjin. But hey, I mean, if we're looking at conversion rates there, the Philippines are winning it, right? It's 1 Philippines to 2 NA representatives. I mean, that's 1 stronger than 2.
That is indeed 1 stronger than 2 here, but can they prove it right here? That will be the thing that they have to really figure out right now. But, woo! Amazon Arena, BTK and WETRND Esports. What an amazing way of putting up our semifinals before that.
Yes, I mean, again, you just brought out a great point there. This is the semifinals of the KWC, and we are starting off with a banger of show match for both of these teams. The crowd in the Amazon Arena, can we get a Jayo?
Jayo indeed coming in from both these two teams here. WETRND Esports with BTK, who will come out on top into the show match as we see an early rotation here will be committed from the side of the Ogren.
Yeah, very heavy presence into the mid lane here. Oh, catching a cannon blast there onto 3. I mean, we don't normally see that within a competitive match, right? I mean, that was definitely some good odds here for the side of WETRND.
You don't want to be taking these cannon blasts. Look at that. That's a 3-man cannon blast 2 times in your face here. Yaoi, he's not missing any of these shots.
He's not missing any of these shots. I mean, right now we are seeing a little bit more kind of like a familiarity here with just like normal competitive games. They're definitely taking this one serious. Like you were saying, Sagi, in the introduction, pride is on the line.
Pride is on the line, and of course, all 10 of these players into this series, they are not any strangers that we are talking about. They are mobile game veterans here. So definitely, HOK is definitely something that they picked up, and they are extremely good at it right now.
Yeah, we just getting the cannon blast there onto Shark. I was able to phase check him, do a lot of damage, but Shark was actually not punished there. We were seeing that Doggy was actually not too far into the lane to get that catch with that amazing AoE from the Hue-1.
But talking about roamers right now, Yaoi definitely has a very big presence onto the map right now. He is landing all these cannon blasts, making sure that Shark does not have a good time here. And H2O here, just chilling towards the mid lane here, wants to look for these catches. But look at Fried Chicken here, he might be caught out.
Yeah, look at the catches, and speaking of which, we do force the flash here from Fried Chicken. He gets out, he's not going to get cooked just yet.
Ooh, the side of WETRND Esports, they're cooking this early game well, and Fried Chicken might be caught out here.
I mean, if you're a chicken, you don't drop back into the deep fryer, but when the deep fryer is Ogren and it's on your side, you get the pickup of Renegade.
He baited that so well. He knows for a fact that Renegade, I'm reading your mind. You want this kill? Nah, bro. Best player one got my back here.
He did. He came through within the thick and thin, right? But this Bloodthirsty Kings are looking very thirsty at this point of the game. I mean, Hoon now level 4 on the Kongming. Obviously, the winning strategies are going to be coming in pretty soon.
Yep, it's coming in pretty soon here, and Hoon, you're just looking at him, it's like he's racking up so much of these gold coming in from this Kongming. We know for a fact, Kongming requires gold here, and Hoon, he's extremely good at farming gold.
Very good. I mean, to be honest, they've got 2 obviously carry potentials here for the side of Bloodthirsty Kings. They've got the Kongming, they've got the Marco Polo. Mobazane really needs those attack speed items first off, but right now, a little bit of a brawl here. We do see the Dharma Renegade going into the back line, but they gets pushed away. It's going to be the Fever Barrage. Mobazane not catching any, but the Cannon Blast coming through here. Win onto the back line. line is H2O. He gets the pick off of Mobazane. They get a double kill onto Shark, making him. Both Baby Sharks are going down.
Both Baby Sharks going down. Yawi with that 3-man cannon blast to salvage 2 kills on the side of BTK here. But still, BTK comes out on top with 3 return kills here. Best player one, I gotta say, he's solid on this Ogre. And let's check out the replay real quick. Engage comes through by the side of BTK here. They're shaking hands real quick. But look at Mobazane jumping in with the Fever Barrage here. Ooh, that cannon blast. Immediate jump by the Lamp here. But Shark was crucial in stopping H2O in his tracks.
Yeah, I mean, that Conductor of Souls there for those obviously in the audience is pretty huge of a bit of a comeback. A second life for Orgren, right? I mean, we saw there, Yahweh was out of there. He took a big L with that winning strategy. He took a lot of damage already onto the chin, so he went back in. I feel like that was a bit of a mistake here for the side of WETRND Esports.
Ooh, they are still warming up their hands, as we might say here. It's still a warm-up session coming in prior to the 4th minute mark here. And look at the setup here coming in from Shark here. He might be looking to catch up specific players here, but Ultimate comes in from the Lamp, pushes the Ogren towards the tower here. But best player one, he's tanky, he's an Ogren, he walks out safely.
Walks out safely, and we see here the bot side of the map, BTK looking to take that T1 before they even go for the Tyrant objective. We do get the Mulberry Power onto Yahweh. He's able to get out, Cannon Blast onto 2. We do see Renegade into the backline, he catches Hoon. This is trouble for the side of BTK. They just lost a lot of damage. They're looking for a little bit more. I think inside the box being committed a little bit too early there. We do get the push away onto Fried Chicken. The flash being expanded here, and they are able to get out, but best player one is committed to try and get some kills. Get a bit of revenge here, and it's going to come back in the form of Sumpback.
Sumpback gets taken down by best player one here. That fight alone, Renegade came in clutch, set up so much success here coming in for the side of WETRND Esports, but still, best player one, he was not there, and he's the main tag and the main carry of the team right now as of this game.
Main carry overall, right? I mean, if we're looking at the gold lead, we haven't really mentioned it just at this point in the game, but BTK are actually quite a little bit ahead, right? I mean, like 2.2k if we're going to be kind of just keeping it, locking it in on the mark there. So those kind of resources going over to the likes of even Mobazane, Hoon onto the Kong Ming, it's going to be trouble here for the side of WETRND Esports.
I gotta agree with you because talk about objectives, talk about all these map rotations here. BTK is seemingly coming out on top in all these exchanges so far.
They are coming out on top of the exchanges, but I think it's just down to best player onto this Ogren. Ogren being such a tanky, sustainable pick, especially, like I said, the Conductor of Souls. His ultimate is going to give him that second lifeline and a lot of shielding, a lot of HP regen. But right now, we're going to be looking here for WETRND, trying to get some more scores on the board, making a trend onto the Gorge.
The trend onto the Gorge right now seems to be an upward hill for the side of BTK as they're scaling extremely well in terms of the gold lead here. So, if you're WETRND Esports, your first idea is to think about how are we gonna melt this Ogre, because you have not enough damage so far coming in from the side of WETRND.
Not enough damage, but the unending sorrow there is going to get Doggy out of that team fight without taking any L's anymore. But we are seeing a bit of a teleport down to the bot side of the map. We do try here with H2O, trying to get that tier 1 takedown, but now best player, Fried Chicken on top of him. Can he get the death blow to get out of there? But the execute comes through.
Slice and Dice gets caught out. Best player one executes H2O onto his Lamb here. And once again, the red buff, the objective coming in from the side of WETRND Esports gets invaded once again.
They get invaded once again. I mean, this T1 looking like it's going to be the takedown here. What an impressive Fever Barrage, but it gets caught by Yahweh. The control here for the side of WETRND Esports is not going to be enough to keep that T1 alive.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from WETRND Esports. The Renegade Yahweh synergy here. 3-man lockup into a 3-man, multi-man knockup. Check out this replay real quick. Okay, and then Sora burns through by Doggy here. All members get engaged. But look at this engage here. Beautiful 3-man combo coming in from the Renegade Yahweh synergy.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, best player one there, obviously coming from the back line, was brilliant. There we go. You can see Assassin Dave. He's happy that the NA representatives are being very well played here onto this best of one. But, I mean, they're able to keep that 2k gold lead literally in their midst at this point in the game. But 2k is not that far. It's not a big lead to have at any point in the game.
It is indeed not a big lead, but that's the competition we're talking about. Even if it's a show match here, both teams are putting all that they have to really cement themselves towards this game here, because look at both these two teams here. They are not anyhow playing the game. They are committing resources, rotations, and look at the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, the map overall obviously is going a little bit kind of like topsy-turvy for both of these teams. We see a bit of a push into the top side of the map, which obviously WETRND already had the priority because they took the T1 already. But more importantly, BTK got that T1 into the mid lane, as we know is going to open up the jungle of WETRND Esports.
And that's the trend, right? Best player, well, look at him again. He's constantly invading H2O's jungle. We know for a fact that if you're an assassin jungle like the Lamb, you require so much of these resources. But Best Player 1, he's doing such a great job in managing and making sure that H2O, you're not getting any resources at all.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of resources here, it could be potential here. Shark just using the Ride the Wind to get into the brush there, keeping himself alive. But we saw, obviously, looking at itemization, Mobazane's got those 2 core items for the Marco Polo, right? The Doomsday, the Sparkforge Dagger, but what they don't have is Hoon going into this team fight. The Mulberry Power doesn't connect onto Doggy. He's able to use the Unending Sorrow to get himself out of there.
Renegade coming in clutch with all these moments, right? He's always finding these flanks onto the key target, especially Hoon. I think that's the 3rd time so far that Renegade found these successful entry angles, especially onto Hoon.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding great angles into these team fights, right? Like, getting the pickups onto Hoon, I mean, it's good for the side of WETRND Esports as they get into these team fights. But now, you're just seeing the Fever Barrage into the backline being committed there, forcing the flash away onto Sunpak. Sunpak gets taken down. We are seeing Doggy and Renegade. They're a little bit too late to save that T2 into the bot side of the map. But here we are. BTK really putting pressure into these side lanes.
What was Zane's damage calculation on Marco Polo was so beautiful that he knew for a fact that if he hit all that barrage onto the spell 1, he could have executed Sunpak, and that was played perfectly.
Played perfectly indeed, and they're looking to go over the Azure Golem. Yeah, we tried to get the Cannon Blast to try and secure it for the side of WETRND Esports, but it just wasn't enough. Doggy taking a lot of too many shots from the Splendid Revolver for my liking.
Oh yeah, that is definitely something that you do not want to be happening right now. And look at this once again. H2O might be caught out by the situation. He gets executed.
Oh no! You mean when you're thirsty, you need H2Os. And onto the side of WETRND Esports, they're thirsty for the gold, but they are against the bloodthirsty Kings. So there's a lot of thirst onto the gorge within this best of 1, and a lot of pride on the board. The winning strategy being commanded there onto the side of WETRND Esports to keep them away from the T2 and get the takedown here for BTK.
Ooh, BTK having an extremely good game so far coming into this game, especially in Showmatch here. They are controlling the gorge, making sure that they mark their stamp onto the gorge. Right now, they are going towards the Overlord here to secure this objective for further wave control.
They're trying to get further wave control. Obviously, we normally see at this point of the game where the team that is ahead in terms of obviously priority in the lanes like to go for the Tyrant, but here BTK is going to try and go for a bit of a different strategy. They're going to try and maybe get that pressure into the top side of the map because they've already got all the way to the high ground turrets at least 2 out of 3 lanes.
I love what Fried Chicken did exactly there. He knows for a fact that, hey, I'm not needed at the Overlord. I'm just going to be man-marking this Tyrant, and if they sneak it, I'm going to be causing them lots of pressure here, and that is exactly the case. Fried Chicken, pretty good job there.
Very good job for a Fried Chicken. For a chicken that has been cooked, he's doing very well, right? He's actually got quite a lot of awareness for something that is going to be food at this point in the game. But we saw there with the gold chart that obviously 3 of the side of BTK are rocking the top 3 there. So really, the side of WETRND Esports, they need to stunt this growth.
They indeed need to stunt this growth, especially as the Overlords and Vanguards are slowly marching towards their base right now. They have extremely high wave pressures coming in from all 3 lanes. Bot tier 3 already going to the hands of BTK as of this point.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. So we were looking around about 2k gold difference at certain points in the game, right? But now it's definitely a sizable amount here for the bloodthirsty Kings. I mean, if they didn't have a gold lead with a name like that, I feel like it's misbranded, but into the point here is going to be the think inside the box catches 2. Is this going to be the comeback? The trendsetters, WETRND Esports, they get a pick up onto the farm lane duo there, but Fried Chicken into the bot side of the map, trying to put pressure onto Renegade and Dodgy as the side H2O trying to keep them away from that T3 in the mid lane.
Ooh, H2O, the assassin legend here, cleaning out 3 members from the back end here, and Yawi once again, I gotta comment this guy. He's landing so much crucial engages here, and look at Renegade and Doggy. They are desperately trying to defend this tower, but they get engaged on the best player 1. He stays alive, but he gets taken down. Fried Chicken, can you do it?
The second wind here from Fried Chicken on the Byron keeps himself alive. The sustainability, he's looking to try and just keep those minion waves coming through into the mid lane, trying to get that T3, but hey, I mean, there's a good time to get out of there, and that was it.
Clutch moments coming in from both teams here. That was an explosive team fight here. Once again, the Renegade Yawi synergy is showing up massive. Let's check out the replay real quick. Okay, Renegade, He has his ultimate real up. He's looking for the angle. He goes in for the knockup onto best player 1. Sets him onto the wall. H2O comes in with the execute damage.
Yeah, execute damage come through there cleanly there for the side of WETRND Esports. But I mean, that was what, like a 4-1 trade overall? We are seeing it in the actual live that both mid lanes have been traded here. H2O gets the Shadow Tyrant for this point in the game. So obviously, WETRND, for those at home, are going to have the extra damage, have the extra movement speed coming into these next team fights for about 75 seconds.
Oh, Mobazane, he finds Supak. Supak gets found out. 1v1 between Supak and Mobazane. Who goes down? It's a win for Supak!
This is how powerful the protective wins are on the console U pick here. And this is why it's one of my favorite mains. There it is. Just using that movement speed from the protective wins. It's not going to be enough to get him out of Fried Chicken's palms. And he does get cooked and fried.
But hey, a 1v1 win against Mobazane here. We take that and Supak comes out on top here. But that's not his base here. He falls towards Fried Chicken and Shark.
Yeah, I mean, overall, if you're looking objectively, BTK are playing the map a lot better, right? I mean, they still have a T1 alive in the mid lane. They still have T2s into the side lane as well. So really, they're putting the pressure on quite thick into the early game, which is giving them this kind of lead that we're seeing right now. But there we go. Yahweh with the great think inside the box. Renegade with the collapse onto Motsu as well. Crucial crowd control 3. Down goes Shark. But still, we have Fried Chicken and best player to 1. They are looking as the best duo onto the side of BTK. They're looking for a little bit more, but they are still trying to run these minions through into the T3. They get it. Takedown.
Okay, Mobazane looks to jump in with his ultimate right here. He's looking for the kite right here, and H2O goes in. So much damage onto the Gorge right now. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Can we look for further team fight here? I do think so, because BTK, they're running out of spells here.
Yeah, I mean, that Opal really putting pressure onto Mobazane. I mean, the range from the Gonzo U here, we're seeing the Daybreaker being built, so we are getting to that late game itemization here on this hero. But after that, WETRND Esports managed to bring that goal lead to around about 3K again.
Look at this Yaoi Renegade combo once again. Yaoi always on the front and looking for these big engages. Renegade with the immediate flank, catching out Kun and the members of BTK once again. Wow, Renegade, he's so good with these angles.
So good at the angles, but here the conductor's all being committed as well. But Doggy is looking to use the Unending Sorrow, but still gets taken down. The death precipice is gonna be all they need on the side of BTK. But impressive, Yahweh is. Imagine how funny it would be if he watched Assassin Dave's video on these combos of Motsu.
Well, I gotta say here, he doesn't have to watch it, but he's definitely doing pretty well. Maybe he can improve better if he watches Dave's video here. But look at the wave state right now. 4 members strong coming in from BTK. They're pressuring this Crystal right now as it's almost going down. Renegade, so low on health.
So low on health there. I think inside the box already been committed, but the damage is still here for the side of BTK. Hoon is here, but who is not here is those minions or vanguards, but it's going to be Mobazane and Fried Chicken trying to shepherd them through. Knowing he doesn't have to think inside the box, Yaoi is going to get dived on here. This could be the spell of the end. Mobazane's like, guys, I'm not going for the fight. I'm going for the Crystal, but Fried Chicken's going in. And BTK are your Showmatch winners.
The Kings got their honor from this Showmatch as they take down WETRND Esports in this best of 1. They came out on top.
They came out on top, and North America stand up. NA does no longer represent near airport.
Wow, what a game here coming in from both teams here. BTK definitely showing us they adapt to this game quick, and they were showing very good map control here.
I mean, overall, control-wise, you have to give it over to best player 1. Like the trash talk that Renegade gave him, saying he's going to make him look like worst player 1, that gave him the fire he needed in this game.
He was super clean onto this org run here. His damage control, how much damage he can soak, he was always on point with these plays here, and he has so much jungle control over to the side of H2O.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. We're getting some live reactions of Dave giving the thumbs down there. A little bit of cheeky dancing coming from Doggy as well. But overall, that was a great fun match for those to be watching. A good setup for the semifinals.
It is indeed a good setup here. We are looking at a semifinals. Before that, we are building the momentum, the expectations here. And what way of doing it is between the North American representatives, BTK, and WETRND Esports from the Philippines, right?
Yes. Again, both of these teams did go hard. I mean, it was definitely a lot of great team team fights. I mean, Yaoi on the Motsu, these things inside the box with the pairing of Renegade as well on this Dharma was pretty sick.
It was pretty sick as well. Look at this 1v1 here coming in from both these two teams. Sunpak Mobazane 1v1. It's a gun down between both these two teams, but Sunpak, he clutches it and he comes out on top. But unfortunately, this game has to go towards to BTK because BTK, whoo, I gotta say, they're really good.
They are really, really good. I mean, we saw there a lot of cheering for the side of BTK. I mean, already, they've just come into the Gorge, then they already have fans. If that's not impressive, I don't know what is. So obviously, a bright future for the side of BTK. Let's go to the interview.
Welcome back to the stage. Congratulations one more time. I remembered I said this sentence to you one more time yesterday. So how do you feel? You kept winning in the show matches. What will be the feeling now?
It feels great to always keep getting carried by my team, to be honest.
So your opponent's composition actually gets stronger as the time goes by. It's a very late game composition. Are you getting nervous?
A little bit versus that Dharma and Mosey flicker combos.
So who do you think performed the best? If you were to name a MVP for this match, who would it be?
Probably maybe best player 1.
Best player 1. All right.
Now here we are with Dougie. Dougie, I know it's everyone's first time to come here at the Esports World Cup at KWC. How has the experience been so far for the entire team?
It was great, really, really great. But it's kind of hot outside. But yeah, it's freaking great.
Now, you've changed the landscape in the Philippines when it comes to mobile MOBA. What is your vision for Honor of Kings and the Philippines?
I think it'll be massive and huge in the Philippines right now, in the Philippine market, because Honor of Kings offering like open qualifier. It's a game changer, most likely for the amateur and grassroots, and also for the pro player, because it will be open league. There's no such thing as franchise league, so which is pretty good. Like kids right now can dream and they can become pro. There's no a hindrance and a big barrier in front of them.
And we hope you continue to shape the landscape and continue to use your influence to make Honor of Kings grow. And we're still so proud of you. Thank you so much. Mobazane, Dougie, congratulations having played here in the world stage, and we'll see you in the future. And now we're going to be talking about that a little bit more. So we're going to head to the panel. Lead the Gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Sky. And thank you very much to WETRND and BTK. They brought us an amazing match. I did enjoy a lot watching them. It felt like just watching really, really good friends play against each other in a manner that it was mostly about the 1v1s. And I love those 1v1s.
Absolutely. We thought it was going to be kind of casual going in. You know, they had some smack talk and banter, and they're like, oh, we got to play serious now. When they were into the game, that looked like a professional match almost.
I'm telling you, BTK came in and they were like, hold up, I think that the banter went a little bit too far. So we need to actually lock in. And they did lock in. They came in and they were able to always control the game. It was in some moments that WETRND Esports actually turned things around because of that Clash Laner. The Clash Laner was really good.
Absolutely crucial. Lots of back and forth that game.
Look, the Mask of Agony.
the true Mask of Agony.
The true Mask of Agony.
A lot of combinations. Like, you actually get to see every single feature of Honor of Kings in this game, right? The big combinations, those big 1v1s as well. And like you said, it felt like a match between friends, but this was a match with some anger behind it. Like, no, I want to prove you wrong, and it's my turn to be correct.
Bragging rights are on the line. You gotta play hard.
Of course, man. It's all on the table, and you need to go and take it. Renegade, every single time that he came in, at the same time, like the first fight that he took in, I was like, not really that good. But then after that, clutch after clutch after clutch. I loved watching that play.
I don't think I've ever seen more crucial 3x, 4x crowd controls in a game from a team ever before than on WETRND Esports there. The Motsu, the Dharma, insane combos.
Defending the high ground, right? Like right over in the mid lane. That was a really tough moment.
They were getting used to it, right? So Yaoi as well as Renegade, the two of them doing so well. But then here comes BTK, Bloodthirsty Kings. I mean, best player 1. There's a reason why there's a best in his name. The way way he played the Hogren, Dave very supportive of that experience.
Everyone's just having fun. Look at them. We don't need to analyze that much this game. It was just about the laughs. It was about the vibes. And they went there and they enjoyed that Amazon Arena. Look at the fans just really enjoying every second of it. It's just lovely. I'm telling you, BTK did have an advantage though, because Hoon and Mobazane, yesterday, they already had played in the match. So I'm telling you, yesterday's show match might have already given them some experience for today.
And that reminds me, Hoon gets a win under his belt now,
Yes,
you know?
sir!
1-1, baby.
wait, we need a rematch. That's not fair. They got an extra game here.
I love that. I love that. Look at Dave having the time of his life. I enjoy a lot watching not only the videos from Dave, but actually working with him. I know that we're going to have a lot more from Dave today. He's going to come in and be an analyst for today's semifinals. He's going to be here trying to just break it down. But I love the trash talk as well coming in from him.
I think that's a learned skill set, but of course, some people are just born with it, right? The things they say will kind of spike you, and you're like, okay, the game's on now.
Game was really on, man. The game was really on.
Absolutely. I got to give a shout out to Pika Diff there with the walk the dog line. Oh my God, that one had me rolling.
That was really good. That was really good. And everyone just demonstrated that they can only talk, they can actually play as well. This was the show match for today. As we go to a break and we come back, we're going to bring you the action of our semifinals for the KWC 2025. Stay online and we'll be back.
everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway! We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Glowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Activating Warp Jump. Destination? The brightest star. We the kings, it's an honor show. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
Welcome back. This is the Esports World Cup. We're live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is the KWC 2025, the Honor of Kings Tournament of the Year. And this is gonna be the semifinals. We're gonna bring you the first game between Nova Esports and TT Global. With me is going to be Phil, and right now we've got Manjin just running all the way from the Amazon Arena, Manjin.
It was a 10-minute walk all the way from Amazon Arena, but it was fun. It was such a great show match. High scoring game, a lot of action. We saw the Dharma Mozzie combination. You guys saw how the Philippines are, how our region is in terms of playing these flashy type of combos, you know?
Yes, that's something that the PKL has always been known for. Just the good mechanics, just trying to look for something flashy, something that you can show to your friends. The highlight reels over there are always top.
Yeah. I kind of wasted my lines though. Like I actually helped the players in doing their like trash talk and from best player one to worst player one.
Oh,
and I was
so you were the trash talk coach as well?
I was the ghostwriter.
Oh, let's go, man.
Yeah, but then again, H2O, bro. Anyways, congratulations to BTK, by the way.
Manjin may have just orchestrated the fuel that BTK needed to overcome that.
I'm telling you, most likely BTK won, and it's very good thanks to Manjin. It was because of Manjin's bars. Yo, Manjin, but I'm telling you, man, like the beat TK bar, that was
Thank
fire,
you.
man.
You know what? I was in the huddle of BTK also.
Yeah.
Because Dave was there, and best player one was like, "Hey Dave, give us some pep talk. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna ban?" And Dave was like, "Okay, here's what you're gonna do. You clear the mid, and then you buy the jungle item." It was like that. And Hoon was like, "What are we going to ban?" And I was like, "You ban the Mai Shiranui." Yeah, because Doggy uses that. So I kind of like made.
Wow, switching sides here. Traitor right here.
Right over there, just under the table, just kind of giving them the tips.
Overall, it was fun. I love the sportsmanship.
And that's the main idea. The main idea for this show matches is just that. Just for everyone just to get introduced to the new friends of HOK. We got to see two teams that we're expecting that in 12 months' time, maybe they're going to be right over here in the KWC 2026.
I was talking to Kin during the game, and he mentions it's a show match now, but in a year, maybe, that might be a real competitive match right there against those two teams exactly.
I think you give them maybe 6 months at least to really put in the work, get some heroes, know the skills and everything. Hopefully, we might have top 16.
You can see that they already did their homework, right? Like
Yes,
they
sir.
understand how MOBA works. They understand how Honor of Kings work. They jumped into the game and they were able to just show to us that in terms of mechanics, they're right over there. Now, in terms of map understanding about the timings of our game, there's still some polishing to do. That's totally fine. Everyone needs to get better, and I know that they're going to be working for that.
I was talking to some of the players yesterday, and they got one of the best lessons. The games from yesterday were perfection. They were taking notes, you know, and they're trying to mimic, you know, those teams there. Maybe the execution's not perfect or as clean.
No, man,
but they took some of that and applied it to their own game, and you saw their rotations there were great.
You remember that we were talking here with Hoon, right?
Yeah.
And then when we were talking with Hoon, he was like, I was facing this guy from AG.AL, and I knew that he was good. I didn't know he was that good. And he was talking about the one and only cat god, man, the one OG goat cat. Come on.
And it
doesn't get better than that.
They got a taste of the real HOK, how it's really played. And what I like about this is, of course, the celebration of everyone, because we also saw a lot of audience who are fans of TT Global and fans of AG who was cheering for BTK.
Yes, exactly.
They were like, "Hey, do you know these guys?" Yeah, we know them. They stream a lot.
That's the good thing about just activities like this. We fly all the way from different corners of the world to gather here together at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, just to get to know new people and cheer for them. Because there's nothing more commendable in life than just seeing someone do what they love and working hard for it.
I was in the stage earlier talking to some of the fans who are starting to line up on there, right? But they didn't really care which side won, you know? They just wanted to watch, you know, Zane get some kills or get killed, right? And then they were just all there for the action, trying to get the highlights, and it was amazing matches. I'm sure fans on both sides were amazed at the performance. And just like the matches yesterday, you know, show matches I feel like usually are stompy, but we had two amazing shows back and forth, you know. Not one side was a clear victor at all, I think.
The biggest difference about this match and yesterday's match is that this time we got to see Manjin and Dave on stage. And for me, that was the highlight. Come on, it was the highlight. Manjin taking that 1v2, and he did not walk out, man. He did not walk back out of that one.
They came prepared. They had a jersey. They have jerseys.
And they brought that lad directly from the gym because he was kind of big.
Yeah, man. That was Pika, by the way. I think that's it. That's their manager coach. By the way, shout out to Pika and to the entire BTK roster. Such a good sport, right? They love the trash talk. They love to trash each other every time.
Yeah.
But then at the end of the day, they're like always, "Hey, nice game, bro.
Yes,
GG's,
exactly.
Nice try."
It's got to be like that, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we're all over here just to enjoy and to learn. And we need to keep learning because today we're going to jump into the semifinals. Today we're going to have two top-level matches just to take the two tickets that for tomorrow's final. The winners of today's matches are going to be tomorrow in the finals, and the losers, it's not going to be the end of the road for them because tomorrow they still have one best of 5 to see who's going to end up in 3rd place. What about if we jump into the action of today? We're going to have the first game. It's going to be our SNB match of the day. TT Global against Nova Esports. I am really looking forward for this one because TT Global, they have something to prove. And Nova Esports as well, they need to take the flag of all the worldwide teams and just put it right over there and say, this is what we've learned.
This is absolutely the match to watch today now here. So these S-tier teams that we ranked here, right, are very hyped up, and for good reason. They were 4-0 4-0 yesterday. But if there was a team that can take a game off them, that can make the gods bleed, it is going to be Nova Esports. They are great with momentum. We saw they went ahead and 4-0'd OG, and that was an A-tier team too. So what does that mean? You know, they're S-tier.
They're big, man. They're big. They're big. They should not feel like they have to just kind of like be too scared. They need to have respect.
Yeah.
But respect and fear are two completely different things. They need to have respect to these TT Global players that you can see on screen as they walk into the arena, because they're good and they're experienced, but they're not gods.
Yeah.
They are humans, and all humans can be killed.
And to add to that, I was actually talking to Just Chi and Carl yesterday, and to the Vitality team also. Shout outs to you guys. And we were talking about, hey, how is AG, how is TT Global feeling? And they shared to me that they're not really like 100% confident, because again, they're playing in a different battlefield, a different meta from what they're used to, right? Because again, they're on the secret stage, unlockable characters, as we would say. They're not really used to like the updates in terms of the Jing stats and everything like that. And they're like, we need to give still 110%, because especially Nova, which is a team with huge achievements for the first like year of HOK Global, right?
Absolutely, they're on fire right now too.
Nova Esports, these are going to be the 5 men that they're going to try to make history. They have to come today with a clear game plan. We know Nova Esports is good. Come on, we've been seeing them since day 1 all the way until day 9. And they have to prove to themselves and to everyone out there that they deserve to get that S-tier entry ticket. And today is going to be their exam.
Absolutely. And to follow up off of what Manjin mentioned there about TT Global and these other teams being a little bit maybe nervous or not used to the meta here, the fans have a lot of expectations on them, you know? The expectations are astronomical. Everyone's expecting 4-0 only, and that's a lot of pressure.
That's got to be a lot of pressure. TT Global, they know pressure. Sunrise, Crane, Team Joy, and Snowy. They know pressure. They eat pressure every single week right over there at KPL. They need to be at their top every single day because they come from a very competitive region. A lot of people thought like maybe they're just gonna come in, they just landed like 2 days ago, jet lag, something like that, they don't understand the meta, boom, 4-0.
Yeah,
that's it.
The expectations is so high, especially for TT Global. Again, the new kids on the block, winning the AG.AL. But then again, what we saw yesterday, for me, up against Team Vitality, was not their 100%. I do feel they gave 100% in terms of the playstyle, but in the draft, I kind of feel like they're hiding something still, right? They're pulling off like unorthodox picks, and they're kind of playing it slow, especially for the first 2 games.
It's important for them just to be able to win games with not known heroes. If you take heroes that they're not part of the meta, you're building yourself a lot more options in terms of BP. This is a best of 7. Not all best of 7s finish 4-0 as we saw yesterday. We saw already an ultimate battle over there in quarterfinals. If you need an ultimate battle, your draft needs to be spotless.
I'm going to need to use this opportunity to sneak in a shout out to my Zhang Yu pick there. Coming out from TT Global. And while I love this pick and it's not as conventional, right? What it shows is TT Global knows when to go ahead and pull back, right? They had a pretty expensive draft already, and then they went ahead and pulled it back, took something a little bit less, you know, pricey in the draft phase there with the Zhang Yu, and they played it really well. And man, I wish I was on desk for that game.
Yeah, man, I think you were watching the green room back then. Yeah, and I do agree. What I like about them also is they know the team composition, they know their win condition, especially they want to kind of like trap the enemy in terms of the draft, right? Like pulling off a Liang Princess Pross already. They already expect the Guang Yu happening, and they immediately countered with a Clash laner on their own. And that's what I like about them. The mastery in terms of the compositions, and I'm excited actually for the draft. Maybe
I am really excited too.
Yeah, this time they might pick S-tier drafts.
Who knows? I'm telling you, if they need to stop Nova's momentum, they need to come up with a clear plan. They cannot just say like, oh yeah, we are TT Global, so we're going to be fine. They don't work on that. Nova Esports, they come victory after victory after victory. If you remember when they went to Group Kings, they were facing OG. and then they beat them 3-1. And then they moved to quarterfinals, and they beat OG again. But this time it was not 3-1, direct 4-0 sweep. Nova Esports, they're the real deal, and I know that TT Global needs to respect that.
Now, I know Nova Esports is the underdogs here in this fight here, but I really gotta stress, when Nova Esports gets ahead, and we've seen even TT Global, AG.AL, right? There were times in the games where they were behind.
Yeah,
but
of course.
when Nova Esports is ahead, they're able to push that lead and grab so much more and kind of like extend it even further and further. And that could be what they need to do to take down TT Global.
That's definitely true. I do agree that we've seen a lot of comeback plays from Nova Esports. I do want to commend still Shuhan on being this clash laner. I do feel that his role is vital to this game, pulling off comebacks after comebacks, especially in the group stages and even in the playoffs.
Today is going to be a very good diagnosis, and I think that is a good moment for us to talk about Honor of Kings. They become worldwide known. And right now we have Nova Esports against one of the top teams over there in KPL, TT Global. This is going to be the real meter for us to know where have we gone? Where are we right now? When you play against AG.AL, for example, you're playing against the top of the top. You're playing against the roof of the whole game. But this time you're playing TT Global, which is something a little bit closer to our reality.
Yeah.
Is our reality really that far away from them? And today we're gonna get answers to that. And that is an opportunity that, believe me, we do not have every day. It's just once every year that we get to get all the top teams from all around the world. TT Global against Nova Esports is going to tell us exactly how HOK is looking right now worldwide.
Every single match from here on out is going to get tougher and tougher. We mentioned there was a lot of learning from yesterday, right? Now, as the series goes on, these matches are going to be more intense, more for you guys to go ahead and learn at home. Look at these picks, look how they play them, right? How they maneuver around the map. And if you can just take one thing from every game, you know, you're going to level up your play a lot.
Yeah, I can feel the goosebumps right now, especially for the side of Nova Esports. I can feel the pressure also coming into their veins right now. If you're going to look at the resume of every team, like if one team can make the gods bleed, it is Nova.
Boys, predictions. Let's go. Manjin, what do you think?
I still need to be realistic here. 4-1 maybe for TT Global. But then again, Nova will make the god bleed.
4-1. Phil, what do you think?
I think the consensus is 4-0, but I will actually also go 4-1 with Nova having one win.
You know what? At the end of the day, it is not going to be about being a 4-0, a 4-1, a 4-2. Today is a matter of the personality. 2 champions, 2 flawless runs, but only one will take that next step towards the crown. Nova Esports, masters of control, kings of momentum. TT Global, disciplined, decisive, daring to redefine the game. They've walked different roads, but now they meet here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Inside the Amazon Arena, only one moves forward. This is the match of the day, the semifinals. It all begins right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, HOK fans and players from all around the world, welcome to the semifinals of the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. We are now down to the final 4. Kings will rise, dreams will be crushed, and only one will survive. My name is Mara Aquino, and here with me, Milosh. The spotlight has never been brighter.
No, absolutely not, and especially following up yesterday's matches. So far, KPL, ACL teams undefeated here on the main stage. Not even a singular game taken off of them. The dream is still alive, as we heard our analysts on the panel talking about, but will it actually come to fruition? It's the final shot to make all of this happen. We're only a step away. 2 matches separate us from whoever gets to lift the KWC trophy tomorrow.
And now it's time to introduce the teams. Hailing from China, TT Global. Once the underdogs of the ACL, they are now full-blown champions, carrying that fire into the world stage. and their roster is stacked. Ching, Sunrise, Crane, Snowy, and Joy. They have made their presence known the moment they stepped on in the Amazon arena, sweeping their opponent. No mercy, no hesitation. And now they come in here untouchable, unshaken, and undeniably elite.
Unshaken, but that is yet to be proven in our semifinal here at KWC. So let's introduce their opponents. It's Nova Esports! Joining us on stage, our MKL representatives have braved every challenge thrown their way so far. From their home region to KWC groups and on to the main stage, they remain triumphant. Will their supernova aura continue to shine against the best of the best? My God, it's Schwan, it's CY, Wendy, Moochie, and Waypit, and they're gonna need your energy to get through this match today.
How about let's get this started? It's gonna be Nova Esports versus TT Global. Go ahead, gents.
Gentlemen, please, you may place your keys, take your seats, and get ready for this matchup.
It's time to do your predictions. Write it down in the comment section below because now it's gonna be one intense fight. This is the first semifinal match of the day. Best of 7. Here we go. We're gonna go straight to the panel. Lead the gorge.
毕竟 Nova 现在在海外也算是公认的强队之一嘛。 可能在这个国际服的版本里面，我们是比较 OK 的嘛，所以打到 TEG 的话，我觉得可以拿下小分。
They're gonna go in the Dream Roll right onto 19. They have the damage on Zod. One last guy. Oh, no, Zod Q with that mirror Nova.
我觉得Nova 是一支很有激情的战队吧，反正比赛上打的也很勇猛、很激进，所以说我们要好好的看一下他们比赛，然后 保持好自己的手感。
The target, they go on to Waypit, who's taking most of this. Nice little stampede on to 4. The infinite fastness on back, and Keck has been picked off. Muchin's gonna be next on that list.
打 TGG 我们会全力以赴去争取跟他们打得5-5开。
我觉得我们对战 Nova 这一场，我们会稳稳的拿下你们。
As Honor of Kings fans, we cannot expect anything less than just their best. That's all we need. We don't want more than that. We don't want less. We just want them to try their very best. I know that TT Global brought all their fans here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and right now the Amazon Arena is packed with them. You can feel the tension. You can see that TT Global, they want to win this, but in front of them, Nova Esports is not going to make it easy for them.
Definitely. Trying your best is exactly what we're going to go ahead and need here, right? And it's not just about the game. Anything in life. You would be amazed at how much you can accomplish if you could just try your best. And that's what we're looking to see here.
Yeah. I definitely want to see the draft here for later. Like I do feel that Clash laners are going to be the priority still for the side of Nova. Dharma has a high pick rate for them and a high win rate for this guys. They want to secure Shuwan's ability to create flanks from every side of the map. Maybe trapping out again the marksman for TT Global. So maybe a Dharma or a Byron can be contested here in the game.
Absolutely. A player I would really want to watch here is Nova's Wendy.
Yes.
Wendy has such amazing performances. Hard carry. That's a very important note. Let me touch base on that a little bit more, actually. A lot of mid laners often build utility, and people call the HOK mid laners a secondary support. I will never call Wendy a secondary support. He is a #1 primary carry.
It is going to be important for them, just each one of them in each of their lanes, they should not give the opening. And that's the problem. It's not even a matter of like, you need to take advantage. No, it's like, don't give the opening. As long as you're sealed right over there, just closed right over there on your farm, we should still have an opportunity. Clearly, TT Global is going to come and is going to try to invade, take a little bit of the jungle, force some flashes out, try to come in for the 4 minutes Tyrant. That's going to be the TT Global strategy. They love fighting. They do love fighting, but they're not going to do any unnecessary fights.
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday we didn't saw that much of them doing the invades and everything, but now given that they're up against the giants in terms of the HOK global scene, which is Nova, they do expect that this team can also pull off a lot of aggressive flashy plays, like especially their jungle picks. Like maybe we can expect the Jing here again. The Luna also is under contention, a pick that can maybe, you know, get in.
One of the things that I really want to touch in here is just when you think about Nova Esports, you think about them just when they're down, they can turn things around. When they're up, they can really just take the momentum. Can we see that something like that over there on TT Global and against Nova Esports today?
Absolutely. I think Nova Esports excels at pushing their leads. I watched all these games, and I have never seen a team push a lead as much as Nova Esports does.
Well, right now the ban and pick is going to start. Nova Esports is going to be taking the blue side. TT Global is going to be taking the red. Saggy, Blam, take it from here, boys, please.
And here we go! The first semi-final match between TT Global and Nova Esports. Once again, I am Blam, and with me, as always, being the pleasure that he is Sagi as we get into this BP.
BP coming in hot immediately as we see Arlie has been locked in for the side of Nova's Muji here. Coming in game one, I think the game plan is very simple here for Nova Esports. As the panelist has mentioned, it is not about looking to win the entire series. It's about proving how far you've come as one of the best global international teams. Are you able to challenge one of KPL's best teams?
I mean, we speak about how far Nova Esports as a team have come, right? I mean, this is a team that got into the top 4 of KC 2024. They get into 2025 Season 3 Invitational Champions. They are the MKL Spring Season 2025 champions, and now they are at one of the biggest stages within Honor of Kings Esports. And they're looking, obviously, like you said, Sagi, to place their mark and their name as high as possible. But here, we're getting that kind of like double support hyper carry combo coming through here. Obviously, the Dolia, the Yuan, and the Ali.
That is a specialty here coming in from Nova Esports here. You know for a fact that Dolia, that Yuhuan going to the hands of Wendy and Weipit here. They are making sure that they have a dual carry like you mentioned here. And for the side TT Global here, a very strong healing composition on the hands of Agudo and Diadia is being formulated right now.
Being formulated indeed, right? I mean, a little bit of sustain from both of those heroes, right? Diadia as well as the Agudo. We're going to have a bit of AoE. We're going to have that kind of frontline Destiny counter healing coming from Diadia. But, I mean, interestingly enough, we have Jing here on the Bati. Bati's actually only been played once by Xuan in the KWC. So will we see that a little bit more within this best of 7?
I definitely do agree we will see more of Fatih in the best of 7. I think this pick is a secretly, slowly but surely climbing up pick because we have seen so far so many of these Fatihs coming in, so much backline access and burst thanks to this pick.
Thanks to the pick as well. I mean, interestingly enough here, obviously, TT Global not yet locked in their marksman. We still have the potential of Lung on those cards as well here. They could come through, but they're actually going to go for the Chana, which is, again, a better counter here for the Ali, right? Obviously, using that soaring shot, using those Spirit Wolf traps that are going to do damage over to the time onto Ali because her Maple Dance, her Parasol, is not going to be able to wipe those Spirit Wolves out.
That is exactly the case here. A very smart pickup here coming in from TT Global's marksman here, Snowy here. Snowy is one of the key players we have to look out for coming in from TT Global here. He is such a beast onto the farm lane. One of the most consistent marksmen we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Snowy here being very consistent, especially in their matchup against Team Vitality, right? So already we've seen a little bit of a performance here onto the KWC for TT Global at this point. But Nova Esports locking in the Musashi, which they've had at least 3 times already within the KWC, seeming to be a little bit of a key point here for CY.
And it's also very good to pick up the Musashi because you are due to the death, your ultimate. When you launch yourself at the enemy, it also reduces any form of healing that they receive, right?
Yeah.
And you look at the side TT Global here, Agudo, Diadia, Fatih. All these heroes, they have a form of healing. So picking up this Musashi definitely is a very good lockdown here. And I gotta say, Guan Yu onto his Shen. His signature pick is being locked in for the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, they're going pretty hard with this first game number 1 draft, right? I mean, the Dolia more than likely going to be given over that in an Insaro twice, right? Or potentially we could get 2 duel to the deaths. Obviously, as you say, trying going into the back line, trying to mitigate a lot of that healing coming from the side of TT Global.
And looking at TT Global's draft, as you mentioned, right? One, if you look at the Agudo and Chano, if they take the lane, the turrets are just going to be melting down super fast here. Especially TT Global drafting such an aggressive team composition. I gotta say, we're gonna be looking at a very, very strong early game coming from TT Global.
Yeah, strong early game, but I feel like both of these teams are gonna play very respectively on the Gorge, right? Like they said in their introduction video, Nova Esports play fearlessly on the stage, and that's exactly what they're going to keep, right? They need to keep their composure, keep that fearlessness, and maybe, just maybe, they will get a game point from TT Global.
That may be the case, and that is what the MKL fans and Global fans will want to see here. But definitely, TT Global here, they come to this stage, and today they are challenging one of the Global's best team here. They are definitely going to show us what it is coming from the strongest region, which is KPL.
Yeah, one of the strongest regions, one of those big mountains to climb that some of these teams, unfortunately, weren't able to get their footing up that mountain. And still now, we have Nova Esports, Twisted Minds a little later on, looking to be those teams that can be. But we're going to be getting into the Gorge, ladies and gentlemen, at the Amazon Arena. This is TT Global against Nova Esports. Let's give them a Jayo!
Let's go, Jayo Nova Esports and TT Global as game 1 of the semifinals begins.
Yeah, as it begins. I mean, this is where it's all going to start to sort of like come into fruition, right? Let's see, like you say, Sagi, that TT Global are looking to have that aggressive early game. Obviously, picks like the Agudo, fast rotations is what we may potentially see here.
And already a strong punish here coming in from the bottom side, coming in from Nova here. Being punished, Muchi, already half health here. This laning here coming in from Joy and Snowy, they know for a fact that if we allow this early to scale, we're going to have a tough time here. So, very good pacing here.
Very good pacing indeed, right? They've got to be careful for the side of obviously Nova Esports. We do get a rotation here from Wendy. Like we were saying in the draft, we're looking at that hyper carry potential here with these 3 players.
And look at Crane here. He has a very good position here to gank 3 members of Nova Esports. They are forcing them away from this fire beam.
Yeah, that Frigid Prism was just enough to kind of keep them away. They didn't want to get caught, because if they got caught, then we would have saw TT Global just climbing on top of Nova Esports. But realistically, they were looking for the resources.
Exactly. This is the beauty of Honor of Kings. If you play around the resources, you can gain so much momentum onto the map here. And Firebeak, it only spawns once. If you secure it, you're definitely going to be coming out on top of the map.
Yeah, definitely one shot, one opportunity down to the bot side of the map for that mob camp there, which is the Fire Phoenix. But here we go with a bit of tit for tat here, trying to claim the Fire Beak. It goes over to the side of TT Global at this point, but here a little bit of a 3v2 dive up to the top side of the map here. Sunrise Snowy looking to try and get out of here, but able to get to the T1. They don't have the minion wave to push.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from Sunrise here. He timed the ultimate Gorge mobilization so well to dodge out CY's ultimate coming in from the Musashi here. You need to be pixel perfect to execute that.
Yeah, the Illuminate Slash is pretty clean sometimes as well, right? Like getting that projectiles off the board here is definitely what they could be doing, right?
That is exactly the case here, but so far so good coming in from this early game here. TT Global with their good fundamentals. They are making sure that Muchi locking his early does not have a good time at all.
Yeah, I mean, early game power spike onto the early obviously is going to be that Doomsday Eye, which we can kind of see maybe a change of pace, a little bit more pressure from the side of Nova Esports once that item gets onto the board here. But already, we're seeing Snowy put so much pressure down to the bot side. He's able to roam, able to claim some more of those jungle camps to himself.
And I gotta give props to Joy here. He's doing such a good job in pressuring Muchi here. And Muchi, you know for a fact that he's one of those early players in this tournament who favors the Spark Sports Dagger into the Doomsday build. It allows him to have a very strong early to mid game, but it falls off hard towards the late game.
It falls off hard, but obviously, like you were saying there, wave clear for the Spark Forge Dagger is going to be one of those key components, but also trying to get the poke and prod onto the backline, right? Because, I mean, we're seeing here, Snowy's playing very sort of like to his distance. He's kind of like making sure that he knows the extent of Chano's distance and playing to that carefully, not trying to allow sort of like Muchi to go in deep and try and get those damage onto him.
And that's exactly the case. Look at Muchi here. Every time he comes up for a minion, he will get punished here. And look at mid lane though, as 3-man coming in from Nova Esports. They want to break this freeze. If this freeze is not broken here, Wendy cannot be traveling the map here. But look at the amount of pressure here coming in from this 2v3 from TT Global.
Yeah, able to keep themselves alive is Crane and Sunrise, right? I mean, both ultimates were being expended there, but it's still around about 20 seconds until Tyrant and Overlord come onto the Gorge. So really, we're going to get those ultimates back in time for those team fights.
Exactly, and some of these items from the side of Nova Esports has been completed here. We see a Spark Forge Dagger being completed. On the side of TT Global here, Snowy is about to finish up his Eternity Blade, which is going to be crucial for this team fight.
Yeah, a lot of crit damage coming over from that item, right? I mean, yeah, Eternity Blade first item for the Chano is going to be very detrimental here for the side of TT Global. Winter is here, just going to be zoned down there onto the side of Nova Esports, but it's going to be Joy trying to get the hits on as forcing the flash out of the team fight. Can Sunrise soak the damage? Mochi with the first blood.
Beautiful team fight here coming in from Nova Esports here. Wendy is fearless onto this Yuhua here. The Wendy combo with the double unending sorrow. Perfect damage calculation. And right now, the jungle for TT Global is being invaded by Nova Esports.
Yeah, Nova just got that green light, right? They got the green light to get the kill and then go and take the Crimson Golem. Yes, they didn't get the Tyrant, but they are looking to get buffs across the gorge. And aiming for victory is going to be Nova Esports. So if you want some freebies, but aim for Vic in the CD key redemption in-game.
Head to the community tab, press that setting button, there will be a CD key, and send this in and you will get a free everything box. Good luck and get a legendary box.
Yeah, speaking of good luck though, obviously TT Global putting that pressure onto the bot side of the map. Getting that first turret is going to be crucial here for Nova Esports, especially for Muchi, right? Like, he's now not going to be able to overextend. He's going to have to kind of always be nearby one of his teammates.
I would have to agree with you, because losing out a tower, it means that you cannot be overextending towards the laning phase. But it's still an early here. So much mobility on this early here. As long as he has information on the map, he can do well here. And a small skirmish coming to the top side here. CY forces out Ching's ultimate.
Forces out Ching's ultimate is going to be a good shot here, obviously, going into potentially trying to get this dive onto this T1 up into the top side of the map. It's going to be CY. It's going to be
Rise.
Shawan here trying to get that right. Look at this. It's going to be the Razor Cavalry over the wall. Actually not used just yet. It's just going to be that leap, that momentum from the Guan Yu here. Destiny counter being applied here. Trying to keep Crane alive. Nova gets the takedown. Nova gets the triple kill.
4 kills towards the side of Nova Esports. Ching, the only surviving members here. What a team fight coming from Nova Esports as they make it big. Stram with an amazing engage.
Rampage. They get Ching taken down as well. Looking for the T1 into the mid lane. Nova with the fighting fire, the fearlessness from this team.
Exactly. Look at this flank here coming in from Nova Strength here. Yes, a very good team fight engaged by CY. Look at Strength here. 2-man, 3-man, all pushed towards the side of Nova Esports. Man, 6-0 on the board for Nova fans.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 came through there. Obviously, 4-0 trade overall. And then 5, 6 kills onto the board. T1 into the mid lane. Looking to take that T1 up to the clash lane. So really, TT Global might be like, okay, we need to make sure we're approaching these team fights a little bit more cleaner, because Nova really caught them dead.
They really caught them dead, and my goodness, Nova Esports, what an amazing early game that they set themselves up. Right now, if you're Nova Esports, you gotta look to further pressure your lead towards this mid game.
Look at the pressure the lead for the mid game here. Trying to keep it on thick, right? Not able to get that Azure Golem from Sunrise, so they're able to get that little bit of a constellation price here for Muchi. After he being punished in that early game, looking to take that T1-2 into the farm lane, but into the back line is going to be CY, but Sunrise has the Blood Rage. It's been activated. Schwan trying to get out, and by the help of Wendy, is able to.
Man, very good stuff here coming in from both teams here. They are playing the back and forth so well here. TT Global, with their strong fundamentals, they are making sure that these side towers aren't going to be going down without a big fight.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we've seen here that Jing is had to kind of be pushed away to the side lanes, like you were saying there, Sagi, trying to keep that pressure away from the side of TT Global. But again, we're getting around about that 8-minute mark. Nova Esports, with the lead of gold, could be a little bit scary here, but TT Global maybe trying to not get down there, but the flash from Wendy tries to catch out Snowy and Sunrise there. But still, this team fight is going to be bit for bitter. They are backing off.
Wendy is so confident with these engages here. He knows for a fact that with the double and ending sorrow here, he can single-handedly push out all the members coming in from TT Global here. And right now, Nova, they're just getting all these objectives on the match and slowly pushing their leads towards a comfortable 4,000.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that we always kind of give a bit of a criticism to the global teams, right? Like, they don't get the kills. If they do get the kills, they don't translate it into further objectives, which is what something Nova Esports has always been good at. and right now they're displaying it even against the top ACL team.
They are practically committed right now, but look at Joy though, he gets caught out right here. Joy gets taken down!
Joy goes down. Can Nova Esports find any more joy in the form of kills onto the side of TT Global? TT Global not quite yet got a kill on the board here. Crane into the backline. The dive from Swan. Wendy with the CC. The crucial initiation. The T2 takedown.
What am I watching here? Nova Esports is on fire, Blam! Kills after kills here coming in from Nova Esports, 8-0 against a KPL team.
Yeah, I mean, the KPL games from yesterday, right? Like, they were low kill games. Right now, they are looking still like a low kill because neither TT Global don't have a kill yet onto the board, but 8 kills for Nova, like you were saying there, Sagi, it's a pretty good sign, right? It's a pretty good sign, but they just have to make sure they don't get too cocky here. We've already seen that the ultimate there onto Jing gets expanded, but there is going to be the Razor Cavalry bringing Jing into the side of Nova Esports.
Shred with the Razor Cavalry brings in Jing towards the side of Nova Esports. Getting another kill, getting another buff. 10 minutes in, Shadow Tyrant has been spawned onto the map right now as Nova Esports. Man, what a healthy lead going to this objective right now.
Very healthy lead for the MKL Spring Season champions so far. The Season 3 Invitational champions as well. If you're thinking, looking at this global team, looking at this ACL team, that they did not have a chance, they are looking to prove it to those doubters within the global scene.
This is the growth that we want from the global scene, and Nova Esports are really showing us what it means to be one of the strongest international teams of HOK.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that took OG Esports down 4-0, right? I mean, that kills me to say, being a KMW guy myself, that kills me to say that OG dropped that 4-0, but you can kind of see now, it's all making sense. The pieces are falling into place here for Nova Esports as they're looking to cement both of those shadow objectives.
Both shadow objectives being secured as you mentioned here, and right now they are looking to further push up their lead here. You gotta keep your eyes on Strand here because he's gonna be putting a lot of pressure onto Snowy and Crane coming to this fight.
Putting a lot of pressure onto both of those players onto the side of TT Global, right? But speaking of pressure, Winter is here is going to mitigate a lot of that pressure here for the side of Nova Esports, and TT Global get to keep their T3s alive just for now.
Wave clears are very good here coming from TT Global thanks to the Winter is here as you mentioned. This Princess Frost, if she goes down here, it's going to be a big problem. However, she has just secured her Splendor.
Secured her Splendor, so they could bait one on the side of Nova Esports, right? Maybe CY goes for a bad dive with a door to the death. But Joy over the wall using Destiny Counter actually hits onto 2, but it's going to be Swan on the Guan Yu trying to bully and pick Joy off, but Sunrise goes down. The T3 goes down. Sagi, what am I watching?
What am I watching is a spectacle coming in from Nova Esports as they take down another tier 2 here. 10-0 on the scoreline here. They have yet to drop any single members.
Not a single member nor a sausage inside here for the side of TT Global. Nova Esports 10-0 into the T3. Splendor being used here by Crane. Winter is here, is used. Wendy's actually going to be the first blood here for TT Global, making sure it's pushing away Nova Esports. They've lost one soldier. Now they have to go and recruit.
8,000 goalie for the side of Nova Esports here. 11-1. Nova Esports global fans, are you not happy about this?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've got to be cheering. They've got to be cheering. No matter which fan of the team you are of the global esports scene, this is really going to be making them all stand in unity. But this engage here, the takedown of obviously Sunrise already gone. Crane get taken down there. So Wendy for Crane, a little bit of a good trade here for Nova Esports.
But still, Crane Splendor will be down for the next upcoming 2 minutes here. So that's a very pivotal cooldown here. And in the span of 40 seconds to 1 minute, both shadow variants will be spawned onto the map here. We have to see if Snowy is able to really survive in these teamfights because He's a 4-item channel right now. If he doesn't carry, who will coming in from the side of TT?
Yeah, that's what exactly it, right? Like, in terms of damage, we were really kind of hoping that Snowy and Jing, with that a really good time ultimate on the Barty here, could be the saving grace for TT Global. But for the side of Nova, they haven't caught out Moochie yet. 3-0 and 6. He's not 6-slotted. He's looking for a little bit more of attack speed. We've got the Sun Chaser, we've got the Daybreaker, we've got the Doomsday, we've got the Spark Forge.
And soon to be right now, they're looking for a big fight. 3-man stun onto the enemies of TT Global. The fight is huge. Nova, kill after kill. That's 3, 4 final members onto the TT ticket. Nova Esports with the ace on TT Global.
Nova, take down 1 game from AG.AL teams. This is crazy. Are you not entertained?
I am definitely entertained right now, Black, because what a spectacular game coming in from Nova Esports. Wow.
Absolutely cinema, right? It's been a whole year since the KPL Dream Team have been at EWC, and not a single team could take a round. TT Global recently took a series off of AG.AL. Now, Nova takes a game. What have we just witnessed? If the crowd's not going wild there, I don't know what is going to get you going other than that first win off Nova Esports. But let's look at this replay.
I am telling you, Nova Esports into the early game, they played extremely well with their orchestrated engages here, and definitely, every fight was Xuan and Wendy, CY, looking for all these crucial engages here. It was always these 3 members, and they played that extremely well, but it is still a best of 7 here, Blam. We know for a fact that best of 7 is not about a sprint, it's a marathon here. TT Global, being one of the top teams in KPL, they have what it takes to recuperate and replan their strategies.
Brilliant point there, Sagi, right? Like, it's a marathon, not a sprint. But if you get the fastest lap, is that still not a record?
That is definitely true as well, Blam. So we definitely have to see what our panelists have to say about this. Take it away.
Are you not loving this? Are you not loving this? Nova Esports takes the first victory, 1-0 advantage on top of TT Global. If they thought that it was going to be a 4-0 sweep, I'm telling you, they were very, very wrong.
That is exactly what I'm looking for right there. I was mentioning Wendy being a hyper carry, right? He gets super fed, early game triple kill, and they proceed to carry the entire game. They never let their foot off the gas.
Yes.
They went in, tactically retreated when it was time.
Yeah,
That's such a beautiful game.
You called it, Phil. You called it. You said it's going to depend on Wendy. How can he carry? If Wendy can really hard carry in here, it's going to be amazing. Now, on the other side, Manjin, you put the eyes on Xuan, right?
Yeah.
Because you said that it was going to come down to the clash lane, and it went down to the clash lane as well.
For sure, for sure. And, man, I have 2 words. Mind blown.
Completely.
Blown. Again, we expected that maybe the TT Global might go 3 first, then we can get another game for 1 game for the side Nova. But then again, Shuan stepping up to the plate in terms of the itemization, also immediately picking that anti-heal item to negate all of the sustain that the siege comp of Team TT Global. We were talking about it. TT Global, they want to play it slow. They want the units, they want the heals, they want the sustain, they want the push. But no, we have the necessary power spikes to neglect the defense that you have and then go for kills like this.
It's just so amazing to see the coordination of Nova Esports coming in. A lot of people said like, oh no, they cannot compete against the KPL teams, and we said it right over here. This is gonna be a diagnosis of where we are right now, and where we are in heaven right now, because that 1-0 already says a lot.
That 1-0 definitely says a lot here. And this is going to shock a lot of people, you know? As we mentioned, the predictions were 4-0. And this one game, it's not just, you know, a hard-fought battle. They dominated in this first game here.
Yeah, gods do bleed, and it was not even a drop of blood.
They like cut the god's arm off.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And what's interesting here is Wendy, and I would we are commending Wendy, but I also want to give it to Waypit. The Wendy and Waypit combination acting as double tanks.
Yes.
Plus, not just tanking like everything, they're also poking. Like the Dolia and the Yuhuan combination, you should write this down, everyone in the audience area, especially at home. This is a great combination for you to have. poke plus tankiness. All you need to do is go front, press press your first skill, second skill, then you're good.
I'm telling you, this is just an amazing start for the day. If you are not happy right now, I don't know what you got in your hearts, because this was an amazing presentation. If this is gonna be only game 1, imagine what 8 hours of amazing games we're going to have. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go for a break, and when we come back, it's gonna be game 2.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
It's already 1-0, and it's not for TT Global. It is for Nova Esports. They take the lead 1-0 in this match 1. We're going to move into game 2, but let's talk a little bit about that Nova performance. It was top level. And what do you guys think that Nova did that gave them the advantage in this game 1?
I like the patience, of course, for the side of Nova. The patience and the confidence that they have. They got the first 5 minutes that they want. I do feel that TT Global, they're kind of like holding back in terms of the usual playstyle that they want. We want to see the fast pace. I do feel that they need to shift the gears right here, right now. They're on gear number 1, maybe like move it to gear number 5 if they have it, or just do fight fire with fire now.
Of course,
because Nova has the momentum.
No, and I love the way that you put it. Like, if right now Nova Esports is going to be the ones just commanding and they're going to be driving, TT Global needs to take the wheel right now, and they have to take it back immediately.
Nova Esports is not a team you can pull any punches towards, and you see what happened there. First game, 16-1.
What?
I'm telling you, those numbers we have never seen before. If you are not happy about this, what are you thinking about? Nova Esports coming in here and demonstrating that right now the students are moving closer and closer to the masters.
I'm thinking about it, and if we look at the series yesterday, Nova in this one game may have killed TT Global more times than the entire series yesterday. It's close. The number is actually probably pretty close.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that yesterday TT Global had such a clear, dominant performance, and then they come in today and then immediately just receive directly to the face. Can they come back from this one?
I do feel that we're going to have a series right now. I think TT Global, there's a reason why they banned out the Hino also. Again, they're going for the unit. You don't want like extra AOE damage, right? Yes. But then again, I do feel that they overthink also their draft, because they kind of like underestimated Shuhan's hero pool here. Looking at the screen, it's Shuhan, right?
Yes.
So they kind of like underestimated that maybe he's gonna go for the Hino. But then again, Nova keep it simple. They kept it simple. Basic HOK. They have early game, mid game, late game, plus they have sustain and damage.
It's just a matter of just taking a little bit advantage and then just create that into a landslide. And Nova Esports has shown us that against all of the different teams over there in the global server. But right now, doing it against one of the top KPL teams, that is a completely different conversation.
Absolutely, and I think this next game coming up is going to be pivotal, because as you said, Isaac, they're kind of shell shocked right now, and game 2 is going to show, are they going to be able to shake that off, or are they going to be, struggling, lost for the series?
They have to bring it on. They have to bring it on. So many different fans coming in all the way from their homes right here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and they want TT Global to give us the performance that they actually expect. So right now, TT Global, the ball is on your court. What are you going to do? What are you going to show us? I know the coach right now is not happy at all.
He's speaking his language. I want to hear him. Maybe we can like have a mic check of him, like speaking to his teammates.
Oh, there might be some words we can't have on stream. We listen to the coach there.
Sure.
I'm telling you, I've heard how Joshua gets really mad, and right now he is furious.
For sure. I kind of want to see something new here for the side of TT Global. Maybe prioritizing the jungle assassins. They went on an Agudo jungle here. Maybe they will open for sure, kind of like maybe open up the Jing or open up the Luna.
I think they definitely got a reality check from that game here, and now they got to refocus back up and be like, whoa, we didn't win yet, guys. Everyone says we won already, but we have not won yet.
But I'm telling you something. If you look at the global ban pick and you see the picks right over here, there were not that many meta heroes that they were lost right over here for the side of TT Global. Besides the Fatih or the Agudo, besides that, I don't think that it's going to have a very big impact. A lot of people say, okay, Princess Frost and Lian, that composition is not going to work no more. But we've already seen Princess Frost just working it out in different concepts. We could have the Lian with the Angela instead of that Lian and Princess Frost, right?
Yeah, we can have like instant burst damage coming in from TT Global. I do feel that the Dharma is still a permaban here for this game. For sure, they don't want to give Nova the wheel also. But then again, the momentum. I like the momentum of Nova here. If you have momentum in your veins, you will definitely be confident in your overextensions and will take risky plays.
When you think about momentum, you think about Nova. Now, is that going to change right now? We cannot count TT Global out of this game. And I know everyone is super happy, super hyped, super excited about the fact that Nova Esports won it, but this is a best of 7. And that game number 2 is going to start right now, exactly from the BP. Nova Esports still on the blue side, TT Global on the red side. Saggy Blam, are you guys enjoying as much as we are?
Enjoying it as much as you are. I mean, did you not listen to that cast? We were absolutely ecstatic. TT Global against Nova Esports. They have now put the creme de la creme on the KWC Honor of Kings tournament.
I am definitely stoked after that series there, Blam. Gotta say, Isaac, You gotta be listening to us, man. We were so darn happy in that series. But, okay, back to reality here. 1-0, Nova Esports currently up in the scoreboard. But it's still a best of 7 here, and that game was a very expensive draft coming in from Nova Esports.
Very expensive draft, but it also means that they can obviously take away the early now, right? They pick the early in game number 1. They can continue to keep banning out the early and not give it over to TT Global. And again, pick number 1, we get the Lung pick for the side of Nova Esports, locking in Muchi's pick, because again, this is going to be a little bit harder to catch, right, for the side of TT Global.
That's definitely the case here. We know for a fact that Long has the Infinite Vassals, which is the ultimate. You get to bail out from the likes of the Dharma if you can react in time. So it's a bit of like a cat and mouse chase here coming in from TT's King here and Nova Muchi here. Whoever doesn't react on time will be punished deeply here. And Nova Esports locking in that Luna onto CY.
Yeah, Luna onto CY, Jungfei onto Wave Pit. We already started to see some signature picks from Nova in game number 1, and now we're getting some more here as well. Obviously, very much known for his Jungfei is Wave Pit in the MKL. But I mean, look at TT Global's draft, man. They've got the Dharma, they've got the Orgrin, they've got the sustainability, and they've got the playmate potential here. And they're rounding it out with the Ho Yi. So again, a good counter to the Lung.
Very good counter towards the Long if he does go for the tank, semi-tank Arcana build up for the Ho Yi here. Provides a lot of cooldown reduction and HP in the lane here with physical defense here. So that Ho Yi will be an ultimate bot, shooting down these burning sun arrows, making sure that he lands on the key targets of Nova Esports here.
Like I say, we saw Inua on the Ho Yi yesterday as well, right? Like his burning sun arrows, they definitely hit. So Snowy, I feel like he's going to have that same kind of zest, right? He's going to be able to get those landing and just setting up those crucial plays, maybe trying to get the pick off. I mean, we always note it, right? The good Ho Yi players, they land the burning sun arrows. The great Ho Yi players, they shoot the arrows in a range and in a way that the enemy team can't see them. And I think we're going to see something like that today.
We might see something like that as well, and especially to add on to your point, onto the Ho Yi ultimate. Imagine using the ultimate and your team is all nearby to capitalize on it. That makes the beauty of the Ho Yi pick here. So Snowy will have a very important job in setting up success for Ching and Sunrise into these later stages of the teamfight as we look at the bans here. Whew. After that Guan Yu game here, more and more bans are being committed on the side of TT Global onto the player known as Xuan from Nova Esports.
Yeah, Xuan not being able to get obviously some of these big picks within game number 2. Obviously the Fatih, the Byron, and the Mayin being taken off the board here. I mean, we could potentially see something maybe like the Lu Ban come through, maybe the Sunset.
That may potentially be the case here. So for the side of Nova Esports, you have 2 carries, being the Long, being the Luna. Now, you need some form of engage or a beefy front line to assist the Zhangfei into your dives here. So Nova Esports, potentially they are looking for picks such as the Sun Ce, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean here, okay, there's the control. We kind of talked about it here for the side of TT Global. They're going for the shirt, which has been a good pick within KWC, right? Obviously using the Silk Imprint, kind of bringing the enemy team to you. You're controlling that tempo. You're being the negative spin on your enemy team's team fight.
Crane onto Shi here, like you mentioned, the playmaking potential onto this pick here. So many playmaking potential coming for TT Global. You have the Shi, you have the Ho Yi, you have the Dharma here. So a lot of more active, proactive type of playstyle here coming from TT Global in this game too here. They are definitely looking to be more on the proactive side in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, into the mid lane, I feel like for the side of Nova Esports, we might need to see another utility mage again, right? I mean, there we go. The Lady Jen, Destructive Deluge, and there it is. There is that crucial encounter that we're going to be getting in the form of the set sail for Sunset for Xuan.
That is actually a very good round up here coming in from Nova Esports, right? You can't be having everybody to take gold from your side here. So the key of the game here coming from Nova Esports, the gold distribution will go to the Luna, will go to the Long. Sun Ce and Lady Zhen and Zhangfei will be the ones to formulate the team fight, the environment for these 2 picks to really prosper.
Yeah, they need to have, obviously, those 3 picks to prop up the Lung, the Luna, the double L. And we're going to get a little bit more control here for the side of TT Global. We saw it in the show match. We saw it yesterday. The Motsu here paired with the OE into the bot side of the map. Cannon Blasts, again, are going to be the kind of like the shot call potential here. Really good pairing with the Orgrin.
I'm loving the TT Global draft. They have so much setup here. the Cannon Blast, the Burning Sun Arrow. One of that hits, you're going to be seeing a Shi Silk Imprint pulling you towards the warm embrace of the TT Global draft here. So, the thing about these two drafts here, whoever pulls the trigger first will get the priority straight.
Yeah, exactly. Those who reap the rewards will sow the seeds of time as well. But this is going to be game number 2 between Supernova and TT Global. Already with a win on the board is going to be Nova Esports. But for those joining new at the stadium online, this is the draft for game number 2.
Game number 2 draft being kicked in for the side of Nova Esports and TT Global, the Thunder Threat here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go into game number 2.
Game number 2, definitely going to be a feisty one, Sagi. I mean, TT Global aren't going to be happy with that loss onto the board, right? That blemish on their record. I feel like this is going to cause pain for Nova.
It will definitely cause pain for Nova as this coming draft here coming from TT Global, super proactive, always looking to make plays here. So, it's a different shape up here compared to game 1 here as we see a little brawl here coming from both these two mid lanes.
Yeah, a bit of pressure into obviously the enemy jungle here towards the Spike Tail Beast, just trying to put pressure onto Xuan.
And also, we are seeing a bit of a lane swap here coming in from both teams here, and Ching is heavily punishing Muchi here. And on level 1, invade already happening onto the jungle here.
Yeah, that Azure Golem steal away for the side of Nova Esports could be crucial here. Wave Pit is looking pretty low already, so we may be getting a very much earlier first blood going over to TT Global's Joy.
TT Global is already online in the level 1 pre-1 minute of this game here, and we know for a fact, if you're a Luna and you don't have the Azure Golem, you're gonna be having a very difficult time here. Especially, TT Global now have their timers on the buff.
They do have the timers on the buff, but Nova Esports, do not be discouraged. Be the spirit up, keep your spirits high, and spirit up is gonna be the CD key you can drop below to get that Alessio free trial skin.
And talk about free stuff, do log in and watch KWC to get that free avatar frame here. Very cool frame here that you can equip on your profile.
Yeah, again, right now, obviously, CY hasn't had his Azure Golem with that first wave, so CY has to play a little bit more conservatively, right? I mean, onto the Luna, we need that cooldown reduction, we need that mana, and when he doesn't have the Azure Golem, it's going to be hard to get those plays.
That is indeed definitely the case here, and we look at the mid lane play here coming in from TT here. They want to control this mid wave, and they want to make sure that the next Azure Golem that's going to be spawned towards the side of Nova Esports, the full team is going to come and invade them.
Yeah, I mean, they have the timers, right? Obviously, if you take your enemy's camps, if you take their buffs, either the Crimson or the Azure Golem, you get a little bit of intel on that minimap, which is going to allow you to kind of formulate a little bit more of a game plan. But the Burning Sun Arrow does land onto Xuan. It misses the entire of the mid lane, but actually hits into the top side.
It does hit towards the top side here, but however, it's still on the tower here, so not a lot of follow-up that has been committed from the side of TT Global here. As we see, another invade here potentially being formulated by the side of TT Global onto this blue buff.
Yeah, they're looking to try for it, right? Obviously, Sunrise just try and use the Path of Pass in there, maybe just to get the intel that how many people are within that brush is probably just a good sign rather than Sunrise being too kind of aggressive and maybe getting taken down there. But if we're looking obviously at the overall goal lead, right? TT Global definitely have the lead, something they didn't have in game number 1.
Definitely a very big step up here compared to game 2 here, but Muji gets pulled in by the Silk Imprint here, gets punished heavily by the Burning Sun Arrow, but look at Whip his positioning though. He might have an engage angle, but the engage is being called off here as they do not have enough members.
It's been called off. I mean, definitely a takedown onto Muchi here is going to be trouble for the side of Nova Esports. Obviously, the GPM is going to take a little bit of a suffering here for Nova because we need that late game insurance, right? Like, he's not going for the very expensive build, right? He's got the Meteor. He's going to be looking to go for like the Axe of Torment.
Either the Axe of Torment or he scales towards the third item as the Starbreaker here. So that's definitely up to Muji's case here. But I gotta commend TT Global here. That was a pretty solid engage here. Burning Sun Arrow right towards Muji's face. Immediately Silk Imprint to pull them towards there, giving him no window to commit for the Infinite Vastness escape.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about the Infinite Vastness being your get-out-of-jail card, right? But when you're CC'd for gosh knows how long, you can't press the button. And that's exactly how they were able to catch up Muji down to the bot side of the map. But 4-minute mark on game number 1 and game number 2, sorry, and TT Global are looking to clean off this Tyrant so quickly.
And Tyrant has been secured for TT Global here, and with that fresh Tyrant, they are once again looking to invade this blue buff here. Burning Sun arrow hits onto Waypit.
We are saying that these Burning Sun arrows are connecting. It's going to go into Waypit for the Embroidered Labors. It's predicted to split apart the team fight. The think inside the box is there to lock down the side of Nova Esports. So 1-1 trade is definitely the best case scenario here within that team fight for Nova.
But for TT Global here, they're definitely happy because securing that Azir goal and securing that 1 kill here, and right now they're pressuring the mid T1 tower.
The mid T1 tower. I mean, this is a crucial objective for those new into the game. Trying to get that T1 in the mid lane means that your enemy's jungle becomes a little bit more available for yourself.
Right now, 2,000 gold lead, fresh for the side of TT Global here. They took back the control that they lost compared to game 1. Definitely a much cleaner execution coming in from TT Global in this game.
Much cleaner. Obviously, gold lead is definitely going to be one of those short indications that you're having a better early game, right? The fact that TT Global are ahead by around about, what, 2k gold difference, and now it's kind of only just going to be keep going and snowballing at this point, because in terms of the team fight here, Nova's yet to have their way in like we saw in game number 1. That way into the mid lane, CY onto the Musashi, was definitely the key to their inevitable victory in game number 1, right?
I have to agree with you, and right now in game number 2, we have to see Xuan and Waypit find these angles to access the backline here, but look at Ching. He's waiting for a prey here. Wendy gets caught out by the Truth Mantra!
Oh, the flash, the Truth Mantra comes through there, but it doesn't actually have as much dictation into this team fight as they thought. Mochi gets the kill here onto Ching as well. So Dharma going down, think inside the box being disrupted. CY, Mochi with the damage. We have the Infinite Vastness coming in onto Snowy. That's a 3-2 trade, for the side of Nova Esports.
And CY does not have the ultimate onto the Luna here. You cannot be fighting in the Ogre without your ultimate here. Waypit potential sacrifice for his jungler's mistake here as CY has the ultimate again. Goes for 1v1, misses the ultimate. He has to back off.
Oh, he misses the mark, and that's a detrimental thing here for the side of the Luna on the Nova Esports. But now you can kind of see TT Global, Jing, as well as Crane are looking to try and find CY. Already, Xuan trying to give a bit of reinsurance here to his teammate, but it's not looking too good.
It's not looking too good as TT played that clean, making sure that CY does not hit the refresh mark here. And CY, Waypit, was the punishment on that series. Oh my, what a bombastic series coming into this game 2 here, Blam.
A very bombastic series at this point in the game. I mean, it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how Nova Esports comes back in this one. But this team fight was definitely kind of like one of those sure shines, right? Like, they were really kind of trying to hope to get some more onto the board, and they were able to get that double kill. Able to get that 3-2 trade, but ultimately CY obviously fell down towards the end as well as Waypit.
And of course here, and Ching at the live play here gets punished for the side of Nova Esports here, gets taken down as Nova Esports pulls the perfect retreat while getting that 1 kill here. And talking about a replay here, missing that refresh is so pivotal onto CY here. The pressure, man, TT played that so well in the team fight.
I mean, it's one of the things that separates, obviously, some good players to the great players, is if you can kind of mitigate those marks onto the Luna, it really disrupts the absolute potential of her ultimate, right? But right now, Snowrise gets caught out into the brush here. He's just trying to sort of like poke and prod, make a little bit more of awareness here for the rest of the team on TT Global.
I gotta comment on Sunrise here. He's having a splendid game onto this Ogre here. The damage calculation, how much damage he can soak. He's having such a great job onto this Ogre here. He is such a raid boss of tank.
Raid boss indeed, right? I mean, Sunrise having a much more cleaner game here, but it is going to be the Ogre. And I feel like it was kind of like maybe the side of TT Global basically they draw out the Musashi, right? Musashi being one of the greater counters to the Ogre, and then they knew game number 2 they would go live. But speaking of going live, is gonna be the whole setup here from Ching. He's getting the kill onto CY as those neutral objectives come online for the second time in game number 2. Looking to stop it there, looking to just make sure to get a bit more pressure into these side lanes.
And that is the beauty, the perfection of TT Global's team composition. You want to take these buffs, you gotta be face checking into several spells here. We're talking about Arrow coming in from Ho Yi, Cannon Blast coming in from Mozi here, and Silk Imprint here. Once you get hit by those, you're gonna be seeing a Dharma flying towards your face.
Yeah, it's not one sight you want to see when you're Nova Esports, right? You don't want that Dharma crashing into you and getting those really big truth mantras into your team. Like the playmaking potential here for the Dharma from Jing as well is what they're really hoping for and banking on here for TT Global.
I agree with you, and right now TT Global, they have the absolute control with a healthy 5,000 goalie marching towards the next tier 2 of the side of Nova Esports here.
Yeah, taking the T2 down into the mid lane is going to be very potentially a big play here for TT Global. Looking to start up a bit of a team fight. Waypit does not have the Unbridled Outburst, so a little bit of an overstep there for the side of Nova Esports.
That is a beautiful crowd control change here coming in from TT Global. You land the arrow, you land the Silk Imprint, you land the Cannon Blast. I think Waypit was like, man, 5 seconds of crowd control here, I can't move, buddy.
You can't move, and that's the problem, right? Like, you can't move, you're slowed down. And the thing is about Zhang Fei, right? He can leap and save her in, but trying to leap out when you're being slowed is one of the hardest tasks in Honor of Kings.
It is indeed one of the hardest tasks here, and TT Global making the Shadow Tyrant of light work here. Just like last game here, TT Global mimicking Nova Esports collect the double objective here. They are further look to push the objective lead coming from the side of their goal lead.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many teams within the KWC at this point, right? They love to go for the double shadow variant objectives. Like we see Twisted Minds like to do it. We see that Nova loves to do it. And now TT Global's like, all right, bet if you want to play that game, if you want to just lose both of those neutral objectives so we can take the win, let's go.
Let's go indeed, and look at Snowy here. Snowy does not go for the conventional semi-tank on-hit build that features the Doomsday and Sparks Forge. However, he goes for the full critical damage build as he is one of the late game carries on the side of TT Global.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference of the build here for the utility pick that we saw from Inua. But right now, into the team fight is going to be Jing looking to try and get the Truth Mantra on. We see that obviously Waypick goes into the backline. Muchi tries to get the kill onto Snowy, has to use the Infinite Vastness or else he dies. That's 2-0 trade here for TT Global. Looking to push the Crystal.
Snowy does it all. He lands the arrow, he does the engage, and he does the damage per second here. And right now, Vanguards are marching from the side of TT Global here.
Yeah, they're looking to sort of go out. Yeah, it's going to be Schwan here onto the Sunset, but gets deleted here. And game number 2 goes over to TT Global.
TT plays a clean game, bringing the series to a 1-all for these both teams here. TT, I gotta say, compared to the game of performance, game 2, they did exceptionally well.
They did very well indeed, right? I mean, definitely having that gold lane pressure into the early game was what really separated them in game number 1 and game number 2. But more importantly was the fact that Nova Esports never got that crucial pick, never got that crucial kill into the mid lane that really started to open up to the side of TT Global. But this is what happens when you have a jungler that's so heavily dependent on that Azure Golem.
And this stems back to TT's Global's coach. He did such a good job in making sure that the game plan was to make this Luna have a terrible time here. We saw plays after plays. It was arrow into Cannon Blast, into Silk Imprint. There was no sign of Nova Esports being the primary engage. It was always TT Global coming on top.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the amount of crowd control, right? The setup for this team is crazy. So we're going to set up the analyst desk to analyze that amount of crucial crowd control that they had on the side of TT Global.
And it is indeed time for us to analyze all of this information. Thank you very much, boys. It is right now 1-1. TT Global coming back, taking the first victory for them, making this a draw right now, 1-1. And this is actually a really good way for them to come back in great fashion.
Team Nova, they woke up the Giants, right? Like, finally we're here. Finally, they shifted the gears on the 5th gear, like what we said. And yeah, it's all in stuns. Stun after stun after stun after stun. Team TT Global finally giving us some of those action-packed, flashy combos that we want. And plus countering the long pick of Team Nova with that Chi and getting that early game invade that we're looking for.
It was exactly how you called it, right? Like, you wanted them just to really step on the gas, and stepping on the gas, they did.
they're definitely starting to bust out more of their tactics now. They're like, okay, Nova, you guys can hang, all right? But can you stop this instant invade here? They lose their first blue, and then just like that, Nova's like, whoa, they have definitely awoken the giant now.
Yeah, of course. Like, one of the interesting things about this composition, right? Like when you think about Nova, you're thinking about, okay, they do need to have the multiple initiation. If they have a multiple initiation to key members, it's going to be fine for them. But the problem with TT Global is that their composition allows them just to chip your HP bars and just go in and poke and poke and poke. This one right over here from CY, he wants to take the 1v1, but he misses the mark, and after he misses the mark on that Luna could not fly no more.
I thought that was actually the opening for the side of Nova, where
yes, exactly,
where Moshi got actually the triple kill on this long. It's really a hard game for the long. Plus also CY. That was a problematic game for the Luna for sure. You have Ogran, who is so buffed with the power of spike. You have all of the stunts. You have the box from the Mosey. You can't really do anything unless you have the set sail, which is actually for me the difference, kind of like the difference maker for this game. But TT Global, they were prepared. Every time they see that set sail icon, okay, get ready to defend.
You know what? Like TT Global, they knew they didn't have to initiate. You just needed to just flank, just prepare, and then just be ready just to take on the battle. Find CY, eliminate him from the map, and then after that, there was no option for Nova Esports.
I'm liking the drafts from TT here. They are very pointed, right? They have a clear mission in mind. Game 1, while they did not win, they had a very clear siege composition. Game 2 here, this is another textbook catch composition here. Hoi is able to fire those arrows. Once they connect, she reels them into the Ogren to go ahead and execute. I love these drafts from TT.
Yeah, the combos in there are just amazingly done, amazingly orchestrated. As we can see right now, the bans and picks, it's going to be already pretty painful for both teams. None of them has a clear advantage. Some strong heroes already has been used for Nova Esports. They're gonna need that Luna in the future. They do need that Luna. They wanted to take the dub in here using that Luna and that long. But then, well, life is like that sometimes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. TT Global was not gonna allow them to take a 4-0. In no way they were going to allow that. But well, it was an amazing first game. Like game 1 gave us what for me has been the spotlight, like the biggest highlight of this whole KWC 2025. And it was that fight from Nova Esports. The way that they took on that fight over there in Clash Lane, for me it was an amazing. It's going to be carved in the memories and in the history of KWC 2025. What about if Phil just breaks it down for us, Phil? I know that you were analyzing it. You've got already the tech right over there set up, and we want just to break it down for everyone at home to see exactly what happened in that place.
Thank you, Isaac. Check out the sweet tech they gave me here. So now we can go ahead and break down this fight here. And this is a pivotal fight. This ensured that Nova had that lead throughout the whole game. And Nova was good to never give that lead back up. It first starts with this catch on Sunrise here. Sunrise is caught in a bad spot, gets ran down by 3 people here. Flash, unending star lands on him, and then he's down. But here, look at this.
That's key. That's key moment in there. Key.
And instantly, Waypit resets that ultimate. So now Wendy, still has the ultimate available. No fear at all. They can keep pushing forward. As we push forward here, the team is already set up. Look at this. We see CY coming in from this angle. Xuan is getting ready to jump the wall right here. And Wendy's going in this way. They are boxed in. There's nowhere for them to go.
The box of death in there, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. As we see here now everything's coming into play. Masashi's duel to deaths in. Beautiful ultimate there from Guan Yu. Shoves them all into the wall, but he's not done yet. Look at this.
One more time.
He pushes them into the blender that is Wendy here, and then they get blended up for sure.
You can see Ching just kind of just looking at everyone and being like, you know what? I'm out. I'm out. I'm getting out of here. He goes out of that. That for me has been the most beautifully orchestrated play from Nova Esports in this whole KWC 2025. Great break, Phil. That was actually really nice, man. That was very detailed. I like that.
That was amazing. That was amazing, bro.
I try.
On that reset. You're very tech savvy. Of course.
It took me like an hour to learn how to use it.
That is so nice.
Oh gosh, that is so funny. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we're gonna move into Game 3. Game 3 is going to be the tiebreaker. Right now it's 1-1, and now Nova Esports, they need to don't let this last loss just take control of the game. It is totally fine. Like, it's totally fine if you lost one. It's totally fine if you lose the second one. But losing 2 in a row, that might not be the kind of motivation that they need, right?
Yeah, it's now a best of 5 if we're gonna think about it. But then again, we're losing 10 heroes in total because again, you cannot, we're on a global ban system. But I do feel, we're talking about it earlier, for the play style of TT Global, I think their lineup for game number 1 is quite similar to the lineup for game number 2, but this time they have early game damage. Unlike game number 1, all they have is the sustain. Let's play it slowly. We have the Agudo. We can take objectives after objectives, but this time it's still kind of like a 4 protect 1 because again they have a She on the mid lane, but this time for level 1 up to level 3 they can put in the punch, they can pull out an uppercut, and with that being said, Team Nova needs to get ready once again for the reset.
In a very good TT Global fashion, they came in and they just started dealing punches early in the game, right?
I think this game we're seeing more of what they're known for, right? They're reaching into their bag of tricks, and they have a big bag of tricks here. And now they're going to use it here, and they're going to start executing it. And if they keep switching these up, it's going to be hard for Nova to adapt to.
Both teams have been working really well on those junglers. For me, the junglers have had control of the games in here. On the side of CY, for him was not the best performance, and I think that that's what gave a little bit of an advantage or TT Global in this game.
I think both junglers are pivotal to how the pace of the game goes. We've seen that first game, right? Who got caught first? Sunrise, and because of that, the team kind of collapsed. But it's kind of like the opposite here in the second game, right? CY couldn't quite hang, you know? So it's kind of like 50-50 right now, 1-1.
Yeah, he got countered like big time in this game. They showed the Luna early, and that's very commendable for the side of TT Global on countering the Luna and having an answer to the long infinite vastness. I should say that I want to see the sides here if they're gonna switch sides, because again I was talking about, okay, they're not gonna give away the Dharma. They didn't ban it, but they took it.
Yes, exactly.
For their own.
They did not ban it, but then they just decided to take that because they knew that just allowing the Luna out there, it was too big a temptation for Nova Esports, and they needed to get their hands on that.
Absolutely. I would say TT Global are masters of draft. It's not just about getting the heroes you want. It's about setting the bait. They set the bait. They let Nova get the Luna, right?
Yeah.
But they were ready for it. They wanted them to get the Luna, and they drafted around all these counter picks and made it so Luna wasn't even that strong.
Yeah. No moves for CY here. And with this being said, now is the real game. Now is the real game. Both of these teams, they need to get their hands dirty. I'm so excited. I expect that Nova still got this because in terms of team fight, they're a really great team.
Of course.
They're a really great team. They can go toe-to-toe. But in macro, we can feel that TT Global has it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In terms of macro, TT Global has a lot more experience, I would say. And that experience in these moments where decisions need to be made in seconds, in nanoseconds sometimes, it comes down just to the element of experience and the element of the instinct inside of those players.
I think TT Global, as I mentioned, I call them a bag of tricks, right? Really, they have so much knowledge about the game. So they can apply all these formulas that they've already studied up. Oh, this is a good timing to, invade here. This is a good time to invade there. So I'd say the plan for Nova is go ahead and make them adapt. Make them think on the fly. Don't let them read from the textbook.
All right. The game 3 is going to start. TT Global is going to be taking the blue side. Nova Esports is going to be taking the red. All of those questions, the answers are going to be brought to you by Saggy and Blam.
There we go. We got blended together. We are now Sam. We are one together. Thank you, Isaac. It's been a while. We've been waiting for that marriage between us both, but now we are back onto game number 3. Nova Esports against TT Global. TT Global being over on the Prior blue side and then looking to give over that Clash lane pick.
Ooh, Mayin being locked in here for the side of TT's Ching here. Definitely a very solid playmaking pick here. We saw from last game, he was everywhere on his Dharma.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely seems to be a little bit of like a war between Xuan and Ching, right? Like, they are always going at it. They're always looking to get those picks up on these two players. But Liang and the Ogryn here, so CY is like, hey, I really liked how Sunrise played that in game number 2, so I'm going to give it a go for myself.
He's definitely going for the goal for himself here as the counter pick here. The Lady Zen has been locked in here. Okay, we think about Ogryn. He likes to move around the battlefield. He likes to engage on the multiple members here. What better way of stopping him than the Lady Zen? Exactly,
yeah. That Destructive Deluge is definitely one to watch out for. I mean, a lot of people always underestimate the damage output of the Lady Gen, but when you see those, like, post-game analytics and you see, like, 100k, 120k damage come through from this pick, it's pretty wild. But speaking of wild, we might be getting a bit of a wild ride, a little bit of a wild treat here. The Xuan is able to get that Byron.
Exactly, Byron be locked in here for the side of Nova Esports here. A very strong and conventional pick here that can sustain the lane and win the lane against the likes of the Mayin here. So a very good pickup here coming in from Nova Esports. But think about it. Nova Esports has already expended 2 very expensive marksman picks, being the Arlie and the Long here. So the marksman pool, the farm lane pool is going to be growing shorter, smaller as the draft goes on.
It is going to get smaller and shorter, right? I mean, Muchi is definitely one of those players onto the side of Nova Esports where they really want to kind of try and funnel in their pick within the early parts of the draft. But Lady Soon here getting banned out as well, so there's no Ollie, no Lung, no Lady Soon. So maybe a D-Ranger here.
Maybe a D-Ranger here, or maybe a Channel here will be picked up on the side of Muchi here. Yet again, red side, 3 marksman bans onto the side of Snowy here. Snowy, that game onto Ho Yi here, he definitely gained back the confidence that he needed here. So right now, 1-1 in the scorelines for both teams here. Things are looking hot.
Things are looking hot, and there it is going to be the Marco Polo here. So we're going to get those Fever Barrages, that Splendid Revolver onto the Gorge. But I mean, it's going to be doing good against Monkey, right? Obviously, true damage procced from his passive means that he's going to be able to shred through Monkey. Because Monkey, as we know, you need that constant damage. You can't just kind of just like tap, 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 tap and hope that he's going to get run down. You really need to lay that damage on thick if you're going to think of taking down Sunrise on the Monkey.
And that's super well said here. What better way of melting a tank that is Monkey with using Marco Polo here. With the Doomsday, with the Spark Force here, so much mixed damage here. 3 sources, physical, magic, true damage here. But a Garo being locked in here from the side of Snowy here. And to add on to that, Zhang Fei onto the hands of Joy here has been locked in as well here. A very strong protect the Garo team comp.
Yeah, so Garo actually only been played once within the KWC till this point, but has that 100% win rate. So obviously, there's a lot of shielding over to the side of Nova Esports. And what's the one good thing that Garo does, Sagi?
You shred enemies with shield extremely well. You do extra damage towards shielded units here. And if we look towards the side of Nova Esports, you're thinking, Ogryn, it goes the Blood Ranger, that's a shield. Byron, innate shielding here, that's a shield as well here. So, for the side of Nova Esports here, if you want to counter the range that Garo provides here, what better way of doing it than the Ziya?
Yeah, exactly. So for those, obviously, that play ranked games and have never actually tried to touch the Garo, and you thought that you picked it and it's not come through as well as you hoped for, right? That is the team comp you want to be going against. A very shield-heavy team comp, which, for the side of Nova Esports, could be a problem here. If they can't lock onto the Garo, I mean, that's going to be a hard team fight for them.
I have to agree with you, Bland, because the only backline access coming in from the side of Nova Esports, it's only Byron on the hands of Strand here. If Strand does not get the backline access, the engage Flash Storm Strike onto the side of the marksman known as Snowy, things are going to look ugly for the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, but what's not going to be ugly is this game number 3, right? I mean, both of these teams now have a point on the board. And speaking of being on the board, let's have a little bit more of a dive onto these team comps, right? Like, winning conditions. What are we thinking here, Sagi?
Definitely on the side of TT Global here, we're looking at Snowy, making sure that he stays safe towards the later stages of the game. And Ching onto this Mayin to make big plays here. On the side of Nova here, one job, catch Snowy, and it is done.
It is done indeed, but can they live up to the test? Only time will tell. Amazon Arena, those watching at home, let's get into game number 3.
Game number 3 between TT Global versus Nova Esports. A stalemate 1-1 in terms of the scoreline right now. Who will come out on top in this game 3, Blam?
Exactly that, but I mean, like I just said, only time will tell. But CY here, obviously, not quite playing as aggressive as we saw for Sunrise in game number 2. Obviously, trying to invade onto that Azure Golem, right?
Exactly the case here, and that's the thing. If you play in an assassin jungle, you're going to be seeing some form of jungle rotation coming in to invade you, as assassin jungles are extremely weak in the early phase. Hence, Sunrise on the Monkey is still considered safe in this matchup.
I mean, this is a little bit of a problem here for the side of Nova Esports, right? Like, TT Global Snowy here, he's just kind of been given this free objective, free resources come through. I mean, we know that the Garo is a late game hero, right? But you don't want to be given over more resources than you need to.
I have to agree with you, but you gotta remember, Garo, although she is not so mobile here, she has that added range in the laning phase here, and Muji on the Marco Polo. It is not the strongest hero in the early game here, hence the focus coming in from Nova Esports will be playing towards Strand onto the Clash side, which is more strong in the early game.
Yeah, more strong in the early game. Obviously, going back to a little bit of that vanilla mix-up there. We do get a double knock-up here on the side of Nova Esports. We see that Sunrise tries to go in, but we're going to just get that wave clear from the Suya pick.
Yeah, the Suya pick here does... I'm really in love with that pick here because so much danger, but hang on a moment though as Sunrise gets poked down slightly a bit from Nova Esports. But it's just a handshake here, buddy.
It is just a handshake. It's a little bit of playing coy, right? They just want to get a little bit of mental games come through here for the side of onto TT Global, because Nova Esports, yes, they had a great game number 1. Shaky game number 2, we have to say. If we're being absolutely realistic, very shaky. But for TT Global, they were very dominant, especially this 1v1 here up at the top side of the Clash lane is between Jing and Xuan here, but we are getting rotations. Crane's like, nah, I can't let my Clash lane fall this early.
Exactly. If you can mitigate the Byron's early game here, especially securing all these River Sprites towards the Clash lane here, you're winning so much. Especially this Byron play doesn't scale the best towards the early game here. So we gotta see if Shen is able to pull off crazy engages, pull the lead for Nova Esports towards the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see here from the side of Nova Esports, they're getting Wendy, they're getting Waypit to kind of just like chauffeur around CY within the jungle, just completely clean up and quicken that wave, the jungle clear, right? So Nova are obviously expanding quite a lot of resources in their lane.
I have to agree with you, but one good news for Nova Esports fan. Snowy's flash has been exhausted to escape from the gank coming in from Wendy here. So that's a 2-minute cooldown common spell here. He will not have the flash coming in for this Tyrant fight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Garo is probably not going to be very much situated beyond, obviously, that fight there. We're more likely going to be seen maybe mid, as well as obviously Sunrise trying to go and take that by themselves. But ultimately, Nova Esports, something that they didn't have in game number 2 is that gold lead, and now it's just been nullified, right? We just saw that flicker from 9.8k to 10.3k. It just came out of nowhere.
It just came out of nowhere indeed, but that's the thing about Honor of Kings here. Without big fights, without big objectives here, the gold lead will always stay stagnant between these two teams here. However, let's jump back into the Suya pick for a bit here. It at least covers some form of late game insurance that Nova Esports require, as we know for a fact that the passive sanctification coming in from Wendy can level someone over level 15.
Yeah, exactly. It gives them obviously additional bonus attributes as well, depending on which hero they lock it onto. But we can already see here, formulating a potential fight for the Tyrant. CY starting off, make sure he doesn't have to get it reset, but actually the provoke comes onto the side of TT Global. The unbridled outburst into the back line means Wendy gets caught out, but also Xuan trying to keep his teammates alive gets taken down by Snowy. Oh!
Joy! Crucial unbridled outburst catches 2 and Shen left to drive by the team here. This is what we talked about. TT Global coming in from the KPL region, the ACL champions. The way they formulate a team fight is so beautiful.
So beautiful, so clean, but we were saying that, right? Obviously, the win condition for Nova Esports is trying to pick off Snowy, and that's exactly what Xuan was trying to do here. Obviously, into the back line, but was caught up by Jing, and then he's just kind of like tatered for and tit for tat, and then Garo, Snowy just able to just keep that damage going on thick and thin.
Everyone on the side of TT Global here did their job so well here. Jing was single-handedly making sure that Xuan was on lockdown patrol, making sure that Xuan will not have access to Snowy there. On the side of Joy, His unbridled outburst was so clean, it gave direct access for Sunrise towards the back line of Nova Esports.
Yeah, I mean, if we just, obviously, we had that big team fight, but if we look at the overall objectives that were procured by TT Global with that one, they got 2 T1s, they got the Tyrant as well, so that's now put them in a steady lead for that gold lead.
Oh yeah, and look at Snowy here. He's just having a time of his life here. So much gold being funneled to his pocket, so much protection coming in from TT Global here. And I gotta say, Nova Esports draft, yes, you have the late game Ziliak here, cool. But your DPS is not as strong as Snowy onto this Garo here. If this Garo gets so much protection, your late game, what are you gonna do, Nova Esports?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for them, right? I mean, like we said, we already saw the little pretty much procurement of the team fights, right? We saw that Schwan was trying to go in on Snowy but wasn't successful. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that as we go into the rest of this game number 3. But right now, TT Global's like, hey, we've got your T1 in mid lane, we've got your T2 down to the bot side of the map. That is your Golem's looking pretty tasty. Let me try and take that from you.
Let me try to take that from you as the fight breaks up open, but the Dream Room doesn't connect. Strength goes on the back line, gets taken down almost immediately.
Yeah, almost immediately. We got the Unbridled Outburst as well as the Dream Roam both being committed there. It was definitely what they needed for the side of TT Global to just pry open the side of Nova Esports. But speaking of prying, we are prying open in the T2 here as well.
TT Global buff, towers, kills. They are just straight on top of this game right now. They are no longer fearless. They are right now so strong into this game.
Very strong into the game, and as well, props to TT Global as well. Like, they, in terms of progress, in game number 1, they barely got any kills. Game number 2, they dominated with the kills. And game number 3, they're like, you know what, Nova, we're paying you back from that game number 1. We want to make sure that you get 0 kills on the board until towards the latter part of the game.
They're definitely looking extremely clean right now. All members are active and performing on towards the game tree of the series right now. If you talk about Nova, man, we have still yet to see a proper engage come in from the side of Wave-Fist Power Control. Where is the ultimate that we need for Nova fans?
This is it, right? I mean, maybe they are going in like a fashion of a supernova, right? Like, it's gonna burn bright, it's gonna be very powerful to begin with, but then over time, it's just gonna get a little bit more kind of decreased in power. And we're kind of seeing that in this game number 3, because you keep saying, Sagi, we have that late game cash out here for the side of Nova Esports, but will we get to the late game?
I would say it's definitely going to be hard, because right now, look at Snowy. He's just casually taking down the turret health here coming in from Nova Esports tier 3 here. It's just 8 minutes, guys. Come on.
8 minutes, and they're at the T3s. They've got to be careful here for the side of Nova Esports, but I can imagine in the stadium, at home, the TT Global fans are rejoiced. They're like, oh, they've taken one game from us, but that's it. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. And TT Global, they're up online right now. Hands are hot and warm. You can definitely see they are much more confident coming into game 2, coming to game 3 right now, because this is an insurmountable lead right now. 8 minutes, 5,000 gold lead in the pockets of TT Global.
But yeah, plenty of gold going up the side of TT Global right now, and they're just looking to try and just gain some more as they take that T2 up the top side of the map, and looking to put some pressure here onto Nova Esports. Wendy having to exhaust the flash because the Destructive Deluge almost caught him out.
Exactly, and look at the top tier 3 here. So much pressure coming in from the Garo here. So much protection from this Garo here. Tower after tower going down. 10 minutes right now. Where is the engage? There is no line sight of engage coming in from Nova Esports because it's unpractical.
It's unpractical, but I mean, you saw that within that team fight, right? You saw that Schwan was going towards the border of those T3s. He was trying to get on top of Snowy, but Crane was just like, if you're going to go and die for anybody, I'm going to make sure I'm here. I'm going to make sure I take that hit because we need Snowy in these fights.
And that is what TT Global is doing so good. Protecting Snowy. It is Captain Snowy and TT Global here. I want to commend and praise KPL teams like TT Global. The way they formulate team fights, the way of their positioning, it's just so clean here. And look, you give them 2 kills here, 3 kills. It's not even like any form of 10 kills, 16 kills like game 1. Look at the goalie. 5K, 6K, slowly pushing towards every single possible potential they have. And right now, they are just controlling the game within their grasp.
They are controlling on all fronts, right? I mean, kills doesn't really mean much here because obviously we're playing against some of the best, right? But it's all about those objectives when you do get those pickups. But Schwan here, does not want to get picked off here. We get a lot of damage coming from the Suya into the back line. But there is Ching onto Wave Pit. Tries to get the double knockup. Moochie goes down already. Wave Pit's not looking too good. He gets taken down as well. Ching from the back line. Chuan having to force a flash out. And also CY with the Papa pass in. They are playing defensively.
Snowy's reaction time was so damn fast. Moochie went in for the fervent barrage, wanting to catch up Snowy. He reacted immediately, and look at the final push here coming in from TT Global.
Dream Rover to the back line, putting pressure onto Wendy. It's going to be game 3. Crystal takedown for TT Global.
6-0 clean game coming in from TT Global. No sweat, easy game as they pick up the second wing, bringing the series to a 2-1.
2-1 right now for the side of TT Global. They were like, hey, you had game number 1, but we come back with a boom, boom, pow of the 2-1 victory at this point in the game. Still, potentially quite a few games on the board here if Supernova come back to their prior game number 1 form. But right now, TT Global looking very, very dominant.
Very, very dominant, very, very hot onto the Hero's Gorge. I gotta say, praises have to be given towards Jota, the coach of TT Global, because to really make your team come back after such a devastating Game 1 loss, making sure they come back on form here is not an easy feature. And coach from TT Global definitely is doing an exceptionally good job.
An amazing job. An amazing job for the side of TT Global's coach here. But look at Snowy, man. Snowy was just so dominant in this game. And like you were saying there, towards the end, Sagi, his positioning, his reactions were inhuman.
It was indeed inhuman here. That's why Snowy is crowned one of the best farm lanes coming in from the KPL region. Very young, so much potential here. And look at his positioning here. Always making sure that he has defensive positioning, making sure that he's always alive here. But man, let's pass it over to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about this series.
Take it away.
Thank you very much, Sam. That is Sagi and Blam. For all of those that are just burning me about that. Thank you very much to TT Global as well. The 2-1 advantage right now after that very dominating performance, right? Like they came in and they just had a timer in there. They said like, you know what? We don't like all that commenting that these people are having right now, saying that we did not have a good game in that Game 1. So they're coming in and they're showing what they're actually made of. I'm telling you that Game 3, it doesn't get faster than that. 10 minutes, boom, direct push.
They absolutely switch gears, like my friend Manjini would say here. These two games are kind of a different beast. This kind of is the different beast, but it's what we know from TT Global, right? Game 1 is actually the game where they were a little bit unorthodox. Maybe they were feeling out Nova, you know, Game 1.
Yeah.
Wasn't really sure what's going on, but now this is the TT Global that, you know, we know.
Of course.
Like they brought like a strategy, a game, plan A strategy that maybe we can kind of hold back. But no, they saw that how Nova is as a team and they're now paying respect. They picked up a great Garo type of composition.
And that's the thing about that Garo pick, right?
Yeah, like, you can't really reach the Garo up until the late game point. There's no way. There's no kill threat.
There was no option that Nova could actually just flank around, find the Garo and get rid of it. And if you cannot get rid of the Garo, it just snowballs so quickly. Yeah. And it can destroy shield and it can just go through. What are you expecting to do? There was no opening in there. An amazing BP for TT Global.
What I love about TT is, as I mentioned, you know, about the Zhang Yu pick yesterday, right?
Yes.
They know when to hold back. They know when they have enough firepower, and it's like, okay, let's take, I don't want to say like a bad pick, but like, you know, a lower tier pick. Of course, build around it, right?
Yeah.
And use this efficient draft and get win with it.
Yeah.
You cannot expect just to get just top priority picks every single game, because you know that this is not going to be a 4-0. And if it is not going to be a 4-0 and you take all these prior picks and then you lose some games in there, that puts you in a horrible position for Game 5 or even Game 6.
Absolutely.
That is what I like about HOK. You can definitely use all of the heroes in your pool with the proper composition and the proper strategy to do it. That's why I want to learn from TT Global. I'm gonna use this for sure in my 5-man rank games. The range, they played with the range game. Look at this. You have the Garo here. I can definitely say that Nova has the potential reach, right?
Yes.
You have the Marco Polo, you have the Ogran, still you have the Byron, but TT Global for the first few moments of the early game, they tried their best to block every flank that Shuwan was trying to do, that Sai was trying to do, blocking the path of passing, plus the Zhang Fei ultimate. Right after that mid-game Zhang Fei outburst, it was all TT Global.
When you start analyzing just the beginning of the game, that Byron pick has been a very crucial one, very meta here in this KWC 2025, right?
Yeah.
And that Byron pick, what was the strat for TT Global? Well, let's just try to slow down the Byron, don't allow him to start snowballing, and then when they knew that Byron did not have the advantage, there was no way that he would dare even to try to jump onto the gyro.
I think Nova went ahead and just picked up the Byron as like a safe blind pick, right? And to remove it from the enemy. They didn't really make a composition that required Byron's early game strength. Of course. We always mention Pei Byron. Why do we mention that? Because they combo so well together. They're able to invade together and, you know, steamroll the early game. Nova seems like they kind of just played Byron more as the tank, you know, more as like a placeholder there, so he didn't really get the chance to shine.
A lot of questions just being put right now, and that we're really hoping that everyone at home can do a little bit of research and you can go and learn a little bit more about the heroes. Right now it's a 2-1 advantage for TT Global. We're going to go to a little break, and then when we come back, we're going to come back to game number 4.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
boys, that turned around real quick.
Yeah.
Nova Esports got it at the beginning in the first game, but then after that, just 2 games, all TT Global.
TT Global definitely feeling themselves now, you know, doing the things they're known for, right?
Yeah.
They like, I can't think of a better way of saying this, they suffocate their opponents.
Yeah.
They go in their jungles, they remove all of their options here, and they just don't let them play the game.
And man, that was 6-0. That was love set for sure for TT Global, and now they're in their A game for sure. I would like to commend the Snowy, for example, on this Garo, just making sure he is seeing the Ogren, he is seeing the Byron. Take notes, ladies and gentlemen, if you're gonna play the Garo or maybe some type of marksman, always in the back line, maybe at the Renji, make sure you always see the initiator of the opposing team.
They understood their winning condition, right?
Yeah.
Like they knew that as long as that they let that Garo just keep growing and growing and growing, there was no way for them to actually turn it around. Well, TT Global and Nova Esports Game 4 is going to start right now. TT Global taking the blue, Nova Esports taking the red. Blam, Saggy, you guys can take it from here.
Isaac, thank you for the passover. We are now separated entities once again. And which isn't separated entities is TT Global and Nova Esports, yes, within this best of 7. We're getting into game number 4, so still not quite match point. Still not quite match point. Still enough place for room to breathe for Nova Esports.
That is indeed the case, but coming in from last 2 victories coming in from TT Global here, I gotta say, they definitely woke up after game 1 and they were looking strong and dominant here. Starting with the bans, we are already seeing Dharma, Fatih being banned out for the side of TT Global here, further restricting Strength, who had a pretty good game in game 1.
Yeah, Shuen, this is kind of just like, he's like, come on guys, just give me a Dharma, just give me a Fatih, please, just give me anything, because at this point of the game, he's already used, obviously, the Guan Yu, he's already used the Byron as well. I mean, it's coming, and the Sunset as well. It's coming a little bit like, what can I go for? What can I go for? But onto the side of TT Global, they are going to do what Nova did in game number 2. They're going to lock in the Lung Prio blue pick here.
Indeed, that is the case here. Long has been locked in for TT Global here. We mentioned this pick many times before. You have such a strong burst here coming from this hero here. They still have the direction of going for the Long Dolia combo that we've seen that has been performed exceptionally well so far. First on Nova Esports here, do they go for Wendy's Maestro Nui here?
They could potentially do that, right? I mean, Pay's on the board as well if they really wanted to. So there it is. It's going to be the Maestro Nui and the Main as well. So if the side of TT Global do try and kind of go all in on an all-in comp and need to get out, Chuan here on the Mayin could be the answer that Nova Esports needs.
But TT Global, they still have the Dolia and Yuan here. The double BLL is exceptionally good when fighting against the Maestro Nui and Mayin here. So that is going to be one of the Yuan being picked up for the side of TT Global here. But man, if you're a Maestro Nui into a Yuan and Long here, you gotta be exceptionally good with the chain CC to be able to lock them down.
Exceptionally good, right? I mean, the sustainability from obviously Huan as well as Charlotte. Charlotte has her own HP regen, right? Whereas obviously Lung, yes, he obviously does have it with obviously one of his blades, but Huan is going to be a great assistance here, and it's a nice part of the draft, right? Like, it's the second pick. This could be mid, this could be roam, but over to the side of Nova Esports, they get a little bit more sustainability for themselves, right? In the form of the Agudo.
In the form of the Agudo, making sure that the early jungle temple will be in control of CY in this game 4 here. So, moving on to the latest stages of the pick and ban here. We see more junglers and more farm laners being banned out for both teams here.
Yes, I mean, it's just basically a Muchi and a Shuan ban phase, right? Like, they're banning out clash lanes, they're banning out farm lanes. I mean, realistically, we could potentially go for the lady soon here if you really wanted to, right? Try and get a bit of poke onto the Lung, but they're going to need some kind of late game insurance, right?
I have to agree with you. Nova Esports right now, the first 3 picks here, they are exceptionally well from the early towards the mid game, in small skirmishes to mid-scale team fights, but they need a strong late game damage output, potentially like the Channel, potentially like the Garo that we saw from Snowy last game here. So Nova Esports definitely have to make a decision here, because if you pick something with very little mobility, you're gonna see a Charlotte right towards your face.
A Charlotte T-Face is definitely not what you want to get, right? But there is the Chano of game number 1 that TT Global picked up there to try and be the answer to Moochie's Ali. Is now going to come through here for the side of Nova Esports. So not only will they have the critters of the Gudo, they're going to have the Spirit Wolves as well. So that's quite a lot of adds onto the side of Nova Esports in terms of damage.
I am loving this Chano pick exactly here because one thing's for sure, Chano has a very good laning phase against the Long, scales exceptionally well, and solves the late game issue that Nova Esports needs to have here. But can they realistically protect the Chano against the Charlotte here and potentially the further picks here that coming in from TT Global?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for the jungle still, at least, right, onto the side of TT Global. The Jing, the Luna have been taken off here. TT Global could go for a pay if they really wanted to, but no, they're going to answer in return with the Musashi and the Taiyan, which is a pick that we haven't had yet within the entire of the KWC.
So much healing here coming in from TT Global here, and one thing's for sure here, Mai Shiranui is not a good hero to be building the Venomous stuff here. Yes, you can build it, but applying it and delaying your burst potential, that is a big draft advantage here coming in from TT's Global's Giant, and you won.
Exactly that, right? I mean, there's a lot of healing going from there, and then obviously to the likes of the Musashi as well. He's going to kind of cut down that healing reduction if he goes in with the ultimate. So not only do they have the Diane, they have the Q1 as well, but more importantly, Charlotte is obviously going to be a great kind of engage mechanic here onto the side of TT Global, right? Go in, try and get that massive CC knockup with the ultimate, and then that's when we start to see the roll through, where we can kind of see Snowy come in with the Flaming Palms, use the Infinite Vastness for a little bit of a readjustment with onto the Gorge, but hey, this is the drafts locked in, and we are going to be getting into game number 4 very soon, Sagi.
Game number 4. Is this the road for TT Global towards their match point here, or will Nova Esports, our Supernova, come in clutch and make the series back to a 2-2 here, Blam?
They got to try something, right? They definitely got to try something here. But like you were saying, obviously, in terms of Nova Esports draft, they kind of have to have that early game aggression because of the Igudo, right? Like, they need to try and get that onto the board. But they do now have the late game insurance as well, which is going to be the Chano. But like game number 1, we saw a big abuse onto that Chano pick, right?
I have to agree with you. That game number 1 was really a big abuse here. But gotta say here, coming in from game number 4 here, the priority in terms of the engager does stem from the Musashi and the Charlotte here. That backline dive potential is so strong coming in from the side of TT Global here. Can the channel survive? Only Nova Esports could tell us, because they really need to make sure that this channel has a safe space to survive.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of safe spaces here, Diadea could be the answer, right? I mean, if we try and get a dive in onto the backline, we try and use those enhanced basic attacks to try and just kind of like halt the stop of TT Global. But what's not going to stop here is going to be the introduction onto the Gorge for game number 4 between TT Global and Nova Esports.
The games, the hands are all warm and hot right now. These two teams, we will see one of them go to the grand finals. But right now, TT Global, they are at advantage 2-1 in terms of the current scoreline.
Yeah, well, I mean, we always talk about momentum, right, within esports, especially with Honor of Kings as well, is that once the teams that gain that momentum, it's very scary. You're not playing against the same team that had no wins on the board.
I have to agree with you. Momentum is key here. And one more thing that is super important for these esports teams, these Honor of Kings pro players, it's definitely the mental state here. Being able to survive under so much pressure in such a big stage in KWC 2025.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure, right? I mean, we already saw that TT Global said, hey, Nova Esports plays fearlessly on stage, and we saw that in game number 1 that they were able to attain that fearless stature that TT Global gave to the side of Nova Esports. But right now, they're kind of like, right, we need to play these team fights a little bit more better. We need to make sure we're finding the right angles. The positioning here for Muchi in these team fights is going to be crucial.
That is the importance coming to the series, right? Can Nova Esports continue the insane growth that we've seen from the past year towards this upcoming series here, because Game 1 was splendid, but Game 2 and Game 3 here, TT Global really clawed the game back in such a clean fashion here. It was not close at all.
Not close at all, right? I mean, definitely, to the dividends of Nova Esports, Game number 1 wasn't close at all either, even though they were able to get that win onto the board. So it seems to be a bit of a recurring tradition here between these two teams, right, is that they aren't looking for those close victories. They are looking for those stomps.
The stomps, the absolute dominations here. So we gotta see how Nova Esports progresses this game number 4 here. It's gonna be exceptionally important for them, because one more lose and they will put themselves in a very stressful spot in having to claw 3 more games back into the series here. But right now, key player here coming in from Nova Esports in the early to mid phase gotta be Stren, CY, and Wendy.
Yeah, they're going to be the main components, right? They've got to look for that kind of like solid trio to try and get these team fights to go in their favor, right? I mean, Wendy on the Maishurunui, known for his fantastic engages that he can do and can pick off here. But speaking of a bit of an engage, we are seeing a Jing as well going up against Juan up at the top side of the map, just trying to get a little bit damage, a little bit poke and prod here, trying to just create some pressure.
Yep, you have to fight for pressure if you are both jungle players here. Look at Sada Sunrise here, trying to steal away the boards, but it's not successful in doing so. Right now, this early game is very 50-50 from both teams here, as Muchi pops the ultimate to chunk Snowy out of the lane.
Yeah, the bolting shot there is going to do quite a bit of damage to Snowy, but he's not going to be too bothered, right? He's level 5, he has the infinite vastness, so it's going to be okay for him. If they do try and go for the dive here, he still has his ultimate. He's going to have that healing from Joy on the Diane.
Yep, that's the nice thing about picking a tie-in, right? You scale exceptionally well towards the later stages of the game, because the more magic damage you build, the more healing you can provide towards your team here. So that's another ticking time bomb that Nova Esports have to figure out and defuse.
Yeah, speaking of ticking time bombs, we are getting very close to those neutral objectives, spawning at around about 22 seconds. So that is going to be the next boom that could potentially go off here, right? We saw it in the previous game, where we saw the team fight around that neutral objective did go over to the favor of TT Global, and were able to pick up a first blood prior to that whole shenanigans, right? And not only that, they got the takedown of the T1 in the mid lane as well.
Exactly, and 4 minutes has hit right now. Some spells has been expended from both teams here, but look at Sunrise though. Will he catch Wave Pit roaming around? Because this Tyrant has been started up as we see. 10 players converging onto this objective as CY gets engaged on.
Oh, the duel to the death committed onto CY is not going to be great. The healing reduction come through, and Wave Pit is trying to be on the run here. Double kill going over to Sunrise as they're looking to get some more kills here onto the board. Triple kill. He's trying to pay back that almost quad that Nova got in game number 1.
Sunrise has seen the sun, and he is sparkling clean right now. That was an insane solo performance there. Check out the replay real quick. He started off the Tyrant and he single-handedly dove onto CY here, making CY the first target here. Subsequently, he was just going for the resets onto extreme speed, taking down more and more enemy teams here. By the time that Stren arrived here, it's too little too late. He gets focused down by 5 members of the side of TT Global.
Yeah, too little too late, and obviously, if you are rotating around on the side of Nova Esports, you've got to kind of predict that TT Global are doing that exact same thing, right? I mean, Snowy, he rotated around, he got the damage come through towards that latter part of that team fight and really kind of like toppled the tides there. But once again, what we were seeing there is that there were a fight for 3 kills. We got the takedown of the T1, and as soon as Sunrise got his bloodthirst done, he was like, you know what? I'm going to go get the Tyrant now. And that's exactly what we just saw in the last game.
I have to agree with you. Game 3, like you mentioned, Tyrant, failed team fight. The winners come out on top here. Immediate punishment towards the mid lane tower here. And right now, another healthy 3,000 gold lead for the side of TT Global. Just 6 minutes short of this game.
Yeah, 6 minutes short. They were able to get the T2's bed onto all 3 lanes on the side of Nova Esports right now. When he tried to go in with a bit of an engage, we do see obviously the Wild Grove come through, trying to give over the healing to the side of Nova Esports. They're able to take down Joy, so a lot of healing, a lot of sustain already off the board here, but Schwan gets taken down. Joy takes down Wendy. That's a 2-1 trade, and if you trade in your support for the mid and the clash lane, I'd take that trade any day, Sagi.
I call that work for the side of TT Global here because one more thing, they're knocking onto the turret right now, and let's see how that happens here. Wendy goes in for the engage here, does not have any mobility to get out, gets dealt to the death by the side of Sunrise here, stays alive here. Yes, Shred does get the kill, but you cannot escape Aftermath.
You can't escape the Aftermath, right? That's definitely a thing that Nova Esports are struggling with here. And you can see here the fans, they are cheering on TT Global after that latest clash. But now TT Global, they are just going back, getting some resources, those main features going over to the likes of Snowy here is that Crimson Golem.
TT Global and AG.AL, these two teams, their masterpiece of team fights are so beautiful to watch. The way they play around the objectives here are always so well thought of and so well processed here. And look at this. Wherever there's a buff, that's an objective, but an engage goes in, but the Infinite Fastest bailout.
Infinite Fastest bailout is going to come back crashing in to try and give aid over to Joy as well as Crane as they get in their health back up there. But right now, definitely not the best team fight there for Nova Esports, right? I mean, they used the ultimate from CY, Muchi, and Wendy.
This goes back to the draft, right? We talked about this. TT Global, they have so much healing coming in from the side of Joy here. However, Joy might be caught out here, though, as he escapes alive here. Look at Crane's position. They want to go for this fight here, but they are successfully, once again, zoning Nova Esports from any single available resource.
Yeah, they're just getting that damage out onto Jing, right? Like, they're just making sure that Chuan is not looking his greatest into those team fights, especially onto the Mei Yin, because we know how crucial Mei Yin can be into the backline. And now they can get those double knockups, those triple knockups, which could really upset the pace of TT Global in these team fights. But right now, top takedown of the T2 as well. We see a lot of damage going on to CY, so Agudo got to be careful here as well as Xuan.
And all the health bars are blinking low coming in from the side of Nova Esports here. They cannot be defending this Crimson Golem. And right now, we saw tower buff, and a repeat here goes towards the top side of the map right now. And this goes back to our conversation just now regarding the team composition of TT Global here. Yes, you're Nova Esports, cool. You have all the burst, all the engager, but if you cannot out-damage the heal that's been coming from the likes of Joy on the Cheyenne or Crane onto the Yuhua here, you can't win the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, that ride the win there from Snowy was just so great in terms of opening up this team fight for the side of TT Global. Sunrise claiming CY and Wei Pit once again. That's a lot of healing. I mean, potentially the majority of the healing of Nova Esports been taken down.
Sunrise is so clean onto this Musashi here. He's finding all these multi-man knockups, all these crucial initiates, and right now, 2 members down on the side of Nova Esports as TT Global might look for the end.
TT Global might look for the end here. Nova Wendy looking pretty low. Same as Xuan. He gets hit with the flaming bombs into the backline. It's down to Muchi, but game number 4, Crystal, goes to TT Global.
A swift and clean game once again coming in from TT Global then. Short of 10 minutes. No Shadow variants, no Tyrant, no Overlord. They just brute force their way with superior team fighting prowess.
Yeah, exactly like you said there. They had nothing, right? Like, TT Global, they took the team fights, but they were able to not obviously just wipe out the side of Nova Esports. They were able to get so much more. Like that first team fight where we started to see Sunrise get that triple kill. And then he was like, guys, I'm going to go down to Tyra. You go and take T1. And then that's just where we start to see the fissure just kind of separate these both teams.
Oh yeah, especially giving like gold lead and so much control towards these strong teams from the KPL region. Yep. You're just gonna get punished, choked from all these resources because on the side of Nova Esports, your draft is so early game centric. The Agudo, the Maestro Nui here. If you don't get all these early catches, you are gonna be punished so hard because one thing's for sure, your burst is not enough for the lineup of TT Global.
It's not enough, right? I mean, the burst from the Wendy, burst from Muchi is just going to be one of those hard things here. But speaking of hard things, we're going to speak about the hard truths here onto the side of the analyst desk. Let's take it over to Isaac.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much in terms of that. Right now, TT Global 3-1 advantage. It does look like they are right now in a tank. I would never even dare to say that they were in a sports car. Right now they're in a tank, just kind of just going through. Again, not even 10 minutes, taking that victory.
They were angry. They were angry after game number 1 for sure.
They took it personal.
Took it personal, and they're now holding Nova. They're choking them out, suppressing them in every situation possible. Man, I can't believe we ended in less than 10 minutes. I was actually preparing to eat. I didn't get the order.
I had to run back too.
Yeah. The managers are yelling at me, "Hey, Manjin, where's your order?" Wait, I want to watch the game. And I was like, okay, before I ordered, the game has ended. They don't even need the Overlord or maybe the any
nothing.
buffs whatsoever. This is just clean slate game for the side of TP Global. Don't give them the cleanest first 5 minutes.
I think that the problem in here is that TT Global wants to have statement wins. That's it. They're not going to be okay with just like winning. Every single game is going to have to be domination. They did not like the taste of that game 1 for sure.
Absolutely not. They got to make up for that now, because as we mentioned before, there's a lot of pressure to 4-0. That's impossible now. So they're going to try their best to, show that that's what it could have been.
TT Global came into this KWC 2025 with a very clear goal. They want the world to know them. They don't want the world just to say like, oh yeah, AG.AL, AG.AL. No, they want the world to know that TT Global is as well a force to be reckoned. And with these 3 games, the fashion in which they have won those, they're actually achieving that.
Yeah. And I think for sure now there's a factor of intimidation, at least for the side of Nova. You usually see a Mai Shiranui lineup together with a roam tank that can clear in the mid lane for that early rotation. But no, they were forced to come with the channel, and then TT Global punished them with that because, again, the Diadea was in the bottom side. All of the lanes was a victory for TT Global, and that gave them the victory less than 10 minutes.
I was thinking here, the Mai coming in from Wendy, they noticed that first game, how did they get that win? Wendy got completely out of control. When I saw they drafted a Mai, I'm like, okay, here's Nova's chance. This is kind of their last hurrah. They're using an extremely strong pick here. They're using the Mai. If he can go ahead and get ahead on that Mai, this could be a repeat of game 1. But TT, they had the lineup to completely shut that down. Masashi, duel to the death, could be used on Mai at every single fight if he wanted to, right? They had the Cyan, they had the Sustain, the Wuyan. They never really gave Mai an opportunity to flourish.
You see the Musashi just jumping into the opposition's blue jungle. And comes in, kills everyone, takes everyone away. Look at that, 9 minutes 26 seconds on this game. It was really a walk in the park for TT Global.
They're in a rush. Super quick.
Absolutely. TT, one of those teams that it seems like they felt out their opponents, Game 1, they felt out opponents. Now they're learning. They're getting stronger. They're getting better. They're winning the games faster, Because they know what they're up against now. They're like, okay, this is what you're capable of. Okay, got it. We'll do this. We'll counter that out. We'll set up traps in the draft. And they're kind of outsmarting them at every angle now.
Shuan didn't get to play, especially Wendy. He didn't get to play. We have a belief in the PKL, like whoever wins the mid wins the game. And it was, of course, Yuhuan in this game who got the early rotations, going to the bottom side, blocking Wendy's path, blocking the Mai Shiranui's opportunity to get the gank. And with that, they just canceled all of the potential killing opportunities for the side of Nova, and they got it. I'm seeing a pattern here. You don't give them the first 5 minutes of the early game. Maybe for Nova, what they need to do is try to rest it. 50-50, let's go. Let's invade on our own.
Absolutely. I think that could be what they go ahead and do here. They need to find a way to go ahead and get that gold onto their carries, get going, because we know Nova's one of the teams that when they get the momentum, they are extremely good with it. And TT found that out as well too now. So they're not going to give them the momentum. They're playing as safe as possible, not giving them openings to go ahead and secure that. So going forward here, this is looking a little bit grim for Nova. They used a lot of their powerful pieces already, whereas TT Global, I thought of this fun analogy. They're like the responsible responsible, husband there. They invest, they save, right? When they have enough firepower, they go ahead and they pick some of these picks like Garo, that are not quite as cyan, right? These are not the meta picks we know, and they're saving up and banking the strong picks for later. Whereas Nova, once they get that paycheck, boom, pick in the Mai, lock in the strengths, right?
Yeah, cash it all in.
Yep.
Cash it all in because we need to. Because these are the giants. Come on, let's go.
I love these comparisons, man. I'm really digging this. That's really nice. I'm telling you right now, TT Global is showing us what they were unable to show us in game one. When you have a little advantage, you go for it. And when you don't have the advantage, just be calm and just be patient. In the game one, what was different is that Nova Esports were able to just find that little gap. And they found that little gap and they showed us that they've been paying attention because they were very decisive. Found the gap, pushed the whole team through. They pushed the whole team through and then they took the victory. Now, the problem right now is they have not seen any other gap since then.
Absolutely. And I think Nova, we mentioned with their amazing performance game one, maybe TT's a bit shell-shocked, right? And they were able to quickly recover from it and absolutely dominate their 3 wins in a row after that. But now Nova is the team that is shell-shocked now. They need to be able to recover from getting 3-0'd.
We need to learn from the pros. That is super important for us. Like, we need to learn how the pros do all of this. We had an opportunity to see Qing over there at the Amazon Arena before the game. So what about if we check on what Qing had to say?
Guys, we are backstage with Qing, the Clash laner of TT Global, and once again, our beautiful host,
always a pleasure.
Sky. Thank you very much for being here and translating again, Sky. Okay, my first question to you is unique. How does it feel to go back maybe 6 months or a year of patches, to find and play in this meta? It's kind of like going backwards. So how does it feel in playing with this meta right now?
因为 HOK 的版本呢，可能比我们王者荣耀的版本要稍微可能往前面半年或者1年左右的时间。那这样子的一个不同版本的训练，对于你们需要做的一些事情，包括你们的准备，包括是怎么训练的呢？
就是需要重新的磨合新的版本嘛。不过新上这个版本是我们之前也打过的，所以说熟悉起来还是稍微的会轻松一点。
We do need to practice a lot for this meta, but because we used to play this meta once, so we got quite familiar with it. So the learning process is quite fast and efficient.
Oh, beautiful. And just to go with that, a follow-up question, which is a better meta right now? Your current meta in your country or this one that you're playing again?
就对于你来说呢，你觉得你目前在 HOK 的版本，你自己会更加适应呢，还是说我们在 KPL 的时候打的时候你会更适应一些？
我觉得这个版本也挺好玩的，因为边路都很强，所以说这个版本玩起来还是比较的得心应手的。
Okay, so I think they're equally interesting for me, especially for the top lanes, because the top lane heroes are much stronger. So I love to play in my role, and I like this meta very much.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations and good luck. Qing, thank you very much, Sky. Back to you guys in the studio.
Qing is loving the meta, and we're loving to see Qing play the heroes in here. He said that the heroes are very strong, but it's not only about the heroes, it's about the coordination of the teams, how they can go for those objectives. I know that Phil caught something very interesting on our previous games, and he wants to show it to us right now, right?
Absolutely. I'm going to bring it up to you guys here now.
Yeah.
I even got the glasses, so it looks smart now, too. All right?
Ooh, look at that.
Here we go. Now, the first time we broke down kind of like a flashy, mechanic style play where they all grouped up and then, push them around here. This is a play that you don't see in your traditional ranked games that I want you guys to adapt and put into your games here, all right? Look at this. 3 seconds until the Azure Golem responds. Look at everyone on TT's side. They are ready for it. They have the Main in the top lane, but everyone else is sized up and ready to go ahead and invade. And let's watch this clip here now. Look at this. Marco Polo gets caught a little bit, forced to go out. And look at this entire team going ahead and setting up for the blue. You might think, it's just Azure Golem, right? It's not for the Azure Golem. Look at the gold lead here. They are up almost 2,000-3,000 gold. When you're ahead, you want to fight, right? So how are they going to force a fight? By going into enemy jungle and saying, either you're going to give this to me or you're going to have to fight me for it. And that's exactly what happens here.
But look at that, like they come in, they force it. Look at the Azure Golem. It was the last thing that they wanted to take.
Absolutely, yeah. while it looked like they wanted the Azure Golem, it was a bait to force the enemy to walk in and fight here. Zhongfei ultimate connects onto here. They turn it into a fight, and the rest is history. Look at this.
Easy. You know, like sometimes it's just like about baiting the other team just to come and fight.
Absolutely.
They can either just decide just to fight or just to give that Azure Golem just for free.
Yeah, I think these are absolutely the things that you cannot really teach a normal rank game player. This is of course the comms that TT Global has, and what I like about it is because is right after that Azure Golem, they immediately turned.
Yes,
that was so interesting because they went all in with the Azure Golem, but they know their resources well. What I like about TT Global is they know when their power spike is gonna hit, and with that power spike, they will do like what he said. The responsible father who is going to like cash in the right time, turn in the right time, and TT Global is so good with that.
Sometimes you just need to understand that you cannot defend everything. You cannot win all the fights. You cannot defend everything. I do believe that Nova Esports in that moment should have just said, you know what? This is our goal. We need to let it go. Let's just rotate. Let's mirror the move and do something different. But that's the difference between TT Global and Nova Esports, and that's why we're 3-1 right now.
While, you know, you guys playing at home in your ranked games might not be able to get, you know, as much communication as TT Global here. One thing you can take note of and level up your game at home is what they did, right? They noted the timers of the enemy buffs. It's a great objective to go ahead and go. And you can go there, set up, either steal it, right, if no one's there, or do what TT did and attack the enemy once they come through.
When I see the invade, I was like, okay, what are they targeting? They're targeting all the zone on that vicinity, on that pit. The Mosey firing, of course. Any stuns. Sorry, there's no Mosey. The Zhang Fei was in the zone just to block all of the potential smite.
To zone them off,
zone them off, just to block the potential smite that Nova can do. And it's really hard to say that to Nova. It's easy to say that Nova should have not contested, you know? Like, but then again, it's really hard to sacrifice.
It's not natural.
It's not
natural to
right?
give up something that you think is yours to the enemy, right? So initially, their instinct is to fight it, and that's exactly what TT wants. They want them to fight it.
Sometimes you cannot just bite, right? Like they show it to you, you cannot just bite. And that's important why you need to have those comms on. Like you need to have those 5v5 fights. You need to be playing with your friends. You need to actually just get your mics on. When you have your mics on, then this game completely changes. You coordinate with them, you laugh with them. Sometimes you can get very, very loud, which is great. It's a lot of fun. But you need to just have them comms on so you can actually coordinate this kind of strategies that Phil just brought to us.
Absolutely. I think a great way to mention it there is that play there was kind of a battle of discipline, right? Isaac, you mentioned they should have gone ahead and backed off. They didn't quite have the discipline or the knowledge to understand that, hey, this is not something we should be doing here. And I mentioned it's very natural to want to fight for something that you think is yours. It's yours as your golem, right? Yeah. But you need to have that discipline to be like, hey, you know, we're behind
here. You need to let some things go.
You gotta
just need to let some things go.
That's hard.
I kind of feel that TT Global is now playing inside the minds of Nova here. It's easy to say to reset, but Nova, they need to give all their hearts out right now. It's an elimination game. Most likely, if you're a pro player, if you know that the game is already an elimination game, you will definitely go for the safe place. But no, I kind of suggest that they go for risky plays and let it be
all out.
Let it be all out. Improvise on the situation. I'm going to the moon here. I'm shooting the moon here. I do feel that they can still get a game. I'm going to predict that Nova can get 2 games.
Let's wait and see what the BP says, right? Because right now it's 3-1. They need to go and push for everything that they have. Like that's it. This is just the edge of the abyss. There's no tomorrow. You lose this one and then you go home. But that's it. You need to go with everything. You cannot save no more heroes, and it's going to be for TT Global just to shut the door on their faces or to allow a little bit of an opportunity.
It's match point here for TT. What Nova needs to do here, as Isaac mentioned, is go all out. If you have something you've been thinking about playing, wasn't quite sure about it, right? This is the time. Pull out all your comfort picks, whatever you think is going to win here, and good luck.
Oh my.
Good luck to those two teams. Nova Esports is going to be on the blue. TT Global is going to be on the red side. Let's wait and see if this is going to be the final game or we can push it to our game number 6. Sagi, Blam, off you go.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk. We are back for potentially the match point here. So everybody at the Amazon Arena, those at home, you are needing to be on the edge of your seats here because Nova Esports, TT Global may be going at it for the final time.
And once again here, Pei will be locked in for the side of Nova Esports to amp up their tempo in the early game that have been losing towards TT Global for the past 3 games here. And we look at the bands here. Dharma, Fatih, once again being locked away from the side of Strand's hand. We know for a fact that Strand is the FMVP coming in from the MKL here, but he is being targeted heavily this series.
Being targeted heavily, absolutely. I mean, it seems very personal, but hey, when you have that intel for the enemy, like, you're like, boys, just like, what's going on? Just make sure that we are actually targeting those big carries, right?
Exactly the case here, and when we come into game number 5 here, more and more picks have been expended for both these two teams here. Dundolia being locked in for TT Global, standard stock, and a Mai Shiranui here being locked in for Crane here. Wow. Yesterday when we saw Mai Shiranui from AG.AL, that was bombastic and that was fast here. So TT Global here on their first 3 picks here are so strong in the early to mid phase.
Very strong, right? I mean, it's that Dune and Dolia combo that's so great, right? The double unruly blade means that you could set up such a great engage onto the enemy backline into the team fight just initially, or you can then use it to get back out, right? And then you've also got the sustainability that Dune already has, paired with Dolia as well, and just even more bans onto that clash lane, the Shang-Yu. I mean, Phil's probably crying right now in that green room.
He is expecting the pick to be picked up by Ching there, but man, it's not the time here. More and more picks on the clash lane are being burned down for the side of Nova and TT's pull right now. I gotta say here, 3 bans onto Strand right now is devastating because my man is running out of hero options.
He's running out of hero options, but I mean, he could go for something like the Derringer, because he hasn't gone for that just yet. But, I mean, they need a little bit more of the late game potential, right? So the Flowball Marksman makes a little bit more sense there. We need to get to those, like, itemizations, make sure he doesn't get focused in the early game. But pairing it with the Motsu here, I feel like he's going to be a good combo.
It is indeed going to be a good combo here. At the very least, the early game is looking very good here from Nova Esports here. So, a lady soon being locked in here for TT Global here. We might be expecting some form of a clash lane here, maybe the Charlotte or Mira here being locked in for Nova Strand.
Yeah, some kind of like split push potential, right? For the side of Nova Esports. But over to the side of TT Global, what do you think we're going to go for into the clash lane that side, right? I mean, they're definitely maybe going for more of a tank.
Well, only time will tell, Blam, because the coaches are discussing, the coaches are strategically planning the specific picks that they want to pick up. For TT Global, they still have one of the best blind picks, which is the Sun Ce here. For the side of Nova Esports here, they lock in their comfort pick, Kong Bing, for the side of Wendy here. They want to fight, they want to brawl.
Yeah, Wendy with the big guns coming through here with the winning strategies, but also the Lu Bang as well. So that's going to be pretty scary for the side of TT Global, but they answer in kindly with the Futsu. So split push potential here could be crazy.
So the difference between these two picks here, let's compare Liu Bang versus Fuzi here. Liu Bang wants to assist your team here, but if you leave your lane here, you're gonna be losing multiple towers towards the Fuzi here. So you gotta be careful, Nova Esports. You gotta be looking at your towers.
Yeah, nobody leaves baby in the corner because that's exactly what happens, right? Devastation can occur, but this may be the match point here. We have big guns coming in for the side of Nova Esports. We have the Kong Ming for Wendy. Is it gonna get them enough to get that second point onto the board? But those over at the Amazon Arena, we want to hear you cheer. We want to hear you say, Jayo, for the potential first time.
加油 TTG, 加油 Nova Esports. Let's give it a go. Nova Esports versus TT Global here. This is potentially your final draft of this series.
Potential final draft, and CY finally gets his pay, Wendy finally gets his coming, and Chuan is like, you know what, guys? The loot box actually looking pretty nice here, because if they can get the access in, obviously dive in with pay, CY can then obviously Chuan use the battlefield command, come back down, and then we can kind of see a little bit of a hokey-cokey go on within these team fights, but game number 5 going here right now. This could potentially be the point here that TT Global need to get themselves as one of the first grand finalists of the KWC.
Exactly, and right now we see a standard start coming in from both teams here, both wanting to secure this mid priority as it is so important.
It's very important. I mean, it's something that obviously TT Global's been abusing in the past 2 games as well, right? Like, they make sure that they get that T1 around about that 4-minute mark.
And a light up your cheer coming in from TTG fans here. TTG 加油，用实力打破之一最适合的5人组冲。So they are pushing for a cheer, making sure that these 5 members cheering on for their success in this international stage.
Yes, beautiful. Thank you for the supportive message there as well. And obviously for those on the global server, we have the Flowborn Mage being released here as well. Obviously not into the tournament, but you can put your hands and play such a fantastic variant of the Flowborn.
But looking at Strand here, might be caught out here. Okay, back to the Flowborn Mage here. What a special hero here. 1 in 3 with so many roles coming in from Flowborn here. And talking about Flowborn here, there's also the outfit design contest.
Yes, which the deadline is for today, right? So you got to get those in submitted as well. But speaking of submitted, maybe a kill here for the side of TT Global. Crane gets first blood.
First blood goes towards to the side of TT Global here. We talked about this, the importance of the classmate having so much resources here. But Muji goes to a 1v1 against Snowy. Snowy walks out alive. Not scratched too much.
He walks out alive for now, right? I mean, definitely what he needs to be is just need Joy, come through, give him some more of that HP, just get him back into fighting shape here for the side of TT Global. But again, TT Global having that gold lead in the early game around about 1k, so around about 500 gold extra per minute. But speaking of per minute, we are looking at another kill here. Wendy gets taken down once more. This is the power of Sunrise on the Dune and Dolia combo.
Crane and Sunrise, the execution is flawless coming into that. And right now, more fights coming into this jungle.
More fights coming into the jungle. I mean, they always say, welcome to the jungle, baby. You're gonna die. That's a 2-0 trade here for TT Global. Not 4-minute mark on the map right now, because, I mean, they aren't really gonna look to push those turrets just yet, because they still have that shielded.
And look at the replay here coming in from TT Global's execution here. Wavefist goes immediately gets punished, and the safe fight to lock down CY here. Amazing punishment coming in from TT Global. They know their early game is strong.
Yeah, that Sage's might is so oppressive, right? Like, if you could get the lockdown onto somebody like Wendy, onto CY, and then get the kill, it's going to make sure that those team fights are going into the favor of TT Global.
Exactly, and you get the buff and you get the kill here. That is to add insult to the wound there. It's so much going towards the hands of TT Global into this early game. And right now, the laning phase looks so safe for Snowy here. Look at him. He's styling, he's aura farming.
He's aura farming, and he's also gold resource farming, right? He's looking to make sure he gets all those stats through, because those know that Lady Soon is going to be that late game assurance, right, for the side of TT Global. But if we've looked how historically the past 3 games have gone, they are probably not looking for the late game. They're just looking to make sure they have that amazing power that comes through with the rolling raid, and obviously the distance, the clearing of the ultimate shell.
I have to agree with you. Judging from the past 3 games, there is no late game to be talking about, because TT Global has been so dominant. And look at the position right now. They are making sure that every single little resource goes to their pocket, choking further CY. This jungle carry pick further behind.
Yeah, I mean, that's not where you want to be if you're Pei, right? Pei needs to have that great early game. He needs to have those resources on point. I mean, overall, he does have the XP lead over Sunrise here, but it's more so that gold that we need, right? Itemization needs gold, not XP.
And look at the control right now coming into the jungle for TT Global here. They look for the engage onto Muji here. He's extremely low, but they are forcing them to back up from this buff.
Yeah, forcing them back up for the buff, but it's going to be a good catch here for Crane. He's able to get the knock off the 2, but it now comes in. It's Shawan with the Battlefield Command as well. If Think inside the box tries to come through here for Waypit, but that is going to be a 3-0 trade here for TT Global.
Such a smart use of the Dolia Fuzi combo here. We were talking about, Dolia Dun, Dolia Rolling Raid, but the double Sage Might, double lockdown here. You see Liu Bang coming in to assist his teammates here, gets locked down, 2 members, all the kills goes over to the favor of TT Global. 5 minutes, 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a sizable lead here for the side of TT Global, right? I mean, Nova Esports, they haven't had the most finesse within the team fights of this game, number 5, but they need to come back. They need to make sure they have some assurance, right? So maybe trying to get some pressure into these lanes, maybe the case, but they definitely don't want to be losing the T2s, right? I mean, they've lost the T1s in all lanes. They've got to hold on to these safely.
Well, it is not their choice here, Vlad, because the side of TT Global, they are so strong and they are so dominant. Look at their tower damage here. Look at their wave state right now. They're making sure that they get all the paths, all the space, choking Nova Esports to their own base here. Look at Sunrise. No one can take him down as of this point.
No one can take him down, but nobody can contest him either, right? Like we see in here, they're using obviously the Dolia to put down the ult and then use the wave breaker to push them away. And it just means that Nova's not being able to go to these T2s and save them.
Exactly, and right now, lesser and lesser tier 2s are on the mat right now. When the extremely low has to back off, tower is getting hit on. Every single hit matters. Look at this tier 3 here. No defense here coming for the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, he's just really showing the potential of the Futsu pick, right? Like, he's able to just run these turrets down like no man's business. And Jing here on this pick is doing great. And now, because they've opened up those outer turrets, they have access into Nova Esports' jungle.
So scary, the execution coming in from TT Global here. Yes, objective-centric is the playstyle of KPL, but they are prized as well for being the best players in terms of mechanical gameplay here. And look at their micro skills here. That's what got them in these 4v4 team fights, 5v5 big skills. 0 to 7, that makes their mark.
It makes their mark, and they're about 7 minutes into the game, right? We're looking to approach that high ground turret that's sitting so nicely in the mid lane for now. Minion wave coming through, but Nova's going to try their best to make sure they're able to mitigate that takedown of that T3 in that mid lane. It goes down. They're looking for another one. Sage's might into the back line. The Think inside the box being cancelled out right near, and Waypit gets left to the walls, but can they pick up a kill here on the side of TT Global? They're able to take 2, but can they get any more? Or else it's an ace here for the side of TT Global, and they are your first grand finalists.
Your first grand finalist, and Snowy secures a pentakill to close off a series with a 4-1 dominating fashion.
Penta coming through here. I feel like it's the first one within the KWC, right? I mean, semifinals is the places you're really looking to get those pentakills right. But we saw yesterday, AG.AL, they had their most dominant game, was their last game of the series. TT Global, same fashion.
Same fashion, dominating the game within 8 minutes, securing a pentakill onto Snowy from TT Global here. We are so damn amazed by this performance.
Very good performance, right? I mean, like we were saying, like, Lady Sun, she's normally that late game assurance, but when you don't need to get to the late game, a 7-minute match is where we got to, right? 7-0-1 for Snowy was pretty crazy.
It was pretty crazy. He had an amazing laning phase. Sunrise was so good onto this Dune, absorbing so much of this damage. And look at this Fuzi Dolia combo here. First Sage Rise to go in, second one to lock another member off the side of Nova Esports here. There is no fighting chance coming in from Nova Esports, and look at this pentakill.
Yeah, the pentakill was pretty crazy, right? I mean, this is going to be the breakdown here. Obviously gets the kill onto the back line there. Wendy's going to be the last one alive, rolls in, boom, gets the kill is definitely what we was hoping for here for the side of TT Global. Yes, Nova made the impossible bleed, but we're going to go and throw it over to the stage. Mara, the gorge is yours. Sky.
Welcome back to the stage, and hereby joined will be Crane from TT Global on the stage. So say hi to our audiences from all over the world. 跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是广州 TTG 贺慈。
So congratulations one more time on make it to the grand finals. How do you feel after this match? 首先恭喜你们进入了决赛了。那这场比赛结束之后呢，此时的心情是怎样的呢？
很开心，然后进入决赛了，然后备好战迎接决赛吧。
We feel really excited and happy because we made it to the grand final, and we will do our best to prepare for the finals. And let's talk about game 1. So Nova did extremely well, ending up with a very huge lead of everything. So what happened, and what will be the post-match discussion and your adjustment after that? 我们想聊一下第一局的比赛，因为第一局其实对手非常的强大，给到了很大的压力。那一局比赛结束之后，大家的复盘，包括哲教给到的一些调整会是什么呢？
就是打完下局之后，然后哲教说稍微放开一点打，然后在他们进攻的时候该还手就还手，主动一点。
Alright, so after game 1, our main coach Jojo told us to relax ourselves and trying to unleash our power. When they're going aggressive, we have to fight back and defend our honor, and you actually do this. So tomorrow is going to be the big day, the grand finals. Who's going to be the opponent for you, from your own perspective? 所以明天的决赛呢，最重要的当然是你们的对手了啊。那赫兹自己包括 TTG 会想要和哪一支队伍交手呢？他们分别是 AG.AL 或者 Twisted Minds。AG
原因呢？因为首先都是中国队，其次我觉得 AG 的实力是肯定比对面强的。
I believe if I were to choose, we would like to challenge with AG.AL because we both come from China, from KPL, and I think they are the strongest opponent we could possibly have. That will be it from the stage. Back to the studios. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sky. Thank you very much. Crane, great performance. TT Global 4-1 seals the deal, and they are going to be our first finalist of this KWC 2025. Congratulations to TT Global, and congratulations to all the fans that flew all the way here to come and support the boys.
And those fans are definitely happy. TT Global with an absolutely monstrous final performance there. I was mentioning that they were learning every game. If we let them play a few more games, they might end the game in 3 minutes here.
Look at that. We're going to start with crushing the dreams and crushing the keys. And that key is going to belong to Nova Esports.
Yeah.
Crushed there by TT Global.
What a way to end it though. Like a pentakill. An out, that was, I think, the first.
No, that was an official pentakill.
Official pentakill.
In playoffs, first one.
In the playoffs, and that serves as maybe a salt to the wound. I like the interview though, like they said that maybe let's hold back a little bit and then let's unleash the beast if they're gonna poke the bear. And man, Team Nova, I'm so proud of this team. You know, I just learned that whenever they go to a tournament, they love to eat a hot pot.
Yeah.
They love to celebrate with a hot pot, and now they deserve that hot pot. Coming into this tournament, getting the top 4, not bad.
I'm telling you,
not bad.
Nova Esports should go home with their heads up high, right?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's very simple. You come in, you try your very best, and then you're gonna go home with whatever result that you can grab. Success is very interesting, and I believe that in esports, the same as in traditional sports, you cannot measure success only on the outcomes. The outcomes are going to be part of it, clearly. But the success is just going to come from 3 dimensions. It comes from the process, from your performance, and from those outcomes. In terms of process and performance, they go very successful.
Yeah.
The outcome wasn't for them, but I'm telling you, top 4 out of all the teams around the world, if I'll be Nova Esports, and if I'll be a Nova Esports fan, I'll be extremely, extremely proud.
We had this global server, global meta for a year now, and I think it's a great sign to welcome like different pro players from different regions, from different leagues also, that, okay, there's a chance.
Yes, exactly.
There is a big chance.
Of course, like I believe that after this game, no other teams are going to come in against the KPL teams just being like, oh, it's always going to be a 4-0 sweep. No, Nova Esports just showed to us right now that it can be done. Now, they took one game. What is the next step? Taking 2. And the next step? Taking 3. And the next step is going to be taking the 4 of them and just take the victory. It is one step at the time. And one step at the time, it was that last pentakill, the one and only pentakill that we have had in this KWC 2025. Look at that, Phil.
Absolutely amazing here. When I thought that the Mai was the nail in the coffin, but turns out Lady Sun with that beautiful JJK skin, literally shooting nails, putting a pentakill, nail in the coffin, punching Nova Esports' ticket out of the tournament.
Yeah, literally, right? Because Snowy, of course, having free reign over everyone. The Kongming pick was definitely a strong pick for Wendy. But then again, TT Global, they were prepared for it. The last, they're always doing this. Like every time they're seeing something very special in the opponent, they will counter it with their last pick. That last pick, Fuzi, man, you have the opportunity to split. Plus, you can also catch the Kongming. Like with the extra, with the suppress that you have in your ultimate.
Talking about Snowy and that pentakill, have you guys ever had a pentakill in the game?
Of course.
Just
every day? Just
one.
like very simple?
Yeah, every day,
I got one.
All right. Yeah. I'm really sorry that I do not get the pentakills every single day, but I remember that the times that I've got pentakills, it is so exciting.
You'll never forget it, right?
You never forget it. Like, you really remember, like, when you see, like, your teammates want to get that last kill, you're like, no, back up.
Yeah.
I need that.
I'm usually the one who steals the pentakill. You know?
I'm not gonna lie, me too, bro.
I'm not gonna give you that.
If you can't get that glory, someone else can't get it either.
I ain't giving you that dopamine, bro.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Talking about pentakills, we mentioned it's very memorable. I still remember the first time I got it. I was on Lubu. I hit an amazing Tremble Mortals on them, instantly killed 2, chased down the remaining ones. And I know I get pentakills every day, but for whatever reason, that first one's a little bit more memorable.
Shout outs to the chat. Press 1 if you got a pentakill. Come on.
Yeah.
Press 1.
I'm telling you, getting that pentakill, it is a great moment. It makes you feel like a king. I'm telling you. And that's why, because of that pentakill, Snowy is going to receive the King's Moment Award. Congratulations to Snowy on that King's Moment Award. That pentakill with that Lady Sun is going to stay in KWC history.
That was so interesting because it was in the last moment also.
It's so picture perfect.
Like the tower is going down and then boom, pentakill.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful.
I'm counting, you see, like, I am counting just like the banners as they come in, right? And there's like 1, 2, 3, and then you get the
wait a minute,
wait a minute. Hold on. And then he goes 4 or 5 at the end. Lovely. Great stuff.
Exactly before the victory. Right before the victory.
If we feel like God gamers, okay, at home getting pentakills versus, like random ladder opponents, imagine the adrenaline of just the emotions. Getting a pentakill on stage versus a pro team in the biggest tournament in the world. It has to be out of this world.
It's gotta be out of this world. It's an experience that you will never forget. And you know what? Snowy did really well on that last one. But again, it was not a team of 1. It was a team of 5. And the Sony MVP of this series is going to be Crane.
Wow.
From TT Global, Crane, the mid laner, is going to take home the Sony MVP of this series.
Crane was like, hey, Snowy, got a pentakill? Well, I'm the MVP, bro. Dominating the mid lane. Again, the one who controls the mid controls the game. And we saw Wendy at game number 1. But then again, Crane, I want to commend that you who won game.
Of course.
Maybe game number 3. And also this Mai Shiranui together with the Dahlia combination that he has with Joy. This is such beautiful HOK, as we say it in the Philippines. For the side of TT Global, they will definitely not rest. They will definitely study the next series for sure.
I just love how Crane in all different heroes just came in, right? Like he was in the utility mages, he was again in the assassin mages as well. Like he was really like trying his very best just to do everything for the team, and that's the reason why he's gonna go home with the MVP.
One of the things about these, S-tier teams we mentioned is here, not only are they good on these meta characters, they're able to play everything, right? You just mentioned that versatility. It seems like they have an endless toolbox of characters they can pull from. They're always ready for another draft. They're not going to go to another game here because they won 4 already, but I'm looking at my notes here. They have so many more combinations they can pull out in case they needed it.
Yeah, because they always shift the picks and the bans towards the last 2 picks, right? It's really hard to predict their last 2 picks because they usually just counter and trap someone, like maybe 2 heroes from the other side. And what I like from that last game, seeing again the replay, we are less than 5 minutes. They're already manning up as a 5-man unit just to control and invade either the blue or either the red.
8 minutes was the time of this game. It was really, really fast. It was the fastest game that we have had in this KWC 2025. I think that Nova Esports did a great performance. I am very happy and very proud of their performance. It is not the end for them. They might not be able to make it to the final, but tomorrow they are going to have a best of 5 where they're going to fight for 3rd place.
Wow.
Absolutely.
That's great.
Yeah. We also have some other matches coming up, but there's Nova Esports right there. Very proud of their performance. Everyone said it was a unanimous almost 4-0, and they were able to surprise the world with that 4-1.
I'm going to go home just thinking about that first game.
Yeah,
that's it. And I'm most likely just going to go home. I'm going to re-watch it again because it was one of the top moments of this tournament.
You know what? TT is also going to be thinking about that first game. They're thinking how can we let this happen to us, right? 16-1. Both teams are definitely be studying. Nova thinking how they can replicate that first game, and TT thinking how they can remove that weakness from their system.
They definitely got injured after that game number 1. That's why they shifted their gears. And of course, I also saw Nova maybe in this game number 5, smiling already, probably accepted their fate. Hey man, we got one game, we tried our best, but game 2, 3, and 4 was a total letdown, totally underwhelming. Let's just enjoy this and prepare for the battle for 3rd.
The Gyro here in this game 3, look at that, just the reach that they had. It was too much for Nova Esports to come to really try to reply back, right? It was really difficult, and that was one of the things that TT Global did really well. They found the one quality in their composition that they wanted to maximize, and they just completely worked around that. It's not like they had multiple qualities, multiple angles. No, they had the one, and that one it was a matter of magnifying it.
I love TT Global's drafts and how pointed they were. They all were consistent. Hey, this game, we're going to siege. This game, we're going to catch. This game, we're going to team fight. It was really simple. It doesn't have to be, you would think a highest level of gaming, it would be really complex, right? You need to do this, you need to do this. No, they kept this simple. Hey guys, we're going to pick characters that are good at attacking towers, and we're going to execute that.
Sometimes the hardest things to do is just to play simple, right?
Yeah, and what I like about them is that when they do a composition, they know the genre of what type of strategy are we doing. Are we doing a damage type comp? Are we doing a 5-man protect the king comp? Are we doing a sustain comp? And they're sticking to that. What I like about them is they don't usually do ad-libs. They don't overstay. They're not being overly aggressive. That's why it's working for them every time. That's why you can definitely say all of them are X factors.
They are very direct in what they want to do, in the way that they communicate. And direct has been the fashion in which they have moved from quarterfinals to the semifinals, all the way to tomorrow's grand final. TT Global is going to be seated right over there, and it's going to be waiting for the winner between the semifinal between Twisted Minds and AG.AL.
This is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna give my heart to Twisted Minds. I'm a huge Hailang fanboy. The Tower of Power is the Tower of Power.
Absolutely. I love Twisted Minds. Yesterday, they were gracious enough to go ahead and give us some jerseys too. Very happy about that. So we're gonna be cheering for them. I'm gonna be off the desk in the audience here, cheering them on.
Why do you have to do that, bro?
What?
You're not in the second shift?
No, I'm not. Okay. So yeah, I get to go cheer for them. I get to hang out on the stage.
You know who's always on shift? Myself. And you know who else is always online? Everyone at home. Thank you very much for being right over here. It was a 4-1 victory for TT Global. Right now we're going to go for a little break. We're going to come back with the second semifinal of our KWC 2025.
here.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2025. This is the Esports World Cup, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We already had our first semifinal of the day. TT Global sealing the deal, going into the finals with a 4-1 victory on top of Nova Esports. Right now we need to move to the second semifinal, and in there we're going to have Twisted Minds against one of the crowd's favorite, AG.AL. Before we jump into the semifinals, I want to introduce you to a friend of ours that just came here to the studio. We've got Dave, we've got Majin, and we got Doggy. Doggy, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, it's been 4 years I didn't do this, so it feels great, but it's kind of weird.
It's alright, we're all among friends in here. We're not gonna ask you nothing hard. Come on, it's gonna be easy. Doggy, you were there for the show match today at noon, Rad. How was that experience?
Well, it was fun, but it was kind of like, hard.
BTK.
Yeah, stop it, bro. Stop it. Stop trash talking me, bro. It was great, but man, it was super great. It's been like also 4 years I didn't step into a stage, so it feels great. Thank you all, North Kings.
It's been a while, right?
It's been freaking a while.
Because you know what, Isaac? Doggy is a coach also.
All right.
Yeah, he's an analyst and he's a coach. And this time he played, and that's why they lost.
No, don't that's harsh, bro. That's harsh. Don't do Doggy like that.
That's harsh. That's harsh.
He's our friend, man, and he decided to come over here. No, bro, I saw you playing, and I actually liked it a lot. I do believe that you can see that the experience is still there, like you know what you're doing and everything, and all that is just dusting it off a little bit, and you're gonna be all right. I did not like the way that Dave just treated you right over there. I'm gonna take on that. Your mom is gonna hear about this, Dave. Your parents are going to hear about this whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's good to see Doggy finally become a player because I've always seen you making content. A lot of content. And like Manjun was saying, he's behind the scenes, he's coaching, he's coming up with strategies, and now coming on stage. Is this for real?
Duh. Yeah.
Better prepare.
Well, when I say for real, I mean like, are we gonna see a professional player Doggy for the long term, or are we gonna see a coach Doggy for the long term?
What I'm seeing here is like the Honor of Kings in the Philippines right now is super open, so it will be a qualifier to go in. So I want to play, bro. It's been a dream for me, and as you can see, I cannot micro because I'm old. I know I'm old.
We're not getting any younger, mate. We're not getting any younger.
Hashtag no hands.
Yeah, but then I know how to play macro.
Yes,
that's the biggest part right now.
Yeah,
you know.
You go tell because I think in the region we love to play the macro game,
Yes.
and we were talking last night. Hey, Doggy, what do you think about the PKL players? Can we make it? How many years? How many months? And he's telling to me that, bro, we got this because of the macro, right?
Yeah, I told him we have 6 years to.
we good. We have time. You know what? Honor of Kings is going nowhere, and it's going to be just a matter of just having fun with friends, man. And you already are doing your part. Thank you very much for coming to the show match and actually allowing us to really see what Doggy still got right over there. We saw what the first semifinal got over there, TT Global taking a 4-1 victory on top of Nova Esports. And we need to start moving and rotating our attention to the second semifinal. This is going to be the second ticket to the grand final. And one of these two teams is going to be playing on tomorrow's best of 7. Twisted Minds on one side against AG.AL.
Oh man, I have said enough about AG.AL yesterday. I don't think I have said enough about AG.AL yesterday. This team, one more time, gold standard for Honor of King competitive. You're gonna learn a lot. You're gonna see a lot. You're gonna see a lot of crazy plays.
Wow.
Most importantly, a lot of clean plays. So record it, take it down, show it with your team, and learn from it.
They're gonna have completely two different paths, right? Like AG.AL comes in 4-0, easy. They on the other side, Twisted Minds, they lost the first game of the tournament, and then after that, they've been win after win after win. They were pushed to the ultimate battle, and that's not an easy task, mate. And they came in still on top, and they took that victory 4-3, making it all the way to the top 4.
Still, Twisted Minds took the hardest route in this tournament. Still, they're champions, though. Then again, maybe we're gonna have the same story as series number 1, but first of all, I want to address is that for Team AG.AL, it's the first time we saw the fan base. And we were like, wow, the support.
I'm telling you.
The support for this team is such a mind-blowing experience.
Did you see them yesterday over there in the Amazon Arena, mate?
Yeah, it's massive. Their fan base is super massive, and how their fan like trying to flew here just to support them is insane, bro. Like it's massive. It's massive.
And did you see the drums as well?
Yeah, like when
You
they're
guys have
drafting
that in Philippines as
Yeah,
well.
we have that in Philippines.
Yeah.
So it's not new, but flying here
Flying
to
it
Korea.
all the way here,
Yeah,
right? That's a different thing. It's not the same just for me just to take the drums from home and then just take it to the arena. I gotta put them in a plane and bring them here, bro.
Yeah.
That's a different level of
You
commitment.
need to pay for that also, right?
True.
It's
another luggage.
Another luggage too. Shout out to the AG.AL fans. They were here up until the evening. They were shooting content also with you guys, right?
With us.
Yeah, because they went here to do all of the HOK content, do the meet and greet and everything, and they kind of like go toe-to-toe with kids last night.
Yo, did you play any one-on-one versus?
with kids.
No, not yet, bro. But I want to play against AG.
All right.
I would love that. But you know what? You know who's going to be playing against AG.AL? Twisted Minds.
Okay.
Twisted Minds is going to be playing against AG.AL. The 5 boys in there, Clean 90, Highland, Shanks, and City Boy. They want to keep going with their Cinderella story. They started as no one was seeing them in the top 4. Let's be realistic. If you would have told me on day 1 the Twisted Minds was going to make it to the semifinals, I would have said there's no way. And they have proved me extremely wrong.
This team, actually, few people know, they have played Honor of Kings since S2. This roster has stick together for a long time. They have the synergy, they have the camaraderie, they have the trust within each other. I think that's also why they are known now as the second strongest team right under Nova in the global region. So, I mean, this is secretly known, you know, among the community.
Yeah.
But today, can they take it up to AG.AL?
I don't know, man. AG.AL, Ran, Zoe, Ino, Sheng, and Shuai. Those are 5 top players of HOK in the whole world. It doesn't get any better than this. And the fans know it. The people at home knows it. And you need to respect that.
Yeah, they're the giants, right? They're the gods of, I should say, HOK. What do you think, Dogs? Did you manage to watch the games?
To be honest, I'm much more on a TT Global side.
All right.
Because they're young and super like, they know what they're doing. And I mean, AG, they know what they're doing also. But the thing is that I think TT have a little bit much more edge when it comes to gameplay. Yes, they lost with to Nova Esports on the first game, but then they learned super quick. That's how young kids right now adapt into the game.
I like that.
They're super fast to adapt in it. And then as you can see, they just stumped Nova Esports right away.
They need just figures just to learn from them, right?
Yeah.
And that's where Doggy jumps in. That's where AG.AL jumps in, just for them to be able to see how it's played, how you can become the final boss. Let's just call it like that. AG.AL is going to be the final boss. Twisted Minds, if they want to make it to the trophy and to the final, they need to defeat that final boss in order to get their hands in the trophy.
The challenger. Now, again, I have my money on 90. Okay, I'm going to pay attention to how 90 is going to play in this series. Can they pull some surprises that we saw from last series with Xuan and Guanyu in game 1? That was insane what Nova Xuan did, right?
Yeah.
Chew their opposition. So this might be the similar story. 90 step it up, Hailang maybe yell louder, right? Scare
Yes,
opponents.
sir. Yes,
Actually,
sir.
Doggy, like, I gotta say, when you try to learn Honor of King, I mean, like, do you learn from KPL or do you learn from a global region?
I watch KPL, bro. I think what we need to watch right now is Inuo.
Yes.
The gold lane, the marksman, the farm lane of AG. He's like, as you can see, the rotation of how do you call it? AG is more concentrated on their farm lane.
Yes,
They're
exactly.
trying to farm more for that farm lane. As you can see, like yesterday, the match, Inuo need to adjust his position. He need to go to the off lane just to earn that.
Of course, yeah.
you know.
And when you know that you have a player like Inuo that can be the core, you want him to have all the gold necessary, right?
Yeah, and what I like about them is that if Inuo goes in, everyone goes in.
Of course.
Like it's kind of like an isolation play, right? Like if Inuo wants space, let's give him space. But then again, I'm gonna go with Dave also. I'm gonna look at 90 plus. I'm looking at the big boy, looking at Hailang, the tower power, big fanboy here. I'm really looking forward for that next interview.
Let's wait and see what they are going to do. Well, the people has chosen their favorite, but you know what? Twisted Minds, they are certain that they want to rewrite all the different stories in here. The stage is ready. What about if we send it to the Amazon Arena, where Milos and Sky are ready to start the show?
Thank you very much, Isaac. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the arena here at the Amazon Arena for KWC at the Esports World Cup. And what a day we've had here. Sky, a KPL ACL team has lost a game on stage. Never happened before, but still, it is not their key that got crushed.
What a day. We've seen Empire fallen, we've seen underdogs rising, we've seen tears dropping and more. We've seen dreams being completely smashed out. Everyone needs to be careful. You have to bring the best to the matchup, or otherwise, your dream and your key to the trophy will be smashed down right here.
And it is pretty loud, let me tell you that. When this hammer goes down and smashes those keys, it is your heart that goes down with it as well. Remember, it is all for one single thing: the opportunity, the glory to lift the KWC trophy here at the Esports World Cup. There's one more shot.
Of course, there's no more time for hesitation. There's only one spot left in the grand final. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Adrien!
All right, the world beholds your very last 2 semi-finalists.
Let's introduce them to the stage. The hometown boys, it's Twisted Minds! 90, Clean, Hailang, Shanks, and City Boy. The club has done nothing short of playing mind games with their opponents and twisting every prediction under the sun to their advantage. the KWC Dark Horse gave us our first ultimate battle on the main stage, and this is a Cinderella story to follow with all your hearts.
Next, the unkillable demon, the undefeatable monster, the reigning KPL champions. Let's welcome AG.AL. Zhan, Zoe, Shen, Yino, Shuai. They're the most feared opponents in the total world. They are the living proof that Nightmare does exist. Now prepare to witness the start of a new dynasty.
What a game that we're about to witness, and what two teams that stand on our stage. Please, AG.AL, Twisted Minds, you may go, place your keys, and take your seats. Gentlemen, all yours. What a game we're about to witness, Sky.
It's either the final or to the airport. It's a trophy or to the smash keys. Whether it's gonna be, who's gonna be the winner? Who's gonna be the very last ticket to the finals? Let's find out that our semifinals commence now.
我们下一场对手已经打到半决赛了嘛，他能走到这，说明他们实力肯定还是非常的强。然后我觉得的话，下一场比赛我们都全力以赴吧，来一场强强对决，给大家展现一场精彩的比赛就好。
Look at that damage that Kachusa's coming through. The dash in on top of Bunja means that we are going to get the takedown of the Xiaoyan as well.
We will try our best to face the AG.AL because they are very strong. I think the strongest player in AG.AL is Ino because he's the brain of the team.
Resources, you need the objectives. Look at Ino here, he goes for flank here, but CR7 presses for them to quit. He gets out life, but the remaining members coming in from Alpha 7. You have nowhere to go as you get taken down 1-5-1.
I think we will learn a lot from AG.AL after this match.
你们有一个能挑战中国队的机会，看你们能打到怎样。
Let's see how far they can go. Let's see if they can make it. We've already seen some upsets today, and we're really looking forward to see what's gonna be on stake for this one. AG.AL against Twisted Minds. Boys, what is in your untwisted mind, Majin?
Man, I'm really looking at the mid lane right here. You need to give Vailang the opportunity to get kills. What I like about the Tower of Power is he can play this utility back lane mages with damage, right? He can do kills and everything like that. So I kind of see a lot of respect bans here in the mid lane. But also going back to Dave's point, Clash lane is the priority, right?
Yep. I mean, I like 90. I want to see some great 90 play.
That would be nice.
Most importantly, 90 and the entire squad, CD Boy, Hailan, they have a lot of synergy. They've been playing together for years, and this is the time, if any time is the time to truly verify, is your camaraderie, is your skill up to the level? Well, this is it.
Communication is key, right? And since right now we still have Doggy here with us. Doggy, when you're thinking about game and you think about communication, what is the key to have like good communication with your teammates?
Because on our side, like every player have their own role how to shot code a game. Like for example, if you're on the offside, you cannot shot code for the gold lane or for your farm lane. So they need to have a good communication also in the mid lane. So right now what we need to see and look at it is like how the offlane we're gonna shot code the game, because he will have the highest CC for the playmaking game. So for example, if you have a roam who doesn't have any crowd control or only have utility perks, so it'll be on the offside.
Yes,
they're gonna play on the offside. So that's the best part right now. So on AG, they need to prioritize right now Dharma, Viron, something like that.
Maybe a Mayin.
Yeah, a Mayin, something like that.
The meta picks, right? Those meta picks. And it's something very interesting, because when we had an interview with Tsing from TT Global in the previous match, he said that in this meta, Clash lane, it's so goated. Yeah. It is so goated.
Yeah, the one who wins the Clash lane. You don't even need to win the Clash lane. Like in the late game, you just need to find those openings. Like be confident enough with the flanks that you want, especially with the Guan Yus, right? So I'm actually interested to see, are they gonna prioritize it? What are the priorities here? Is it going to be a Mayin, or are they gonna counter pick?
So the most important thing about the Clash lane, more than the pick itself, is the structure of the lane.
Okay.
Because you have the starting at 1 minute, you have the gold sprite that spawns over there. That gives you gold, allows you to farm. And once you kill it, open the teleportation, allows your entire team to teleport. And if you're starting to learn and getting deeper into HOK rotations, you find out the map is pretty big, pretty large.
Of course.
If a mid lane mage rotate all the way to a side lane, there's a lot of risk. On the way back, you might be counter-ganked, you might be ambushed, but guess what? If you go to the clash lane at 1 minute, you can take the teleportation and come all the way back to any lane you want. Truly, you can give the mid lane to jungle, you can go to the marksman lane, you can do whatever you want.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Twisted Minds against AG.AL. This is going to be our game number 1 of our second match of the day. This is the semifinals of the KWC 2025. We need to go to the casters. Kindofu, Holler, what do you got for us?
Welcome one and all to the final series of the day as we have the global team's last hope. The KMW champion in Twisted Minds going up against the reigning KPL champions in AG.AL to see who will get to play TT Global in the grand finals. My name is Holler and with me is Kindofu.
That's right, it's your favorite kind of tofu and we will be bringing your favorite series of the day, Twisted Minds. They are the final hope for the global teams going up what may be the biggest team from the KPL region, AG.AL. Now, Twisted Minds are going to start with the hyper-aggression Pei in the jungle.
They're going to start off strong, they want to go fast, they want to go furious. And actually going up against TT Global, they had some struggles trying to pick the Pei because TT Global was banning it left, right, and center.
Yes, and of course, the biggest question on everyone's minds now is, can Twisted Minds pull off that one game? Because if there's any game to surprise AG.AL, it has to be game number 1.
It has to be game number 1. I mean, just setting the tone. I mean, it was great for the Nova in the last series, but I want to see more than one. I do think that Twisted Minds, if they're able to play well and really stick it to AG.AL early, I think that they're going to have a much better chance in this series.
It's going to be a very tough one, though, because you have the Flow-born tank with the Da-Xiao combination, and we've already seen how effective that is. This is going to stop Twisted Minds from having a successful invasion into the AG.AL jungle. Now, Twisted Minds, they pick up the Lady Sun and the Diadea as well. Good heals, good bursts in the form of Lady Sun, but is it enough against these KPL giants?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. The Da-Xiao is the biggest one, at least for me, is that your ability to kind of reposition, get back to the base whenever you need, and kind of split push at will, saving your potential teammates. This could be a problem to deal with.
And you know what? It will also split up the team fight between Twisted Minds. That's one of the strengths of the Flow-born tank. He's able to go in, and if you can't control him, what does that offer AG.AL? Our dear Ino is going to destroy everyone on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that could be a problem. But Twisted Minds, with this Lady Sun Diadea, I mean, this is kind of a squishier lineup thus far. They've kind of fortified, obviously, the jungle with the Pei, as well as this farm lane. Lady Sun and Diadea, not a bad 1-2 combination, though.
Not bad, because you can actually sustain quite a bit. But this requires precise positioning on the side of Twisted Minds, and hopefully a great advantage as well. And, you know, one of the big picks that AG.AL had access to was going to be the Tyrants here taken out. They want to make this as unfair as possible in advantage in the farm lane.
Yeah, they're going to try to take advantage of that. But with this Mayan pick in the Clash lane, who are you looking to pick and giving Nighty a chance with on the Twisted Mind side?
I think they need someone like the Fatih, right? He hasn't been banned out, which is a cause of concern because when AG.AL gives you picks, you have to be really cautious about it. Is this a trap in that Clash lane?
Okay, yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see if they do, but I mean, look at what they've kind of banned out. They've banned out the Byron. They definitely don't want that matchup. Again, it's kind of Nighty's one of his specialties that he's going to be going in with, but still, with this pick, it's the 4th pick for AG.AL. Who are you looking for? Probably something to counter Lady Sun at this point, right?
I think anyone is fine because AG.AL, one of their strengths is the fact that they like to share farm. They like to funnel, filter, and distribute it to the appropriate people at the team at the appropriate time as well. Now, AG.AL's final ban, this Lady Chun, actually hurts Twisted Minds quite a bit because she's actually a great answer towards this Flow-born tank in stopping the initial aggression.
Yeah, slowing it down, getting on top. Plus, Highling plays an amazing one, and just having that utility, which is you need a little bit more control, but it looks like AG.AL going a different route, so they're going to go to the Hou Yi to kind of counter out this Lady Sun here.
tank on tank, right? So
Yeah.
this Hoi is probably going to go with the tank version of himself. Not talking about different types of Hoi, but in terms of itemization, right? So he will play the percentage health damage in this game, hopefully lasting against the first few burst attempts by the Lady Sun and cleaning her up after when her skills are on cooldown.
Yeah, all right. I mean, it looks like that's going to be countered for that one. But let's talk a little bit more about this clash lane. Like, the Mayan still out there. You're looking to kind of solidify this draft right here. Probably something, okay, they're going to go with the Dharma and the Gia and just get a little bit more in terms of levels with that potential early game lead from Pei here.
I like this idea, right? So on this mid lane, it's going to be Ziya. So Ziya is great at breaking the level cap. That's his passive. Once he hits level 15, he will help you break the level cap. The highest level you can achieve in a game with a Ziya is 25, and this benefit is shared with one chosen member on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and getting that lead, getting those levels is going to be huge, especially if this game decides to go a little bit on the longer side. You're going to have that advantage, and it kind of balances out from that Pei, which kind of falls off towards the mid to late game. But you have the Gia to kind of, level up your teammates, so you might have a better chance in that late game.
That's in theory, right? But in practicals, we have seen how TT Global, a very strong team, first place in AG.AL, has brought the game over to their previous opponents. AG.AL, no lesser, in fact, maybe better than TT Global at this point. We'll see how they play their cards, because every strategy has a weakness, and AG.AL is here to show you what it is.
So, going back to this draft, is this Pei gonna be enough for Twisted Minds to really kind of have a great early game, turn this into a potential game 1 victory?
If AG.AL does not put 3 members in the jungle, yes, which I am pretty confident AG.AL, they're going to be watching out the jungle buffs for the side of Zoe. And at this point, Twisted Minds, this is a tough challenge, but challenge you must, because they are in your way in potentially claiming that KWC 2025 trophy.
Yeah, and going into the grand finals, I mean, these single elimination, it's going to be best of 7. And we know that they're Twisted Mind fans that are in the Amazon Arena right now. Can we hear some noise?
Great job for AG.AL， 让我听你的尖叫声吧。
It didn't seem fair because they had the drums and whatnot, and I think that's a huge advantage. But it looks like Clean taking a lot of damage, needs to be careful. AG going very strong, looking to group up, potentially going for that kill right onto Clean.
This is signature AG, right? So they play very aggressively. Ideally, they will want to invade your jungle, but at this point, they know that the Pei is strong, so they committed 4 different members as a defensive measure. And because of that initial blocking, right, Clean actually very low on health, will not be able to engage into the jungle of AG.AL.
Yeah, no cheeky plays, no potential invades, ensuring that you kind of actually push Clean on the back foot, right, by being a little bit aggressive. And he's got half-life, which isn't going to be great, but he's going to be largely off the map for some time.
So another thing you need to notice about the hang on,
oh, it looks like
nice engage.
Hailong goes in for this one. Sheng is going to be there as well, but Yinu turning on the damage. Shanks is taking most of it.
Okay, so while this is happening, take a look at what the Rogue Shuai is doing. He's actually helping the assist in the jungle camps as well.
Oh, with those blades doing some serious work. Highlight one last shot, and that's going to be first blood going the way of Shuai.
Silver lining, that kill goes to the roam, right? So at Shuai's performance here, this is a great start for the side of AG.AL. Nothing less than expected for the KPL Giants.
I mean, it was the last hit. It was calculated, and they're like, okay, we got it. We can walk away. We ensure that we got this one.
So the recovery by Twisted Minds at this point is to, okay, let's try and feed Clean. We need this Tiger to be fed. We need the meat, the protein for him to go strong, the muscles.
Yeah, he needs to invade more than anything else. He needs to find that protein across the map. He needs to be invasive. He needs to make things a little bit uncomfortable. They don't want to let AG just kind of run away with this one.
But AG.AL, they know this game so well. They have put numbers up as a defense, and right away, Twisted Minds, they know, hey, we can't engage carelessly.
Oh, the bitter farewell right onto it. The heart link on back. But yes, it's the counter movements that you're seeing from AG.AL. They've been very smart with understanding what they need to do and protecting their own jungle.
look at the drop. It's working in favor on the side of AG.AL. Fast rotations, fast clear. They're going to try and go on a Shanks here on the bottom side.
Oh, with the Koi Tide, the blades are doing some work, but Shanks actually has to expend the flash. Something to take note of, as it's a big common skill, especially early.
So it will come up very closely to that timing of the first time of the game. But another successful measure, you push Shanks back, which means the initial camp at the bottom, it goes into the hands of Yinhua, enhancing his farm.
Look at how far back Shanks is. He's actually hiding behind his own tower because he understands that he doesn't know where that numbers advantage is. Twisted Minds have actually rotated CT Boy to the top lane to kind of provide a little bit of space for Nighty. He needs to get going.
Yep, and three members again in the middle. It's numbers game. They want to put the numbers advantage, of which once they have control of the map. Look at the way that both teams are farming, right? AG.AL optimizing the amount of farm, just sharing the goal, something that you don't see Twisted Minds do.
And look at how Yinhua is actually following around with Zoe and ensuring that he's taking all that farm, just expediting the rate at which these jungle camps are being decimated. Very good by them, and he goes right back into the lane, doesn't lose a single last hit.
And also, Zoe then actually gets information. He gets to explore the jungle side on the side of Twisted Minds earlier, which gives them this very vital information. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. They could get another kill at this point.
And that rotation turned into something that's going to set themselves up for this 4-minute Tyrant. Perfect placement. Joey has that that vision that's going to be provided onto him, but CT Boy has to jump away here.
Yeah, so they need to deal with Zoe, right? Zoe now at level 7, a little bit behind Clean, but that's what you expect of a Pei, right? He is able to move fast, but once again, Twisted Minds unable to place their footing in this contest. That first Tyrant of the game will go into AG.AL's hands.
I mean, Clean was just farming in the top part. He was trying to get what he could, but that was a bit of an opening for AG.AL to kind of take that Tyrant. They took it with literally no contest.
I mean, it's a good thing, right? This is why you need to optimize those movements, those rotations, wave clear, freezing the lanes. Little things matter in Honor of Kings, and once again, 2v1.
Yeah, and AG.AL here didn't lose a single last hit as well, so just timing things perfectly. Shanks taking a lot of damage. CT Boy needs to be careful. That Reforged Blade's not actually connecting. Shank tries to go for that one last play, but it looks like they're going to take the bottom T1 here.
Right away, but Zoe...
Oh, looks like Zoe taking a lot of damage. He's going to be ganged up on it. Clean gets the kill. Nice little rotation, but they're going to lose the bottom T1, or they already did.
So, still a big win for the side of AG.AL, right? The trade has not come over yet. They have to commit members on the top. One member will do it, especially if it's Clean, but T2 under pressure, and Twisted Minds, no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I mean, this Universal Law will slow it down, but they've already taken the bottom T2. AG.AL making some great clean movements in this game thus far.
Showing you how to speed up your game, right? With that Sea of Fate as well, the portal on the floor, sending your members back home. And once again, Yinhua, instant access in the jungle, sharing gold as well. Now, with this 2v1, a great attempt, right? They knew that something was happening at the bottom. This is the best time to go on Zoe. This is why vision is so important. They did get the kill, but look, it's not the best of trades. So Twisted Minds, let's do better.
Yeah, there was a fly here bothering Yinhua there. That might have been sent out by Twisted Minds. Whatever sort of edge they can find, they're going to look for it on this one. But looks like AG.AL on the offensive, looking to contest this Crimson, and it looks like it's going to be taken away by Clean here.
Okay, so first test pass.
The first one, CT Boy looking to go in. That Destined Encounter is going to be used, but it's just going to zone them away.
Okay, so another Sea of Fate. Shuai sends his jungler home, and with that...
Oh, they go for the truth. They find him, they get the catch, but it's just Shuai, which is going to be a huge one. But the Burning Sun Arrow in return with those blades, and the Reforged Blade slicing down Shanks.
And of all people, it had to be Shanks. What a beautiful arrow. This is why understanding the timings in the game are so important. Yinhua was ready with that Burning Sun Arrow, and look, with this timing, Zoe also manages to secure that positioning for his farm lane. Yinhua gets that Crimson buff. They will start exploring the jungle of Twisted Mind.
It seemed like a very anime-esque fight right there. I mean, Shuai just going down and Yinhua going with that Burning Sun Arrow, getting that connection and just getting that instant revenge here. But it looks like Clean on the prowl, and it looks like they're going to turn this around. The Burning Sun Arrow, the jump in, and they have the knock-up. Clean has to bounce away. He does get to safety, though.
Yep, numbers advantage again. It's going to be a 4-on-3 at the T1.
They're going to do a little bit of pressure more than anything else. CT Boy taking a lot with those blades. My gosh, Shang has been a maestro with them, and he's doing a lot of damage.
Okay, let me give you a little information about AG.AL in their current season of KPL. They have a lot of 100% win rate heroes, and I don't think Twisted Mind's gonna have fun with that.
Yeah, Nighty here has to use the truth. He's gonna be ganged up 1 versus 3 though, but he will go down. Ron finds the kill.
This is why it's so important to get your support item first. Swai showing you the redemption. With the shields itself, they survive the initial aggression. And Shanks!
Oh, the pounce in. They go right onto Clean. They try to actually take him out, but they want the Crimson. Space created, and AG.AL will make them pay.
It's just AG.AL showing you the little advantages. Edging it out. And right now, Twisted Minds, the goalie isn't that big.
But Zoe now is going to be under the tower, and they're going to look to just, again, use that space. AG.AL will take the free mid T1. Twisted Minds right now on the defensive, basically just reacting to what AG.AL is throwing at them.
Yes, they're amplifying the lead. They're trying to go to Zoe, though.
Yeah, but Zoe was going to take that one, and it looks like Clean wants to go for the steal himself, but he wants to go potentially for Yino. Yino with a spider sense, he knows.
He knows. There is no way. That's why he's checking Clean. Oh, no, he's in the middle of 5 here.
Oh, the blade, the pounce away. He's going to try to get back to safety. The double pounce, he does get there, but the truth finds Chang. He gets that pick off, and 90 with that play, but Zoe looking for that revenge. But here's the bitter farewell right on top. The Heartlink away, tries to, gets the safety with that flash. You know, needs to be careful, but 90 makes him pay. He has that enlightenment, and he lighted him. Now he's Joey taking so much damage, and they Twisted Minds have done it.
They turn it around. This is why they're called the Masterminds. That was a great bait on the side of Twisted Minds to get AG.AL to overcommit. And once again, game number 1, global teams looking a little scarier. A nice catch by 90. That really opened up because that was your main source of damage. When Shung is down, it's so scary. And here's another movement. 90 saving the flash for the backline to catch out Inor. They were forcing him back in the perfect position.
What a great fight by Twisted Minds. And it was all kind of baited out. Everything just kind of went in their favor of understanding how to take this team fight. They picked him off one by one. Yinuo realized that he was in a bad spot, tried to splash back to safety, but then he just got caught out. 90 just too quick, too much damage, and he had that flash to save for him.
And look, they swing the whole gold gap around. They're now leading by about 2,000 gold on the side of Twisted Minds. Not what I had in my books.
Not what you had in your books, but we kind of saw this in game 1 in the first series of the day. But the nice Burning Sun arrow with those blades, and that should do enough damage and should be able to pick out CT Boy. And yes, in fact, it is. AG.AL with a nice pick off there.
What a timing to get a kill, though. Look, City Boy up for about 25 seconds or so. That is too long. They will not be able to successfully contest for this Shadow variant.
Yeah, but AG.AL, I mean, what is the objective that they're getting out of this? Yes, they got the kill, but it's just the roamer, and now it looks like they're going to get gone on right here as Ron has to get away. The Truth just pushing him back, not with that connection, but that Sea of Fate with the save.
The timing is just impeccable on this side of AG.AL. They know the limits that their heroes are supposed to be pushed to. Right now, it's about hunting time for Twisted Minds. They don't really have the numbers advantage at this point until they get into position. They might have to find a trade.
AG.AL looking to take this Shadow Tyrant, the first one of the game, but they lose their T2 as a balance for this one. The Overlord about to be started here. Twisted Mind still up and finds Ron, who gets a little bit serious. Those blades are going to do a little bit of damage. He's going for that potential steal, but Shanks takes the Overlord. 90's a little bit low, needs to be careful. They did lose Clean, so that's one thing to take note of. But now with this retreat, AG.AL not able to get any other catches.
Okay, so if they don't lose too much at this point, it's still something that is decent for the side of Twisted Minds. But advantage swinging slowly but surely back in the hands of AG.AL.
I just really like that Shadow Tyrant. I think at the 10-minute mark, yes, Twisted Minds are like, actually, we can put pressure on the top lane as well as stealing the Overlord. Yes, it was closer than they needed. This Burning Sun arrow will connect, but the Reforge plays right onto Shanks and an instant deletion. He's been sniped out.
Inor just cannot miss. Shung as well, and what a nice combination as they poke them down. T3s are both under pressure.
Oh, the tenderizing, the blades just way too much. They take the mid T3, the Universal Law really not doing enough. 90's still up in front, finds Zoe, but that's really not the target. He's just way too tanky at this stage.
You see the beauty of this draft. They can't deal with Zoe.
Zoe's looking to go in. 90 tried to make the heroic play, but he gets caught out. Just way too many members of AG.AL.
Yep, so you're diving into the abyss at this point, right? Diving into the deep end. Inor is building the tank build for this hero, so there is no way you get the instant kill on him. Clean, of course, at the top of the gold charts, but he is alone because the other 4 members on the side of AG, Inor, Shung, and Zoe, they're all following closely behind.
Yeah, and 90 with that jump in. I mean, it was a nice attempt, but the rest of Twisted Minds are like way too slow to really catch up. They weren't really in sync on ensuring that they got those kills, and him going in like that is kind of like a Hail Mary at this stage.
It's just a kit difference, right? Because end of the day, look, Hailang on this Tsuya is not exactly the fastest member. Yes, he can get a setup for you, but you need to have the appropriate timings.
Yeah, need to have that timing. That's going to be key here. AG.AL, just look at how they're starting to take over the map. The Burning Sun Arrow gonna miss at this point, but they're putting pressure on this bottom T3, which is just barely hanging on. They're looking for the flank. They find him. Nighty goes in for this, but it looks like they're going to turn this around. Zoe was there. He's going to be able to repel this assault. Twisted Minds have to retreat yet again.
That's what you have to do, right? Put that front line. This is what a front line is supposed to do. So Zoe and Ran, the two of them protecting their back lines. And the moment you give Ino and Sheng time, you are gone. There is too much damage.
Yeah, way too much damage. AG.AL now on the front. They've got the super minion in the mid lane, but here's the Universal Law just trying to slow that wave down. Twisted Minds just looking to hold on.
Okay, they have a little bit of the silver lining on the side of Twisted Minds. They have decent wave clear, right? One in the form of Hailang, the other in the form of Shanks. And because it's a tight corner, 90 can turn this around.
He can turn it around, but he's got to find the right angle. I mean, yes, the vision is just so good from AG.AL. Finding that jump in, not going to be easy.
Yeah, Zoe, once again, look at the way he's using. As an engage, it's an option select for them.
Oh, the T3 just going down. 90 at half-life. He's going to be focused, realizing that he was the only initiation. He's been pushed away. AG.AL have opened up the base.
Clean and calculated. This is a Baron base for the side of Twisted Minds as we're heading 14 minutes into the game. Zoe playing a fantastic job because he's so tanky, nobody can really get him down.
No real chance, but the Burning Sun Arrow is going to connect on the CT boy. Do they have enough? And with those blades, yes, they do. Zoe now on the run. Yes, he's tanky, but he's going to see a fade on out. He's going to get to safety, but Nighty going in for that play. Finds Shang, they get the pick off, but what more can they do? Nighty is down for the count. The Universal Law on the minions, but Zoe all the way up in front, chasing Shanks back. They're trying to take out the minions more than anything else. They find Hailang. Yinu just looking to stay alive, but he gets focused in. Clean finds him out, goes on to Ron, they pick him off, and now Zoe, he gets killed as well, and Clean with the triple kill.
Shanks looking for that final. One more will be that marker. Can they get the kill? They do. Shanks, they bring them down. It's an ace, but still, it is a Baron base for the side of Twisted Minds. They need to have so much more success.
Yeah, and Shanks might be the last man standing, but the top lane is pushing. Yes, it looks like they're going to have some sort of help in CT Boy coming back up, but here, how much push can they actually do at this stage?
It's very difficult, because at this point, 90 took a very big risk, but he burned every single available skill for the team. Zoe, what's he doing here? He's trying to get the turret pressure. The crystal is meant to shoot at him, tank for the team, but because they have decent wave clear on the side of Twisted Minds, they actually bring that backdoor protection in, and Shanks once again positioning clean this time on the backlines. Nobody will touch him. If you leave a Lady Soon alone with a Crimson Golem at this point, he's going to melt your team down.
Yeah, but okay. Yes, you're absolutely correct, but no T3s. Yes, you have a red buff, and I mean, Clean is going to pick up his own as well, so they've got two, but the Shadow Tyrant is going to be taken away. AG.AL looking to put even more pressure and to just close this game out.
The timing is just so tight from AG.AL. They're not leaving much gaps for Twisted Minds to expose, right? They have not taken a single Tyrant or Shadow Tyrant on the side of Twisted Minds, which is why it's so hard to fight. They don't have the fighting prowess.
Yeah, they don't really have it, but AG.AL understanding that they're still in control of this game. The net worth lead is only about 2K. Definitely something within reason at this stage, but Twisted Minds, the biggest thing is that their base is barren. Every lane is going to push, so anytime they make some sort of approach, they need to ensure that the lane equilibrium is in a great spot.
And look, everybody on the side of AG.AL optimized for Sheng to get those couple blades down. With the Reforge and the couple blades, that combination, it will melt anyone on this team down, maybe with the exception of 90, but for now, AG.AL, so many setups, you know, the ultimate, Shrive, the first and third skill, and you also have Run with the catch as well.
The Shadow Vanguard about to be burned down very easily by AG.AL, easily able to take that one out, and now they're looking to just deal with the minion waves, put more pressures. Oh, the Blades is on point, the Sage's Sanctuary right onto Clean, they caught him out and they find him, Ron with that kill, and now Nighty in a bad spot. He's going to be chased by all 5 members. He goes back in, tries to go for the truth, but he goes down as well. Yinu with just too much damage. Shanks now trying to stay alive. He tries to go, turns this around, but he stays alive. Ron has been killed as well, and now Shuai just with those Koi Ties just being super annoying. The Universal Law on the minions.
There is one chance. They have to get everyone low. They're trying again on the side of Twisted Minds. Shanks, he could potentially turn his game around. They're going.
He tries to go, but he deals with the minion wave more than anything else. Shanks still out there. He's stuck in his base. The ultimate shell not going to connect on anything.
As long as Shanks survives, I think there is a fighting chance for the side of Twisted Minds. But the moment Shanks
down.
Oh, Burning Sun Arrow just goes right in between. Not able to connect Zoe with that nice little knockup. Though. They find him and they find Hylon. CT Boy has to run away. Shanks has been killed and it looks like AG.AL will take game 1.
Easy peasy this time. The setup so clean as a new player in the HOK. Take a look at what AG.AL has drafted, how they play this composition to the absolute T.
Yeah, absolute T. Just the setups, the stuns, like lining it up with the damage that they have. I mean, that was really on point in terms of how they want to do this. Like the wombo combos, the control, and especially the map control of just choking out the game. And it was a very good game by AG.AL here.
Many different things went in favor of all gamers. AG.AL, right? Like you said, taking care of the map, taking care of the farm, little instances, but we have some hope for the global teams. Twisted Minds, this was not as easy as I think AG.AL would have hoped.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, they fought to the bitter end. I mean, they didn't really have any T3s. They were trying to stay alive. And again, the Fly attacking Yunua. They were sending out everything from Twisted Minds.
They tried every single formula, did not work for game number 1. AG.AL still stands at the top, at the peak of the mountain.
Yeah, it's a tough mountain to climb for Twisted Minds. I mean, they've seen it, they've felt it, they understand what is in front of them. I mean, yes, they had made some movements or whatever, but AG.AL not phased, able to weather with the storm and close this game out.
Okay, so I think right now, Twisted Minds is still a decent confidence to have. This is not exactly a full one-way stop. There was some life coming out from Twisted Minds. All they need to do, I mean, I have to just commend 90 this game. He really put his heart and soul into this one. So many nice catches. Unfortunately, AG.AL were just too far ahead. But this is our opinion. I want to hear things from the desk. Isaac and boys, what do you have for us?
Thank you very much, Kin. And what we have for you right over here is going to be the analysis of that game 1. AG.AL take 1-0 advantage on top of Twisted Minds. But I'm telling you something, it was not an easy game for them, right? At the end of the day, Twisted Minds, they lost their high ground turrets very early, and they were able just to kind of like back down AG.AL for about like 4 or 5 minutes, I would say,
yeah. It was definitely not a very dominating game as we were expecting for AG.AL. For sure, if you are a team Twisted Minds, you can treat this as maybe testing of the waters of our strength, especially on 90. He got like 2 openings on that part, and the efforts of team Twisted Minds, they can definitely pull out a punch here or 2.
I'm telling you, I think that Twisted Minds, in terms of the defense of the game, they did actually really good at just kind of just zoning AG.AL out, do not allowing them to just take a very big advantage. What are your thoughts on that whole game, Doggy?
I think Twisted Mind held it up super good.
Yeah.
But then the combo of Huyi and Gan,
that's it.
Massive. Like he can one shot
chain, right?
Yeah, it's a game changer. Like what they're doing right now. Like, as you can see, you can learn a lot from them. Like,
did you wish you use it in a show match today?
No.
You can use it on your ranked games.
Yeah, you can use it with friends, and then after you master it, for sure you can go and take it onto the big stage, right?
The good part here is the chemistry that they have on AG.
Agreed.
Like, the confidence level is top notch. Because if you can execute that kind of combination and combo, you need to be on the top of the mountain, like to execute that kind of play.
Because it's just a matter of seconds, right? Like it's just a matter of like one ability after the other, and not just to kind of like lay your abilities on top of the other, isn't it, Dave?
Well, there are 2 things I want to say about this game. Number 1, give credit where credit is due to Twisted Mind for holding the defense.
Yeah,
it was absolutely insane how long they've held the base, like you said, Isaac, and it showed the skills, the player, like just knowledge of the game. By the way, Clean, he came from a KPL youth group.
Yeah.
So he is a professional player. And the rest of the team, like we mentioned the synergy many different times. Now, come to AG.AL. I want to break down, we saw the stats just now. I want to break down their draft just slightly. You have the combo, of course, you said Hou-Yi and Gan-Mo. But when you have Hou-Yi, we're analyzing, okay, is this Hou-Yi a hyper carry? Or is he really just a utility marksman? And it seems like in this game, it served more towards the utility marksman tool. You use the ultimate, it's used as a bait, and then truly the carry is shown in the mid lane. Because you see the damage output he did in the game.
And it's very interesting just to see someone like Inuo, right? Like just taking away all the ego and just being like, sometimes when you need to be utility, you just need to be utility, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the Gunmo and Huye combo, right? The Zia is such an easy target for the arrow. Every time the Zia pops the ultimate, like boom, arrow. And what's interesting is that Sheng will immediately in advance put in the first mid second skill and then the buffed freshly forged coupled blades. But we're not also talking about the 100% team fight win rate of the Da Chao pick, which is actually so crucial for this game. A lot of saves that low-key giving the opportunity to team AG to turn around team fights because of those teleportations.
Yes.
Every time a single hero is in trouble, especially when Nighty or Pei gets a little bit of opening, he will pop in the teleport and then boom, nothing's gonna happen.
That Xiao pick right over there is something that in this KWC 2025 we've seen in different teams, right? It just needs a very big coordination. If you understand how to play that composition, it's a very strong one. But again, it's a very big risk. Doggy, if you were the coach right over there, would you still just go with that big of gamble right over there?
I mean, right now AG, what they're doing is like they pick Da because they need Twisted Mind to react on their play. So right now the Huyi is just farming on the bot side. Like we thought that it will be a good trade when they destroyed the bot lane tower, and then it will be a trade on the clash lane tower. But then they destroyed 2 bot lane tower for a one clash lane tower because they need to react on the Da Chao moving on the map. What else? They gotta TP out, TP in, TP out, TP in.
And the rotations cannot be that quick, right? Only Clean can just move around the map just easily and fast. But the rest of the team is not as mobile, isn't it?
They pick Zia just to shove the lane on the mid lane so they can rotate all the time. But then AG is much more faster. They are unpredictable how they're gonna rotate.
I think one thing that we can note on the Zia, maybe if we went like all the way, maybe Zia level 25, it could be like a different ball game. Level 25 also on the Lady Sun, right? Added stats and everything. Maybe the damage is enough, the wave clear is enough. But no, team AG, they're in a rush. They want to end this quickly as much as possible.
That is a late game composition, right? Just for that Zia and that Lady Sun to be online. That Zia and Lady Sun, I don't think that they had the damage, Dave. What do you think on that?
I want to touch on your point regarding the Da Chao pick. The Da Chao is such a good character to learn if you're new to Honor of King. Because there's so many great players in this community already.
Yes.
And we mentioned if you want to win against an organized team, organized player, or experienced player, you got to bring in the chaos. Twisted Mind, they did. Look how many kills there are on the board today in this game. I mean, usually when you watch AG.AL's game, you saw like less than single-digit kills. Yes. Across the entire board. But this game, there are over 20 plus kills all across the board. To show you, Twisted Mind is doing exactly that. But back to Da Chao, this character is so unpredictable. There's so many different things that you can do with her. So, yeah, that might be some comp that Team Doggy learns. Thanks.
But, bro, to be honest, Nike also executed something very good right there. But then the damage is lacking. They really need that Zia level 25. But if it did go to that late game, they can change the game, like that whole scenario.
AG.AL knew that they didn't want to allow that happening. And that's why in the moment that they wanted to finish the game at 13 minutes. Let's be realistic. They wanted to go for the push, and it was Nighty the one that just actually came in clutch and allowed them just to really keep that alive. But the game should have finished at 12:30, 13 minutes probably, and they pushed it all the way to 17. If they hold 1 or 2 more waves, and probably we could have seen the Tempest Dragon.
With this, we can conclude that Twisted Minds, they can definitely go for team fights. They're good with team fights, but some of those team fights, maybe the nerves are getting into them, especially like we saw this, you are agreeing with me, like Kai Lang is kind of like making a flash that kind of like wasted a flash that he could have like maybe just walked, right?
Like on the early game, we saw Heilang using the Zia, like he flashed on the gun. Even though he doesn't need to do it. So it's a risky play because when he died right there, Gun have singularity item already.
It is a pretty tough game. It is really hard for Twisted Minds just to kind of like find openings that they could actually be able to turn into victories. AG.AL right now just playing at the way that they want to play. Twisted Minds had a very good performance. If they want to take a victory, it's going to have to be even better than that. We know that game 1, when all heroes are out there, It's an easy game because you've got like you can just toss everything you have. Now that game 2 is going to come in, some of your meta picks are just not available. That's going to be a lot harder, isn't it, Doggy?
It'll be hard because right now on the first game, the draft, the batting phase is kind of predictable, but the pick of AG is not predictable because we're getting the flowborn tank jungle thing, and then they took Gun and Mo, like it's with a combo with Hui. It's so unpredictable, but they also bleed. Twisted Man can do it. Like I think they can do it.
I am really looking forward to see what's going to happen right over there. The ban and pick already started. What about if we toss it to the casters? Boys, take it from here.
Thank you so much for that analysis on game number 1. Now, all of your future depends on the decisions that you make today. And AG.AL have made that correct choice. Game number 1 in their hands. And they're going to start off strong with game number 2 with the first pick on Tulung.
Yeah, talking about that last game though, if we're going to be talking about the Flowborn tank, this was a hero that was 0-8 at the KWC and then enter the KPL Overlords, and now it's 2-8. Basically with TT Global winning, and then that last game right there. So they're the only teams that can win with that hero.
I mean, it really comes down to experience, right? Learning and testing this hero out, learning about the limits you can push. Now, Twisted Minds, their limits have been pushed. Today is an important day for them. Even if it's a learning experience, I want them to put the strongest foot forward. And with a Changfei and WETRND combination, I think that's a great start.
Yeah, look at how fast AG.AL drafts. Like insta counter picks. They know exactly what they want. They were going to go with the Dole here and the Menki to kind of just make this team way more robust. A very strong lineup thus far in the first phase.
And I think if you take a look at the patterns of the KPL Giants that have come here, that the frontliner is always so hard to take down. And with the help of these big burst people, right? Number 1, you now have a Lung. Previous game, we saw the power of Love, Gun and Mo, those snipes coming in. And not only that, the setups from the KPL Giants have been huge. So Twisted Minds, take a page out of their book. And we'll see Fatih, that third pick in the final phase.
When you're getting sliced and diced, you're thinking that is love? That's how you're making that analysis with the Gan and Mo pick? That seems very interesting to me.
Well, I have been taught that there are different ways to show love, and sometimes you have to give a little bit of tough love. So, Twisted Minds getting a little bit of tough love from the very strict teacher, AG.AL.
All right, we don't have to talk about we don't have to do the online therapy right now. We'll talk about that one a little bit later. But going into this one, I mean, the first phase, the Fatih has been, dare I say, a bit of a meta pick in that Clash lane. It's been incredibly strong. Teams have really been able to excel with it. It's kind of been having that first emergence on the global stage, considering it's been a newer hero. But is this a good pick in this lineup for Twisted Minds here?
Only if Twisted Minds go for the extremes. They need a mega tank or a pick-off composition with an assassin pick, because there's no Ogren, there is no Musashi, there's no one big enough to really melt down this furball that is Menki.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. They're going to definitely need some sort of damage. And I mean, if he jumps onto the back line, and you're looking at Princess Frost and WETRND as prime targets for this Menki to get that perfect Dream Realm off, you need to ensure that you're, again, spaced out on understanding how that team fight is supposed to go, and again, just take the right angles.
Yeah, so a lot of decisions to make, right? And everything needs to go in accordance with the timing. Now, Twisted Minds, they have been one of the rare teams that have surprised me with their Princess Frost pick. And here we go. Couple of new picks here. The Miyu and the Heino coming out for AG.AL. If I'm not wrong, this is a debut pick for Heino in KWC 2025. And with so much tankiness and survivability, the 4 uncatchables. You have the Lung, you have the Menki, the Miyu, and the Heino. Who are you going to burst down? Because you have to get all of them down.
Yeah, you have to get all of them down, plus the Celestial Melodies available, so good luck trying to chip into this one. This seems like a very tough, like self-sufficient, very in-your-face, tanky lineup that's going to be tough nut for Twisted Minds to crack.
This kind of brings me back to school, because this is like, you know what, I want to study for the test, and then it's meant to be a pop quiz, but suddenly it's a final year exam, and I'm not prepared. Okay. Now, Twisted Minds, let's see how they're going to do. They have the Luna. This is one of the most successful picks against the KPL Giants. It hasn't really won a game, but splendid performances.
Yeah, it's been great so thus far. I mean, Twisted Minds have been able to just actually fight back. They were talking about on the panel earlier about just how they were good so defensively, be able to hold on. But again, you got to do more than that, right? To take it to really to AG.AL, you got to be aggressive from the beginning. And they got some kills in that first game, but they weren't able to turn it into like objectives and other sort of big neutrals. They lost almost every single one of those.
You know why? It's so hard to play against a KPL Giant. It's because they're doing multiple things at the same time, right? So not only are they trying to pressure you, and one trait that, you know, a lot of good teams and great teams do is they push you behind your towers that you're defending. So there is no escape. The minions will be in range. There is no backdoor protection.
Yeah, actually, the biggest thing that I learned, I mean, we were having a discussion with Isaac yesterday, and he was talking about the fact that, like, when teams play, they're constantly counting, right? So everybody's aware of the timers, understanding when the minion waves are pushing, also when the big neutrals are going to be there, so that, like, every single movement is based on the timings of the game. That's how next level this team is.
Well, let's see, once again, a numbers advantage from AG. They start off strong. 3 members in the middle, and Hylan cannot have any pressure given to them.
I mean, the minion wave in the mid lane has been pushed. They've already taken their boars. AG.AL walking away with that essentially for free. CT Boy is going to kind of meet up with them, and he does have smite if they want to go, but Shank's in a bad spot, being pushed away, and it looks like this is going to be a tough situation for him to potentially get out. Shuai getting a little low. CT Boy has to use the Leaping Savior, but now Shanks has been caught out. The flash away. CT Boy does survive, but Shanks is not as lucky.
Look at this rotation, so clean. They knew that, hey, we wanted to make this life difficult for you, and right now it is difficult on extreme. Because Twisted Minds, they made that lane swap. They wanted to get the winning lane against Ran as a Mirror 2v1. Did not work out. Now they're even further behind.
It seemed like they were just out of position at this point, and Clean looking to go a little bit on the wrong side of this one. Yes, he's got that dash and that Searing Stab, and he does connect on that one, but he eats a Flaming Palm on his way out.
So look at the positioning of AG.AL. Now, Shang-Chi should be fine, shouldn't get the kill, has to commit the flash. So good pressure from Twisted Minds. But the fact of the matter is, AG.AL commits so many members, the force clean away, they take the space right now. Look at the rotation. Enoa back, farming again.
Understanding the timings of the game, being able to take that Sprite, but they actually get the Frigid Prison, the nice little knock-up. Yuno is not in a great spot. He's under the tower, though, and it looks like Twisted Minds, not enough damage, and Hylan goes down.
Making full use of that melee range. Sung, the lifeblood of AG.AL. And once again, they're crushing them in every single department.
Yuno actually just face-checked that brush, and he was just like, actually, we have an advantage. We have the tower here. There's not really much they can do, and they've turned that kill into a potential bottom T1. AG.AL hitting on all cylinders.
Yeah, at that point, Enoa was not even forward yet. There was no escape, right? And the fact that Sheng, took his confidence to a new level, went into the faces with his second skill, gets the melee form, gets additional resistance, he's able to fight 2v1, no problem.
No problem at all. And now Sheng and Yuno both level 4. They have their get out of jail free cards whenever they want to use it. So this is not going to be an easy situation for Twisted Minds because you have a bit of a long sustaining fight. It might not go in your favor.
My biggest concern here, look, Enoa is already so close towards the Eternity Blade. We're about 3 minutes into the game.
Unbridled Outburst is completely whiffs out Yuno, who's still being aggressive. Yes, the Stampede is on, but it seems like he's going to get on his dragon, and he flies on out of there.
What a transformation. They might be going for more, though. Sheng is around here, and the more Scepters of Fates that first skill he lands on you, the more painful it becomes. So Sheng now is just going to provide so much room.
Hylan waiting in the wings, potentially looking to go in, but no Winter is here to ride the win on, and those Scepters are starting to hurt. Yuno takes a tower shot, but AG.AL putting even more pressure on. Yes, you have the Leaping Savior, but Shen getting a little bit low. Twisted Minds are going to hold.
You know why they're so aggressive? Because Enoa has his ultimate again. That's the beauty of having a Dolly on your team. The Celestial Melody, the refresh. So Enoa can go as greedy as he wants, and the greed has been great. 2,400, 300 ahead of his counterpart in the form of Shanks.
There are so many good Celestial Melody targets on this team. This AG.AL lineup is just like on point. It's really perfect in terms of how they want to play around this Doldia here. It's going to be so tough to kind of deal with this really tanky, self-sustaining lineup that has ults that like reverse all the damage.
Yeah, so if you are in your ranked games, you get this opportunity, 5-man, pick this composition, man.
Yeah, the Tyrant is going to be taken here. Shang is going to get gone on. He's going to potentially use the Fate Rewind. He does get to safety. He goes 88 miles an hour, and he's on out of there.
He's totally fine. Clean, looking for an opening. If he can get the steal.
Oh, the searing stab, he's looking to go for that steal, but Zoe will pick that up with that smite. And it looks like with potential here, but Clean dashing away.
So once again, right, take a look at what's happening across the map. Because of Eno's push, now the T1 at the bottom is open for the taking. They are also putting pressure in the mid. Ran has successfully farmed. He does have attack speed now. And once again, it's multiple things. They are invading the jungle of Twisted Minds. No answers because too many questions come.
Yeah, it's putting the pressure on, but the real fight is elsewhere. They're, again, just trying to create a little bit of space. Zoe all the way up in front, understanding his role as this Menki of just being a frontliner. Yes, you're just threatening at the end of the day, but they need to respect where you are.
I mean, you can't break the shields, you can't break the walls, you can't come in.
Yeah, just too tanky at this point. Twisted Minds don't really have the items to really go with this one, but they find the Dream Realm. Hylong flashes away, connects again the Celestial Melody, make it a double in that sense, gets the stun and the kill.
Yeah, so Shuai also in the KPL region, coined as the smartest man in KPL. And now you know why he's so smart. The ability to choose when to put his ultimate refresh on the appropriate people. Zoe got that double Dream Roam, got the kill on the Hylong, and once again, map domination.
It's absolute domination. I mean, this mid T1 under siege, Twisted Minds, the Fate Rewind on back, just reversing everything and Clean. Now in a world of hurt, he eats a Flaming Palm. The Unbridled Outburst used defensively just to zone them away, and Twisted Minds just need a little bit more breathing space.
No problem for the side of AG.AL. Do you know why that's such a good play from Sheng? Because when you use the ultimate of Heino, everyone who's caught in his ultimate range is actually marked. When he comes back, his scepters will be tracking. It will land on you, and it's increased damage because he's already landed that passive mark on you once.
Yeah, he has a 1.5k net worth advantage over Hylong already, and now Clean in a bad spot. Wanted the Sprite, Zoe not giving up anything for free. They find Clean, he has to go, and he gets killed. You know, with another pick off.
This is how you play the macro game, right? Play the map, and every single instance that AG meets a member of Twist, it's a 4v1, 4v3 numbers advantage.
A huge advantage here, and with this power play, AG.AL will put even more pressure on. There's really nothing Twisted Minds can do, especially since you're down a member here. But with that winner is here, it will zone everyone away.
Okay, at the same time, look at what Ran is doing. So Ran actually farming that Crimson Golem for himself. So every member is optimized.
The Dream Realm tried to go in. He's a little off the mark. AG.AL, though, will take the top T2 instead.
That's a great trade for them on the side of AG.AL. They don't lose anyone, but 90, he's hiding in the shadows, looking for an opening, but there is no opening on the side of AG.AL.
And this is why AG.AL and even TT Global is that, like, their positioning and the way that they move and they retreat, they're sticking together. There's no easy pickoffs.
There isn't. Clean.
So he goes in, he goes for that Dream Roam, he's potentially going in for that, but Ron trying to find him, and he finds Nighty. He tried to flash away, but under the tower, he doesn't care. Zoe gets that pickoff, and now with this infinite fastness, the Umbrella Outburst finding Sheng, who flashes away, and CT Boy is kept lost wanting on this point, and Twisted Minds doesn't really matter. The Umbral Moon will keep Ron alive, but AG.AL putting too much pressure on.
Putting so much use in their resources, right? So it's like a wrestling match. You tag in, right? Once your skills are done, hey, I'm done. I have nothing else to throw. It's your turn to go in. And AG.AL having absolute control. And with that control, they've netted themselves 5,000 in the gold lead department.
The way that they're playing these team fights is just really next level. I like the tag team, analogy that you made, because it's like really on point. But everybody is together. It seems like they have a numbers advantage whenever they go into these fights.
And this is one mistake you can force others to make, right? So as City Boy, he wants to throw his ultimate. He wants to get the bridal outburst. And when you want to dive on the heroes, look, the fact that Zoe's able to move around, he pulls all these members of Twisted Minds deep into a outnumbered advantage.
Oh, here's the Dream Realm, the perfect placement, gets 90. Is he able to get away? He tries to dash. He's taking a lap, but with that winner is here, covering his retreat. Twisted Minds will potentially hold at this one.
But it's a damage limitation. Look, at this point, 8 minutes and 40 seconds. They do have an objective to take, but they don't really have to care about it. Map and wave management, that is the strength of AG.AL. City Boy hiding in the sidelines, looking for an opening.
Oh, they find the Frigid Prison onto Zoe, who's getting very low, but the Dream Realm away, and he does get alive. Yinuo going aggressive, finds Hylong, gets the pick off, and the infinite fastness on back, but Shuai will be killed. Twisted Minds finally getting that first one, and now Sheng is there, but with Nighty taking a lot, Zoe turns around and snipes him down.
Same formula, they were pulled too deep. Twisted Minds thought they had the advantage, thought they had the opening, but once again, they only open
opened themselves up to the side of AG.AL. His positioning in that fight was so clean, and paired up with Ran as well. The way they traded places, pulled the different members of Twisted Minds in, so beautiful this game.
Yeah, you know us, like, Shuai, I just need you to stay alive so that you can give me Celestial Melody. If you keep dying, I'm not going to get that, right?
So, I mean, let's take a look at how that fight went down. So, I think you can't blame 90, right? That was so low on a Zoe. Great attention to detail. He wanted to chase him down. But on the backlines, number one, they get the snipe onto Hailang in the mid, right? Ino did a great job of that. And Ran backed him up with that solo dive onto two different members underneath the T2. That's how scary AG is. It feels like a bad situation, but it's great for AG.AL.
No, they're finding the right times to attack and who they need to go for. They made sure that Hailang has had a rough time. Yes, he gets his spells off, but he's not able to cycle them and to continue on with those stuns, and he's been killed. He's been focused in. AG.AL doing a great job of understanding who needs to die.
Yes, and we talked about 90, right? This Fadi pick is a great pick, but he can't do things alone. They get the freeze.
Oh, they get the freeze, but they don't have the damage, and Shag just walking away from that as if nothing happened. They find 90 on the top lane, and that's going to be a huge pick-off for Yunua yet again.
They have to lick their wounds at this point. Nobody can control Yunua. He still has his ultimate, though.
Zoe, though, just trying to fight 1 versus 1, essentially with clean. Hailang is there, but they don't want to fully commit for this. CT Boy with that Umbrella Outburst is not going to be enough. They've gotten the pick-off onto Shanks, and now Twisted Minds on the retreat yet again.
Too tanky, too much damage on the side. They also get that sneak pick off onto Shanks on the top side. Once again, this time a duo combination coming with Shuai with the slows and the burst damage of who also has that Crimson. This was how it went down. So once again, Shanks, he finds himself in this position where he feels like he has the advantage, but you do not have the goal lead, you do not have the item lead at 7,000 ahead. 7th heaven for the side of AG.AL as they look to put a lot more damage on this T3 on the top.
I mean, but there's no minion wave. That's the only reprise in that sense of just being able to slow this game down. But I want to talk about that replay because Yunua, most times when you see the infinite vastness, they'll either retreat or they'll go super on aggressive. He's like a sniper, able to just navigate that dragon and just get the perfect placement for Shanks, and he ended up getting that kill because of it.
They will lose this T3 if there's one more hit.
They get that Searing Stab, the Fate Rewind on back, but it's not in a great spot. Clean continuing on, finding the back line, but where's the follow-up? Where's the team? They find Shang, that's a huge win for them, and Twisted Minds will come out with this 1-0.
Okay, a great prize to claim, right? Sheng is actually one of the hardest members to kill. I mean, there's so many different members on the side of AG.AL that are so hard to take down. And yes, Twisted Minds, they get a little candy, but the big prize, that big ball of hope is in the form of the Shadow Overall. Let's see how that fight went. Clean, I have to commend his confidence coming in here, knowing that he has enough damage, level 15, max level, going in for the kill. The team could not back him up because they were quite low as well.
They were all so low. I mean, if they were there, they might have been able to completely turn that clean, going in aggressive. But the Umbro Rune, looking to just turn this around. The Umbrella Outbursts have been expended, but it looks like CT Boy is in a world of hurt. Maybe he dashes over. Yes, he does. But he eats a Flaming Palm and a Ride the Wind on his way out.
It's the dark side of the moon, and Twisted Minds find themselves lacking, find themselves lower. Two big members down. The tanks, in fact. City Boy is down. Nadi is down. And with that, the Vanguards, the Overlords are flying into the base, the heart of Twisted Minds.
They've taken the bottom T3. AG.AL looking to end this. They have to flash back into the fountain just to stay alive. AG.AL looking to be clean, clinical, and they take the mid T3. The base is wide open. They've taken clean. Shuai taking a lot. Nighty gets that revenge, gets that kill. He wants to go in, gets the double, finds Yinuo, and Twisted Minds looking to turn. Shanks has been picked off, but these Shadow Vanguards are doing some work on the Crystal. Nighty needs to stay alive. Zoe's going to be there. He's going to be very tanky, but he's just trying to slow it down. Nighty's going to be picked off, and Twisted Minds with only 2 members, but with these Shadow Vanguard, and the winner is here. How much can they do? Shang gets the double kill, and they get the base.
That is absolute domination. Once again, game number 2 goes in the hands of AG.AL. Another good performance. And you can't blame them because, look, they played their cards to the T, to the best.
that is available in game number 2.
Just way too strong. Loong and, you know, the Dolia, the lineup, this is a nice little 1-2 combination that they had, but then you add the Haino, Mankey, and the Miyu, and it's just like, who can you kill? Who can you jump on? Twisted Minds really didn't have any answers for all of these guys with amazing ults.
I mean, this is where the problem where more is less, right? Too many people to choose to try and get your burst on the side of AG. And look, there is damage on the side of Twisted Minds, but when you can't burst members down fast enough, and at the same time they're not grouped up together, Twisted Minds, you always find yourself in a pinch.
Yeah, definitely in a pinch. I mean, we're checking out these highlights. Look at how Yinuo is always able to almost stay alive. They've been able to find Shanks. They were able to get those pickoffs. And again, this is one where, you know, Zoe actually outclasses Nighty, just barely surviving, turns it around and gets the return kill.
And it's always about the vision, right? Right now, they're always making you tunnel vision. You have to pay attention to this fight. You have to pay attention at this point. And what happens when you are all focused on one singular part of the map? They look for something else. Eno is always away from the map, away from the fight. But with that, let's hear what the Des has to say. Isaac and the boys educate us once again.
Welcome to class. Welcome to class. It's time for us to educate you, as Kin just mentioned it. We've got Professor Dave and we got Professor Manjin with us, right? And that's going to be a lot of fun. Welcome to class.
I'm going to be your classmate.
You're gonna be the teacher, brother. What are you doing? It is gonna be 2-0 right now for AG.AL, taking a victory one more time on top of Twisted Minds. In this one, it looked a little bit like the gap is actually becoming a little bit bigger, isn't it?
Yeah. I have one sentence to describe this game. It is defense is the best offense. How can you possibly kill? It seems like a blue-green type of draft, right? You have the Long, you have the Dolia as well, Haino, and even the Miyu, and even the Mankey. Early on, if you're Twisted Minds, you're like pressured to, how can I counter build this? Do I go?
There's no way to burst any one of them, right?
Do I go early anti-tank? Do I go early anti-heal type of item? But if I go for those items, I clearly don't have any damage. So how can I win? Like, I don't have the necessary key to do it. Maybe the Derenji, maybe after the Imperial Gold card, but then again, it was too late. It was too late.
It was very difficult for them just to kind of like grab one person from AG.AL, take them down and have a power play. There was never a moment where they have the numbers advantage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. My word for this game is synergy, actually.
Okay.
I mean,
that's a better word.
Yeah,
better
Dolia.
Word.
Thank you very much, Professor Dave.
Dolia Long, Dolia Haino, and Dolia Miyu. I noticed that KPL region teams like to maximize the effect of Dolia. We have seen it many different times. Today we're seeing it again. You don't just see Dolia along with a Duen. You see Dolia with many different things all together. Dolia could ult anyone in this game and make a huge impact. You saw just that. We've seen AG play the Long Dolia combo throughout their entire career, and they showed it here in a master fashion. So it's just a beautiful game. Look at the stats. Evenly distributed towards the game. Everyone is equally as important in this game.
I'm telling you, that Dolia and Eno Long, it was really, really top level. Because Long is just very dependent on his ultimate, right? But the problem is that it comes in, deals damage, uses the ult, comes back, ult again available immediately. And that is really difficult to counter. That's really hard. But well, you were promised lessons, and you were promised that we were going to educate you, and Dave has got some moments from game 1, right, that he wants to talk about with us. So what about we just move the camera to Professor Dave? Professor Dave, please show us.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. I got 2 incredible lessons for people watching at home, okay? Now I got an illustrator right here.
Let me hold your mic, bro.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assistant Professor Manjin.
The first thing that you want to do at home is learn Hou Yi and Gan Mo combo. And I'll have a compilation of a few clips to show you the utility of it, right? So let's go ahead and play this very first clip. See, there we go. And this is Zoe and Eno. You can see they're setting up, but they don't have vision next to the red side bush. So what it will do is they will have Eno send an arrow. You can see about right here. And at this exact moment, you will see Zoe then stepping towards this bush. The synchronization of skills is what makes Honor of Kings so fun to watch at a peak level. And that's why it's so fun to play this game with friends, right? So if we continue to play this clip, you can see Zoe moving up now that vision is cleared. Although they didn't hit anything, but it served as a way to, check the bush. But if it hit something, it could be deadly. This is second clip. Obviously, it started off with Stripe being killed. But check out this clip, right? Again, this is the combo.
Man.
Eno lands the arrow, and you got Sheng with a 4 blades, insta kill on Lady Sun. This type of sudden death is what makes this game so fun, so satisfying when you play Dynamo. And check out the third clip. This is why Hou-Yi, although Hou-Yi is a character, you would say, oh, this Hou-Yi has no mobility, it takes so much to farm. But utility Hou-Yi serves as a bait because no mobility, people want to dive onto him. But then on top of it, you have this ultimate, right, that can serve as a force initiation tool. So once this arrow connects right here, you can see, boom. Now Sheng moves up, along with Da Shui's full combo, just one-shot Shanks, right? Shanks can't even move. Now again, it's a sudden death for the carry, which snowballs the team to the next level. I do want to mention the second point though, from game 1. This is the reason why I talk about 90 being the key for victory for Twisted Mind. If they want to take a game, if they want to take the game to 20 minutes, have a shot, 90 is pretty much it. Check this out. This is Clean trying to invade the jungle, and AG obviously smells something fishy, right? So they're trying to get the vision a little bit, test the water, and you see Clean kind of getting caught, but he's skilled enough to get away. But 90, check out this criminal right here, right? Criminal assassin. He's hiding in this bush, figuratively speaking, okay? Hiding in the bush, looking for the right carry, and he identified this guy, right? Sheng has gone a mole. He's stepping up, he's patient enough, and just when Sheng steps up, he comes in to the one-shot combo and gets the kill. But then he steps up, steps back, and looking for an opportunity again. He's not rushing, staying in a team fight, soaking damage for no reason. He's just waiting patiently, right? And just when Dahlia baited team in, check out 90's engage one more time, right? Is now hit. This is the opportunity. Now they're in a narrow pathway. This is my win condition to jump in again. And check this out, right? Look at 90. Okay, there's a little freeze here. Let me just go back. Boom. We might have to watch this clip one more time.
It's all right.
You can actually fast forward it.
Yeah, right over there.
Okay,
Good.
okay, check this out. I mean, it's a great engage.
90 comes in.
Right? 90 comes in, get the kill.
Makes the move that he's running away.
He runs away, baits, right? Oh, come into my territory, and once they
Flash.
do, look at... Okay, well,
right
that's pretty
there.
much it. That's pretty much it. That's all your clips, guys. And I just want to show you that why 90 is such a force to be reckoned with, right?
Yeah.
So, Twisted Mind, 90, that's the key to victory. But guys, if you're at home, make sure to play the Hou-Yi and Gunmo combo, or just play Hou-Yi with anything, to be honest, because it's such a great initiation tool.
Thank you very much, Professor Dave. Thank you very much. We're going to take our notes and we're going to put it right out there for everyone just to copy my notes. It's totally fine. Ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 right now. AG.AL on advantage on top of Twisted Minds. We're going to go for a little break and then we're going to be back with the game number 3.
right, welcome back. That was a 2-0 start to AG.AL. We're waiting to see what Twisted Mind have in their mind to show us next.
Here we go. I kind of feel like, Dave, this is the most important game for Team Twisted Minds to probably win. And of course, let's take it back to our main guy, Mr. Isaac. How are you, man?
I'm telling you, if Twisted Minds wants to make history, they need to win this one game. Because there's going to be the third one, right? After being 3-0, I've seen very, 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 very rare times AG.AL not finish it in a 4-0. So if Twisted Minds is still wanting to just make history, they must take this one. They need to go with everything they got. Whatever they're expecting, it needs to be in this game. Twisted Minds against AG.AL. Casters, the BP is all yours.
AG.AL with a 2-0 advantage over Twisted Minds. And as Professor Isaac was talking about, that third game being down 0-3 is almost too high of a mountain to climb. You will definitely struggle. It's going to be a huge issue in terms of confidence, but Twisted Minds, what do they need to do, Kin, to really bounce back in this one?
They need to put pressure onto AG.AL, but I'm not just talking about the game as well. Because we're in class, I tend to get distracted a little bit. So if you're interested to meet AG.AL in person as well, there is a meet and greet later tonight.
Okay, well, I don't think Twisted Minds want to meet them anymore at this point. I think that they want to just kind of take over them and just get away with them because, Twisted Minds might have a couple, nightmares tonight about this team.
Well, the nightmares may come true, but maybe for the side of AG.AL. Now, Twisted Minds, they pick up a very strong early game mid laner that's going to come in the form of the Mai Shiranui, also taking out the early game Pei as a ban, and the Ogren with that penetration into the front lines of the side of Twisted Minds, and they're going for the Liu Bang Lianpo combination. Beautiful, tanky. As later the game goes, there is a big turnaround possibility.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about the Lianpo is that it kind of counters what Liang wants to do in terms of that control. Yes, he locks you down, and that potential Mai could be at risk, but Lianpo coming in like a superhero, knocking it up and ensuring that your team stays alive, it will be key.
I was about to sing some theme song there for superheroes, but I think that's not the way to do it. So AG.AL, here we have the Jing. A monster in the jungle if played right, an absolute glass cannon as well. Now, will this Jing be the full force with Rapacious Bite in the jungle itemization as the burst potential for the side of Twisted Minds? Because if you play your cards wrong, you will get taken out by the Liu Bang and Lianpo combination as well.
You might, but we have full faith in that Zoe will be able to just fly high and be just very mobile, very difficult to lock down. Lianpo potentially can do that with those burst rams, but it's a skill shot in that sense of just moving into the right spot at the right time. You kind of need to have a little bit of premonition to really get those connections.
So we need Zoe with the zoomies at this point for the side of AG.AL. Now the final bans have been locked in. No Fatih, no Dharma, no Hou as well. They don't want more disruptions coming in from either side.
Yeah, it's all about protecting this Jing as much as possible, ensuring that he's able to do that damage. Yes, Liu Bang and Lianpo are tankier boys in that sense, so the Twisted Minds could go with a little bit more of a squishier lineup in these last two picks here.
Okay, I'm gonna try and meditate here because I think Twisted Minds need a very mobile farm laner because this Jing, Zoe, is going to be hunting for the lives of the farm laner on the side of Twisted Minds. AG.AL, they fortified their defenses with the Byron, one of those really hard to kill Clash laners.
Very difficult, and you know that the secondary initiation is going to be required from the squad. The Jing will go in to start things off. You're going to create a little bit of a party. Everybody's going to be gathering together. Byron could go in with that Storm Strike and just really set the tone because you know that the secondary initiation from the Twisted Mind side, you have Lianpo coming in.
And I think Ran actually is able to spoil the game of the Liu Bang as well. Liu Bang's ultimate, the Battlefield Command, you can actually interrupt it before it takes place. All you need is a stun. And Byron, his second skill, pretty fast.
Yeah, pretty fast here. But Han Xin, the last pick for Twisted Minds, let clean work. Plus you have the Liu Bang to kind of back him up. This is going to be a tough one in that sense of just being able to kind of, keep on pace with this Zoe Jing here.
Wow, but I like this pick. The AG.AL as the final pick for the side of AG.AL. Not a debut pick anymore, but with the mobility offered by the side of AG.AL, there is a chance you can kind of kite the Hansing and the combinations of the Liu Bang and Limpo, but it needs to be super clean. So AG.AL, they put their final card in the playbook. Let's see how this game number 3 is going to go.
Yeah, it wasn't, I mean, you were talking about how AG.AL has already been picked once, and it's only been picked once before. It did not win that game, but will be piloting this one. I think we're going to see some fireworks.
For sure. Fireworks guaranteed in this game number 3, because Twisted Minds, if there's any time to pick up the speed, pick up the pace, and pick up your standards, it is this game number 3. Because if AG win this, it is series point.
Yeah, series points. Definitely don't want to be in that situation. Twisted Minds fans, are you in the stands? Because right now, they need your energy.
Oh, they definitely need it. I don't think I need to ask for the AG fans to cheer, because they have a drum, they have their banners, they have their mascot, and AG.AL, they are gonna try and take this game number 3.
That's not fair. You guys have a drum. That's completely unwarranted in the state. I mean, they're so loud, they're so rowdy. The fans have been amazing. But going into this one, I mean, this is a must-win game for Twisted Minds here.
Yes, and if they play the cards right on the side of AG.AL, if you're not here to experience it, I'll give you an inkling. It goes like, bang, bang, bang.
All right, it looks like Zoe, though, is going to be harassed here. Hailong trying to do as much as he can. He needs to have that impact, making Zoe's life a little bit more difficult.
Okay, it's a great start for the side of Twisted Minds, right? They can play a little bit more dangerously because they have quite a bit of tankiness in the form of City Boy for the start. Level 1, everyone's equal.
Yeah, but look in the bottom lane. The protecting winds used by Shanks already.
Oh, Sheng.
He's going to be flanked here. Sheng looking for that approach. Gets it with that Frigid Prisoner, trying to knock him down. Not able to go. He's going to be stuck between 2 different sides. No real way to go. And Shanks has to flash away. He's going to use that protecting winds, but he's going to be chased here, and he gets sniped out. Yinuo.
Bang, bang, bang. This has to be it. What a beautiful gameplay coming out from AG.AL. Numbers advantage once again.
Oh, but here comes the revenge. They find Yinuo in a bad spot and cleaning it up.
Okay, this is a great response. Twisted Minds putting the team tag of Masterminds to value at this point. Now, the one-on-one on the top side, not going to go too smoothly if Twisted Minds gets their play. 90, he's trying to hold him there, but I think Ran smells something foul coming up.
Yeah, 90 and Ron were actually kind of in a bit of a skirmish in this one, but right when the camera went on, then they both disengaged. It seemed like we were at a Coldplay concert, but Yinuo gets picked off in the mid lane.
Okay, that's a great start. This is exactly what Twisted Minds needs to do. Now, it's not enough to get the kills. You need the map control. You need the jungle control as well.
Oh, Clean looking to go in for this one. Finds Zoe, though, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Zoe turns it around, but with Shuai getting the kill, though, and it looks like with too much damage from Zoe, Clean just getting cleaned out.
This is what I love about esports. This is what I love about HOK. Almost is never enough. Did they get the knockout with the Shuai? Yes, they did. They stopped that combination, but still not enough damage. And Clean, there's not enough life. And for now, he is running out of time because Zoe is already at level 6, a level advantage, gold advantage as well.
Yeah, pretty huge at this point. And I to be honest, I would have liked it if Clean was playing a little bit more passively, just looking to steal the enemy jungle more than anything else. That was a very ambitious approach and assault, and he really paid with his lives on this one. And Zoe just styling on CT Boy with that first ramp, pushing him away. But with that mirror domain, he's going to just walk back and forth and push, again, everyone from Twisted Minds back.
Okay, so it's an even trade in terms of skills, right? Because you trade out your ultimates. Look, it's about less than a minute before the first Tyrant of the game, so nothing too big in terms of cost for both sides, but it gives you an inkling, right? Zoe definitely has a power spike. City Boy at level 4, he's 3 levels behind, and maybe
3 members, the Storm Strike, they're gonna go under. They've got the control, the Winter is here, that 1-2 combination, just enough damage to get the pick.
Yep, Twisted Minds looking for the return kill.
They want to find it, but it looks like they found something juicier in Zoe, who was just like going through the river, got caught out.
protein shake, and they're shaking things up. Twisted Minds looking for another kill on Ron.
Clean looking for that steal more than anything else. That Sprite is going to be used. CT Boy with that burst ram, finding Ron. They have the knockup, and they get the kill with Hailong, making some serious moves. Yes, those AoE zones have been laid down, but Twisted Minds will just retreat.
What is happening now? Twisted Minds, they have found some sort of stride. They're keeping pace as well. This gold gap is non-existent. Now Shanks waiting for a victim coming in the form of Enoa. Not going to happen. He's going to be looking for some opening elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, but the teleport coming in from Shang, he's going to be there in the bottom lane.
Hang on.
Oh, they find a nice little burst ram. It's Zoe and Shuai just limping away. They got knocked up though.
They got a flash from someone there. I'm not sure who it was, but at this point, AG.AL as well as Twisted Minds, they understand it is the buffs that are important.
Oh, the winter is here, and it doesn't look like Hailong got that steal with a Kachus and finds Zoe instead. CT Boy still up in front, looking to tank here, and it looks like they will be backed off yet again.
All right, they're turning the pace up a little bit. Shanks, a little bit in control against Enoa. The gold now, I mean, is dead to rights even. There is no advantage for either team.
No advantage, but the Tyrant is looking to be at least scouted out by Hailong. Don't think they actually start. They're going to wait for Clean to ensure that he's able to safely do it. Twisted Minds, again, putting pressure on the mid lane, giving that farm to Clean.
Princess Frost, so good at checking the brushes with a first skill as well.
Nice
and right now,
nice burst ram. The Battlefield Command right on top of this. They're trying to go for Shang with that burst ram again. Shang just somehow staying alive, but they find Yinua. But Nighty's trying to trade his life away. They've got a double kill going the way of Hailong as he finds Shang as well.
Okay, they get a 2-2, so that's great for the side of Twisted Minds because AG.AL, you do not want to give them an advantage. But the mid T1 now under pressure. Shuai.
Yeah, they're looking to rotate. They need to defend here. And Hailong finds the pickoff, finds Shuai, left him wanting in that sense, but Zoe backing away. He's going to stay alive. That Oak Bolt doing some work. Ron is going to now join. He's just going to back off now.
But he did burn out the flash from Shanks. So this is a decent situation for the side of Twisted Minds. But this might be a mistake, Hailong. You do not want to stay here. AG.AL will not be threatened by their presence.
Yeah, they will not be. He's been making some good moves. Hailong had really needed to have stepped up in this one. He's making some good rotations, but now here comes Zoe with that mirror domain. Nighty's getting focused in. They find Clean first, but here's the return, and it looks like Hailong will get that kill onto Zoe.
Bad trade for the side of Twisted Minds. They do trade the junglers, but with one more extra kill on the 90, that combination is spoiled. And even though no one has gotten that first Tyrant of the game, look at the way AG.AL are occupying the jungle of Twisted Minds again.
Ron just chasing it down right onto CT Boy. The Tyrant still hasn't been taken at this point, but AG.AL with some picks. It looks like they've got a little bit more fighting, spirit in them, and they want to take more of those as opposed to just taking objectives like they have in games 1 and 2.
I mean, they need everything they can get their hands on right now, right? Ron buying attention. Look, he has the attention of 4 different members on the side of Twisted Minds, and with that, with the pool of attention, AG.AL, they reward themselves with the T1 on the top again. And look, goal difference. Zoe doing so much better than Clean at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1.4 at this point, and Clean has had a bit of a struggle. He hasn't been able to give them that space. He had that early death, which definitely didn't help them, but now AG.AL, okay, it looks like they're just going to give up on the Tyrant for now. More look for the push and then take the Tyrant.
Fast clear, now you give them 2 options, right? Do you want to fight for the Tyrant or do you want to defend your T2? Once again, multiple options for you to choose from, and now you have to choose right.
Yeah, and it's not good. The control, they find CT Boy with that Winter is here, but here's the burst ram. He's able to out-tank this. The Battlefield Command right on top. The Tremor Smash onto 2, but CT Boy falls first. They find Hailong. He's going to get slowly dashing away. He's going to get to safety, but Ron with the chase down finds Shanks. They're going to find Nighty as well, and with 4 members down, AG.AL starting to roll.
Okay, they get the surprise kill onto Enoa, but it's not enough. They still have 3 members on the side of AG.AL pushing, and there is a wave in the mid. Clean, he's going to try and mount the defense. No, that's a good decision. You cannot fight against Zoe. And Ron, what is he doing? He already trying to break down that T3 on the bot.
Yeah, this is where Golem is going to be contested here. Giving up to Zoe here. Clean, not able to even find that one. He can't take much, but Zoe on the chase, on the approach, gets the kill on the Clean.
Yeah, he knew he had no option. Shuai actually perfect positioning, pushing him towards the jungler, and Ron was also clean behind in pursuit, ready to get the kill. AG.AL just making all the right moves.
I mean, he was actually putting him away. He was contesting the Azure Golem, and Clean was like, okay, brother, you can have that one. I'm going to run off. But Zoe gets the blue buff, and then he's like, no, I'm going to find you, and I'm still going to kill you.
which is kind of scary, right? This is 3 different decisions. That combination from the Liupang and the Lianpo coming in at the right time. But look at the way they group up on the side of AG.AL, right? Everyone is sharing the damage. Ran then picks up the appropriate target to push away. And now you're left with no combination available. Ideally, you want clean. You want Shanks to be untouched. So they separated them. And at this point, there is no way as the T3 at the bottom. AG.AL looking for an opening.
Yeah, looking for the opening, but they've got the control. The jump in was potentially there with that Tremor Smash, but he's going to be killed. CT Boy gets picked off. AG.AL makes him pay for even trying to go on him.
Yeah, Inoue hitting his power spikes. You know, you can have your ultimates. We will just melt you down. The multiple shots coming out from Inoue, hurting them not just in-game, but in real life as well.
This cannot be easy here. AG.AL looking to just siege this mid T2. There are no answers available for Twisted Minds at this stage.
Yeah, they're trying to cut the waves. Hailang, he's trying to do whatever he can, but he's been founded out once again.
Oh, he's going to double dash. He's going to try to get to safety. Slow them down with those Kachusins. Hailang will survive at this point, but man, that was kind of scary for him.
Okay, so this is what I feel in ranked games. Look, as long as your T3 is alive, you still have a chance. And right now, Twisted Minds, Hailang, he still cannot get out.
He just wants to recall back to safety, but Hailang's going to be chasing. He goes in for the ruined and tried to go for the pickoff onto Yino. It was a very brave play, but it was a suicide mission in the end.
I mean, you do what you can, right? You know you're dead. AG.AL have your number. You just try to put as much pressure as you can. At the same time, top lane, they will try to make a trade for the T1, but still the trade is in favor of AG.AL.
Yeah, taking all the good trades. I mean, losing out on the Shadow Tyrant, huge, especially at the 10-minute mark. That's the first one of the game. This is going to be a huge buff for you in the later team fights that are about to happen. But only trading away the top T1, I think AG.AL will be very happy with that.
Yes, and Clean, yes, he did get that Crimson buff, but look, Zoe as well, he got the corresponding Crimson buff in the bottom side of Twisted Minds jungle. So it's once again too many options. What do you choose? Where do you choose? Who do you choose? Too many questions, and Twisted Minds are playing, you know, out of their minds, not in a good way.
Yeah, and generally speaking in Honor of Kings, if you're playing a defensive game, you're playing a losing game, right? AG.AL are able to be very aggressive, take over the map, and just literally take all the farm, but it looks like they've got the connection to Battlefield Command right on the Clean, but with that control, they actually get the pick off. They have enough damage, and CT Boy just trying to stay alive. He gets picked off as well, with Ron going in with that flash play, and now with this mid T3 gone, how does Twisted Minds hold?
They're going to try and push them behind the towers. This is a signature play, AG.AL. Victory is in sight. Game number 3, a series point is available for the taking. They don't really need to care about Hailang.
I mean, they don't, but the minions are now here, and this could be a potential problem. They find Nighty, they get the pick. They actually got Hailang on the other side as well, and now AG.AL with this winter is here. It's a matter of time as these minions march down mid, and AG.AL will take game 3, eventually going into this one. But Clean gets picked off. They're going to pad the KDA one last time. The burst ram onto this one. He's trying to stay alive, goes for that Trevor Smash, but not too much in the end. AG.AL will take game 3.
Third time's the charm. Double kills for the side of Zoe. This jungler has been on fire today, and not only him, AG.AL, the definition of true teamwork.
True teamwork, true perfection. Look at how clean they are, and they were able to just run the table once they had that advantage. Twisted Minds were throwing everything in the kitchen sink to see what sticks. Unfortunately for them, we're not able to find any sort of opening against this juggernaut.
Yeah, even the Fly gave up, dude. He was disturbing, you know, and he was like, nope, I cannot defeat this man as well.
Yeah, they were trying. They were throwing literally everything at this point. I mean, but AG.AL just finding the pickoffs, the right moments to go in. And like Zoe was just like next level. Look at how he's just like turning this around. Yes, he trades his life away, but at what cost, right? Almost every single trade was in favor of AG.AL.
And it's so beautiful because look at the room they buy for Inoue in this game. Like, it's not just this game, it's every game. And Inoue is one issue you can't solve. You have Ran, you have Zoe, everyone posing a problem. And the initial start to this, I have to also give a shout out to Shuai. This guy on the Liang, his catches were impossible to deal with.
Impossible, just with the amount of control. And this is going to be that final push when they go in. Again, another control right onto Clean. He wants to initiate. Yeah, go. We'll just lock him down. And then at that point with CT Boy with a burst ramp, too little too late. No real answers because, again, AG.AL too strong with those numbers advantage.
Yep, and we want to hear the feedback of our cast. The teachers are here. Let us know what you guys think, Isaac and gang.
caster teachers, professors, just throw any title on us, was totally fine. 3-0 right now for AG.AL in top of Twisted Minds. They're just one more game away from sealing the deal and going to the finals tomorrow. I feel like the problem in here is that Twisted Minds is just trying to find one problem to solve. And the AG.AL is just tossing 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 problems at them at the same time. And it's just too much.
That's very hard to do. You don't want to like solve like all of the problems at once, right? Like you want them one by one. This could have been the game for Twisted Minds. It was so chaotic, and you would like to commend them on that, like on being chaotic. A lot of kind of like skirmishes that is not really confusing for their part, but it was working on the early stages of the game. Hailang was 5-0 on that My Shiranui, but unfortunately, just one team fight turned the tables around.
That's it. It's just one team fight, one little mistake, and then AG.AL just took them from the hair and then just took everything back.
Yeah, I have one phrase for that specific game.
Another phrase, Professor?
You have one phrase for everything.
I have one phrase for everything. But last game was called Fighting Together.
Yes.
So the issue is Hailang, yes, have a lot of farm. Yes, he has a lot of skill. The mechanic, remember the turnaround where he tried to trade Eno before he dies? You know, like we were catching him. This guy got the mechanics, but he was fighting alone.
Yes.
Whereas for AG.AL, they're fighting as a team, fighting together. And we'll have some clips that we show later to demonstrate the power, the discipline that AG.AL have that they brought to this stage. So if you're a team watching this, show, watching this KWC, learn from how they focus on one target at a time and how they fight together.
Just look at that. Like in this moment, right over here, 7:30. In this moment, this is when things turns around, right?
Yeah, there you go. That was the miss. If you're gonna look at Hailang there, around the top side, Yinua was actually expecting him to go in, and he's actually distancing himself to the team fight while having a damage. That's why it's very commendable. And I do agree with Professor Dave that the team fight combo for Team AG is just top notch. Just expecting Hailang to go in. See, he's smiling. He knows, like, oh my God, they countered me. They countered me. I could have like cleaned everything. I have the damage. I have the burst.
Yes.
But man, that outplay swerved the entire game.
It was really difficult for him, right? Like he could not find any other flank just to come in. And when he thought like, oh yeah, I'm gonna enter from him, there were just 2-3 people in the bushes waiting for him.
Like super crucial miss there by Hailang. And again, the team fight capability of Twisted Minds, I think, can go toe-to-toe with the high caliber teams. But then again, there's always this team fight objective mindset of Team AG, which is, I think, not yet the strongest point of Team Twisted Minds.
I mean, look at the team fight participation on this graphic. The very last column, AG.AL is kind of evenly distributed, right? Everyone is participating in the fight just about the same. Whereas look at Twisted Mind, there is a clear differential between My Shiranui, Hanxi, and the rest of the team.
Of course, like some of them are just kind of like just going on their own. And the problem is not only going on their own, it's just the fact that they're just being caught by 2 or 3 members from AG.AL when they are taking 1v2s or 1v3s.
Yeah, and I also want to say that, credits to where credits due, right?
Go ahead.
So Twisted Mind, they brought the chaos, as you mentioned, and it was working out. But the best way to fight chaos was a team synergy. And that was a synchronization at best. If you look at from a multiple different perspective, number one is the draft. You like Twisted Mind's draft. Where is the synergy, right? It seems like the 5 good picks, they try to make it work, it just mashed together. Where you look at AG.AL's draft, it's clear strategy. You have Liang, you have the Princess Frost, right? AKA Wang Zhaojun, that works together, and the rest of the draft just fit in. So it's just really good. And by the way, the Aaron pick was good, right? Obviously, you build magic damage. Aaron does both damage, physical and magical. And when you have a consort who can dodge all physical, Aaron is a beautiful pick.
Very impressive what we have seen from AG.AL in these 2 days. Very impressive. Very impressed is everyone with them. And very impressed was their CEO. Their CEO of AG.AL had an opportunity to talk to Sky right before the game started. And let's see what she had to say about AG.AL's performance.
So welcome back, guys, and I'm here joined by Fei from AG.AL. She's the one and only CEO from this club. So please say hi to our audiences. 跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AG 菲菲。
So very nice to see you over there. So how you like everything in Riyadh and EWC? 这一次我们来到利雅得，然后包括整体 AG 的表现都非常好啊，你感觉怎么样呢？
我觉得来到利雅得来到 EWC 的现场，我觉得我很期待选手的表现，然后我觉得赛场的气氛也很热烈，然后也有很多粉丝来到了现场，所以我很期待大家在赛场上的表现，然后加油，取得好成绩。
Okay, so personally, I look forward to Riyadh. I love the atmosphere. I love the culture here. And personally, we see a lot of fans travel a long way through China or other countries to Riyadh. And we especially love the atmosphere in the arena. And we thank so much for their support. And I hope that our teams and our players could get a good score. So how proud are you? Bring your drums to the arena and together shouting 加油 to the players. 我们有看到就是 AG 有携带我们的鼓来到我们的现场嘛，还有我们所有观众朋友们一起欢呼为他们呐喊，这种感觉是怎样的呢？
因为其实我们有很多时候我们都会有鼓，或者是有我们的旗子，然后我今天也带来了，然后去给选手们赛场加油。我是觉得选手们在赛场上面努力去拼搏，然后我们在下面呐喊，然后希望选手们能听到我们的声音，然后打出风采，然后赢得比赛。
All right, normally we bring our flags, our flagships, and our drums to everywhere. It's because we want the players on the stage to feel the enthusiasm, to feel the passion from us. They do their best, we do our best. And hopefully our shouting and our noises will give them a very positive reaction and they can perform good and well in the game. So after all, the best wish is wish for a good score in the game. Thank you so much, Fei Fei. 谢谢菲姐接受我们的采访. And that will be it. Going back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Sky, and thank you very much to the CEO of AG.AL. Bringing those drums, believe me, has made the whole atmosphere a lot more intense, a lot of passion right over there. Not only because of the sound of the drums, but just the fans are really making this a top-notch experience.
And I really want to be part of it. I really want to be a part of it. Like, I love to dance, you know? Like, we love to do the cheering. Hopefully, we can do a little bit of cheering with AG.AL in the future also. But then again, it was a crucial game for Team Twisted Minds. I do feel that it's over now from here because they
really?
Because it's really hard to pull off like a 0-3.
It is pretty tough. Yeah, it is pretty tough. But you know what? Like, we're really looking forward just for Twisted Minds just to really show us in this last game that regardless of the result, they need to be proud, man. Like, they need to be in there. Like, they're top 4 in here right now, isn't it, Dave?
Absolutely. I mean, just now we had a snippet of Hailang's expression. I always love to see Hailang's facial expression. Just now we saw it. He was excited to play My Shiranui in that game. And he got some highlights for sure. 5-0. You don't get that kind of KDA against the best team in the world every day, okay? So this is something you can put in a memory, put in your collection, and have a great time for the rest of your professional career.
I do believe that these kind of moments just kind of set you up in a new mission. And Twisted Mind's new mission, besides just trying to take the win in this game 4, is going to have to be just to set up a new goal. If this is the standard that they need to have, if this is going to be the goal, the direction, what are they gonna do for it, right? Like, they need to start creating plans. If they want to win that trophy that you can see right over there, they need to start trying to emulate what AG.AL has brought today. So hopefully for Twisted Minds, in this game 4, they can still make it. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. No stress, no pressure.
It's really hard to answer. It's really hard to answer the question on how can they possibly win. Maybe put all of their blood, sweat, and tears for this probably the final game, right? Like, go for the high kill, chaotic plays once again because it's working for them. Maybe the gun and mo is not available, is still available for Hailang to use, and more and more team fights.
All right, now the BP for the game 4 is already on its go. AG.AL taking the blue and Twisted Minds taking the red. Holler, Kindofu, take it from here.
Thank you, Isaac. As we go into Game 4, AG.AL up 3-0, have match point, could potentially eliminate Twisted Minds in this game. But Kindofu, you're the true professor on this stage here. What are your thoughts? What does Twisted Minds need to do?
I think they need to block out the sound of AG, do, do, do. I mean, that has been, ringing through the entire Amazon arena for today, and for good reason as well. AG.AL showing you what peak honor of King's performance is like. And AG.AL, you can tell they're going for the finishing blow here. The Fatih is going to be that prio #1 pick. Twisted Minds, what do you have for us?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to find out. I mean, the biggest thing is that, especially in these situations where, yeah, you are playing the best team in the world right now, and what are the lessons that you've learned, right? It's one thing to have those 3-game losses, but is there enough learning and enough time to really apply what you've learned in this Game 4?
I mean, there really isn't much time. You get like a 2-minute break in between, and then you kind of have to do revision for your previous game and, all the different 3 games in the series. So it is a very tough challenge for Twisted Minds. But it's also because of this challenge that I'm super proud of Twisted Minds. They have leveled up. You can see them trying to mirror the strategies and the rotations that AG.AL have been performing since game #1. But of course, it's really tough to ask for someone to be a superstar in one day.
Yeah. I mean, I've always kind of not given Twisted Minds the credit that they deserve. I mean, they're KMW champions for a reason. They upset OG in that finals, and then they actually made some serious waves as they got to the KWC. This is a team that has kind of really impressed. And the fact that they're in the Final 4 going up against this squad here, again, one of the best teams in the world, I think it speaks volumes for where this team has gotten to and how they've grown.
Yes, and I want you to pay attention to the questions that AG.AL posed, right? So now with an Ogren, you don't have the Agudo. What is your answer? The Menki has already been played, I think, from the side of Twisted Minds, if not AG.AL. So there's many things to explore. You don't have that Dolia combination anymore on the side of Twisted Minds too.
Yeah, and kind of a lot of heroes have been taken away. I mean, it's the global ban pick, and this is why this format is brilliant, because if it doesn't work and you lost with it, you might have lost a meta hero, and now you're left, with some of the, deeper hero pools like this potential Nua here.
Yes, Nua, a great hero of burst. She's able to deal big amounts of damage from long range, but is it enough? Because AG.AL, they have a lot of mobility, and also the second time that we have seen a Xiao Xiao picked in KWC. First team, of course, was Paul's Gaming, and this time AG.AL want to close this game in style. We already see how the Fang was played yesterday in the hands of Yinhuo. Big burst, she's able to take turrets, or he is able to take turrets really quickly, also able to take heroes' lives really quickly.
Yeah, I love the fact that, AG and TT Global are here and they're shaking up the meta and some of the heroes that haven't been picked, because they understand, what is the tried and true in terms of the strengths of that team.
Okay, but Twisted Minds, I mean, if there's any time to bring it out now. This is your last chance. Series point. The Fade makes it through to the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they're going to go with this one on the clean. Fade has only been 2-3 in the KWC thus far. He's had some, not the greatest success, but when he gets going and he starts to snowball, you're going to have a great time.
Yes, because you can't stop his objective takes, right? The moment he gets in range, that probable neutral objective is yours. Now, the only question is, look, 3 games already. I have to state the facts. Look, Twisted Minds have not reached that Tyrant Pit in time for the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, they haven't taken any, but they've been pushed away. And this is why AG.AL are so good, is that you can't play the game that you want. And, they've been generally, Twisted Minds that is, have been good at the early game, and they kind of close the game out. They slow siege, and they just use the objectives to their advantage. But they're not able to get any against AG.AL.
I mean, this game, I think, once again, falls into the hands of Hailang, right? If they can get nice catches on this Nua with the Matrixes, block everyone in, then you can kind of maximize the AoE that Fade has with his ultimate, which is going to be piloted by Clean. So, I mean, it's a huge risk, because if Fade gets a lead, he is literally unstoppable. But if he falls behind, it's a hard climb back to the top.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them. But, okay, we know the drafts, we know everything going into this one. Do you think that this lineup is good enough to take down AG.AL?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over AG.
Yeah, the drums. Okay, well, just wait a little bit. Now you can go, but CT Boy taking a lot of damage here. Is this lineup good enough?
I think it's okay. It has to be. Oh, okay, maybe not. Zoe has other plans.
Oh, the Phantom Basing even on top of this one. The pushback with those creation blocks, but that was very close for CT Boy.
Okay, look, if they can't silence Zoe in the first, 4 minutes of the game, you know it's going to be a very painful experience and a painful lesson for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, very painful indeed. But they need to have a better early game. They need to give themselves a chance, give that space into Clean, let this man kind of carry you. He hasn't really been able to kind of succeed in that sense.
And it's not going to be any easier, right? Inwo making the conscious choice with his Roman Strike as well to go up, put a difficult game for 90. So he's going to shut him down because 90 is one of the big catches on the side of AG.AL.
How many times have we seen AG.AL just walk up to that board pit and just take that away? I mean, it seems like minimal, but you know what I mean? If everything on your side of the map is like literally 50-50 and you just protect that, but that slight edge, this one camp just be taken away by AG.AL is just going to help them grow.
Exactly, and this is where that small edge comes.
Yeah, 90 though, dueling with Yinuo, finding him out. Shuai though has to just like connect onto him with that Heartlink. Zoe with that tether onto Clean, who's using his map hacks, but here comes the emergence. Hailong with that damage. The Bladestorm not going to be enough to just more than zone, but now he's in a bad spot. They have to flash away, and Twisted Mind's going to hide under their tower.
This is why stealing camps are so important, right? The ball now allows them to hit level 4 a little bit earlier, even for the side against Hailong. And now there is no annihilation, there is no turnaround.
I love the way that they're positioning too, AG.AL. Yes, saw the assault, saw the emergence was coming. They back off and realized that actually not everybody was coming. Not everyone is there for the team fight. We can take advantage of that, and they put the pressure on the Twisted Minds.
And here's what's the beauty of it. So take a look at Ran, right? As a Fati, one of the meta picks in this particular patch itself, able to sustain against Shanks, because if you get close to Shanks, he's not going to have a good time. With the ultimate on Ran, he's able to out-sustain the damage of those Souls of Wolves.
Yeah, that's a feels bad, man, especially when you're Shanks here. You just want to be like, you think you have that ranged advantage, and then you can kind of just bully him out of lane, but with that sustain from Ran, as you just rightly expressed, it just makes it very tough in that lane.
Yes, Zoe now at level 6, and like you said, how many times would they get this for free?
They're always taking the boars. I mean, it's like they know when the cooldown's happening, they understand when they need to make that rotation, but here's a rotation by CT Boy, not able to get anything on this game.
Potential kill coming in against Sheng, not going to hit the mark, but this is a good recovery, right? I always like the fact that Twisted Minds, no matter how bad of a situation they are in, they always come back with some hope. 90 one-on-one against Ran. AG Zoe though.
Yeah, but 90 not in a great spot, has to dash away. He's going to be chased. Here's the emergence trying to find out Yinuo, who dashes away.
So just trying to bait out the skills. Hailong this time
looking to go aggressive. They will need to get this one, and they find him solo, and they do get the pick off. That's going to be first blood going the way of Clean. And now Shuai has joined with Shang. Do they get anything in return? Hailong is just kind of trying to just dash away. The Unending Sorrow, though, will stop most of this.
They've learned the lessons, right? This is exactly what AG.AL did to them. Go behind the tower. Make sure your minions are at the wave. They tank the tower shots, and then you go for the kill. And the fact that you have a fade, it's an instant guaranteed kill once it's past that 10% health bar.
Look at how AG.AL just continue to farm. It's not about the kills. It's always about just the different portions, like the boar pits that you're stealing away. You're taking things out. You're just really starting to snowball. I mean, we're 4 minutes in, but it's a 2K lead.
Yes, which is pretty impossible to play against unless there is a potential steal. Not going to come in time from the side of Hailong here. At the same time, Clean, unable to match the pacing. He had to secure his Crimson Golem.
Azure Golem about to be taken away as well. Zoe just seer states it and smites it for good measure, but they continue it on. He uses the Conductor of Souls, but Zoe getting a little bit low. Clean with that damage, and Twisted Minds finding some kills, but they're going to be backing off at this point.
Yeah, they're showing the win condition, so this is great, right? They didn't need to care about the Tyrant. They're looking for additional kills. Crimson Golem also open for the taking, but AG.AL, they're putting 4 members here to defend this buff.
Yeah, they wanted this, but Clean scouting it out, and he's going to let it go, or give it potentially to the lower end, but they're going to give it up to Yinuo.
Why is this decision being made? Twisted Minds, they need to get more than this.
Yeah, they needed to have. I thought they were going to go for that, but now it looks like Nighty going to be chased away. Yinuo with that range, making it very uncomfortable. Yes, he gets pulled in with that whatever, but Yinuo dodges that one, he styles, but with that pick off, Nighty finds the solo kill.
We were talking on the desk as well. It's a team game, and here we go, 90.
Oh, here's the team that you're talking about. The flash away. 90 does survive, though.
Yep, so Twisted Mind starting to play a little bit more team-like at this point. 3 kills for his side, but still the goal lead in great advantage to AG.AL kill.
Oh, 90 surviving yet again, but they want to go. Shuai looking for that chase, and 90 will finally leave the lane. He was looking to stick around and protect that bottom T1, but he's going to let it go.
How many times have you seen a Diadea chase away a main? Not a lot, but AG.AL shows you how it's done. City Boy caught in the middle.
Yeah, caught in the middle here. He's going to get tethered here. The Annihilation is going to be just barely nicking them, if anything, but Zoe over the wall wants to go for this Azure. He's going to fight this one. He wants to go for that Conductor of Souls, get that pickup, finds Hailong, and CT Boy survives, but they lose the blue buff as well.
No good team is playing so well.
Bitter farewell. They find 90, caught out one too many times, and this time they had enough damage.
6.5 minutes in, there is more. They come from the side of AG.AL. They have taken the T2. There is a wave marching down. They've pre-cleared that initial wave coming down. T3 under siege.
Under siege here. They do have the minions as well, but it looks like they're going to just kind of limit this one. They're going to calm down a little bit, understanding that they still have a bit ways to go. But this game is a perfect game that encapsulates the fact that, hey, it's not about kills. If you're taking objectives and you're able to out-farm them, you will win far more games.
That's right. Let's take a look at the replay here. This was a beautiful movement coming in. That instant switch of call with the flash coming in from Rana as well to complement the dive by the jungler in the form of Zoe. They also helped to take the Azure Golem in that moment, allowing for even more CDR for Zoe and the nice catch at the bottom as well.
Every time AG.AL moves across the map, they try to make some sort of engagement. It's like a full-on commit.
Yeah.
The conversion rate is quite high. They not only get those kills, but they turn it into like either jungle objectives or towers.
And AG, they're just shopping in the jungle.
Yeah, they're taking everything. CT Boy's like, okay, enough is enough, but he's in a bad spot. The Unending Sorrow on pack. Yes, he scouted that out. He's been knocked around, but it looks like they want to turn. The Emergence is just going to be pump-baked. He's not going to actually commit that.
Look at the way 90 is scouting him out. Ran picked off and pushed off 4 members on the side of Twisted Minds, but here comes the cavalry. The support is coming in.
Yeah, they want to go. They're going to try to chase them away, but more than anything else, they want the Azure Golem. Nothing for free for Twisted Minds.
Yes, right. This is the pressure you have to put. Hailong just made it out, but here comes Zoe.
Yeah, putting the pressure even further on the Death's Precipice on top of this one. Clean gets on top of that wall. He will survive in that sense. But AG.AL, this siege, this onslaught, so difficult for Twisted Minds to defend.
There's very little answers, right? Because the strength of a Fade pick is to be able to instant execute people. But with the help of Shuai on this Diadea, taking the redemption support item as well, they'll never fall low.
They'll never fall low. There's too much sustain, too much tank. Like Zoe, yes, he's going to get gone on here. Hailong potentially looking to go in, but they look to just turn this. The Unending Sorrow keeping CT Boy alive.
Yes, and even though Twisted Minds are the ones that are aggressing, it feels like AG.AL are the ones in control. And once again, no Tyrant for the side of Twisted Minds. The second one in the game goes and falls into the hands of AG.AL.
I mean, the biggest takeaway from this game is that when you're getting kills, you need to convert it into some sort of tower objective. And Twisted Minds, even with those two or three early kills, they were not able to really, take anything from that.
Last chance, they're trying to go for a kill here.
Oh, potential jump in. Zoe gets stunned, but they're not going to get the catch here. Clean finds Ron instead, but Ron actually turning the heat up on Clean. Yes, he's up in front, but he's able to out-tank and out-sustain everything.
You're too far ahead, Sean.
Oh, 90 looking to go in, tries to go for that pick-off with that Annihilation, but 90 in a bad spot. He gets executed.
Baited for real here, Twisted Minds. This is why Shuai is so good. He gets the ultimate down with the Destined Encounter. Didn't even have to pop his support item in the form of redemption here.
Power play going the way of AG.AL. Shuai on the backside. He's going to get back to safety, but Shanks gets sliced and diced. Finding him out. Ron in the bad spot in between two towers. He's going to be picked, but they find Hailong and they want to go for CT Boy. They get the knock up, and AG.AL in 9 minutes and 50 seconds looking to close out the game. These are the KPL champions. They get the pick off on the 90. They get on top of Clean, and they will take the game and the series. They will meet TT Global in the Grand Finals.
Welcome to the Grand Finals once again. It is your champions of KPL, AG.AL. They will meet their fellow counterparts, TT Global, tomorrow, and we'll watch them duke it out.
AG.AL just too strong in the end, too clean, understanding what you need to do, sticking to the win objectives, not being fazed by any sort of early deaths that they might have had. They were just really next level, and there's a reason why they are the top team at the KWC.
Not just having the looks, they have the brains as well, the teamwork, the synergy, everything you want from a #1 KPL team. Hang on, boys, I want that banner too. I'm raising my hands too.
Yeah, well, okay, good luck getting that one. I'm pretty sure they will not throw it to you. If anything, you can hit the drum. They need a new drummer.
Yeah, but with that, the celebrations galore coming in for the side of AG.AL. Let's talk a little bit about Twisted Minds. They put up a valiant effort, decent fight. They were learning quickly, but against the #1 team from the KPL region, there is actually not much you can do.
Not much you can do at all. I mean, Twisted Minds, look, I did not have them in their top 4 on my bingo card, right? This is a team that I did have good expectations. I thought they were going to be top 8 if anything, but they just showed up. The perfect play was just not able to kind of execute against AG.AL. Too strong in the end. These guys were titans. Every single movement they paid with their lives. And again, why Hailong might have been happy in that situation. You know, he's just like, I just missed another opportunity.
Yes, and this is a team that is full of calculated moves, right? The way they split the fight, Ron tanking for the team under the T3. He did give his life, but hey, it's not about the KDA, it's about the crystal.
It's about the crystal indeed, and just like running it down, AG.AL just putting their, you know, their stamp on not only this game, but also this tournament. Every team needed to have feared them, and going into this one, they will go up against TT Global in the grand finals.
Yes, a beautiful performance by both of these teams. But of course, I want to hear what our player, I think it's going to be Zoe. Let's hear from him and Sky as well.
Welcome back to the main stage at the Amazon Arena. We're here together with Zoe from AG.AL. Please say hi to the audiences.
Hello everyone. 我是 AG.AL 综艺。
You are Zoe, right? Congratulations on making it to the finals and 2 straight 4-0 games. That was amazing. So how's everything for you here in Riyadh these days, and what do you feel after this match? 那最近呢，来到我们的利雅得，综艺自己感觉怎么样呢？近期的所有在这边经历的一切，包括比赛，包括今天赢下来可以进入决赛的心情是怎样的呢？
来到利雅得，首先感觉非常的好吧，因为 体验了不一样的地方，美食什么的吧。然后今天一下比赛其实非常开心，因为第一次来国外打比赛就进决赛了，心情也是非常的激动。
So firstly, for me, I love this trip and the tour to Riyadh. We love this country, and for me, I love the culture and the food here. And second, we feel extremely excited and happy to be here, making the very first travel out of China. We make it to the final in the World Cup 2025. So that is amazing. So we want to talk about Game 3, where your opponent used like Hanshin and Liu Bang pair to go against WETRND, and there's team fights literally everywhere. And I think Aaron, like was super targeted by that Mai. So how do you guys handle that situation and finally take the win? 我们想聊一下今天第3局的比赛，因为对手拿到的是韩信和刘邦的组合，你是拿的镜。然后那一局呢，感觉其实的艾琳有被狠狠针对到啊。所以局内呢，你们是做好了哪些事情，可以再次把这个比赛的胜利掌握在你自己手上？
看到对面拿韩信、刘邦廉颇活物嘛，知道对面肯定是想跟我们打架的，然后 前期也被他们抓了很多机会吧，然后我们还是慢慢调整回来，然后一步步把节奏打回来，然后拿下比赛。
Alright, after watching the entire composition of opponents, we know the idea was they're going to be looking for those team fights, and actually I think they did really well. They grabbed a lot of opportunities on us, but finally during the mid-game, we find our tempo back, and step by step, we get the win. And finally, the last, tomorrow is going to be the very big day, the finals. So your opponent still is going to be TT Global. That opponent you are the most familiar with. So recently, you guys went in for a 2-3 defeated by TT Global. So what is that for you to say to your opponent tomorrow? 我们也知道啊，就是我们明天决赛的对手会是 TTG。最近呢，在 KPL 的交手非常可惜，AG 呢是2-3惜败给了 TTG。那对于明天决赛的对手，你有什么话想跟他们说吗？
首先大家都打到决赛了吧，很不容易明天的比赛肯定是一场强强对决嘛，跟实力可能没关系了吧，就看谁打到这个点韧性更高吧。 韧性更高的那支队伍肯定是能赢得最后的比赛胜利。
All right, first of all, I think that we've always, and we both have gone through a lot, going so far and make it to the grand finals. As to tomorrow, it will be a match between the strong and the strong. I don't think that really matters about the mechanics, about the skills. I think that whoever gets to be the most perseverant one will get the final trophy and final win. Okay, thank you so much for just sharing from Zoe, and this will be all from the stage. Studio, back to you.
Thank you very much, Sky, and thank you very much, Zoe. 4-0 victory, AG.AL is going to move into the final and is going to send Twisted Minds to the third game tomorrow against Nova Esports. Congratulations to AG.AL on that amazing victory. I am really looking forward to tomorrow because tomorrow we're going to have amazing games. But talking a little bit about Twisted Minds, do you guys think that they came in and in these 4 games, they had a performance that they could actually go home and be proud?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they leveled up, but they didn't level up enough. That's why their key is being crushed.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Sadly for them, their keys and their dreams are going to have to be crushed right over there. That pop right over there is going to be loud. That's going to be loud, loud. Look at him. He's merciless. He sees the key and then emotionless.
Yeah.
He knows that this was just expected.
The poker face, right? Just being neutral and everything. But I do feel that they gave respect to Twisted Minds. By the way, shoutouts to the AG.AL fans. I think you should have also brought brooms because we got sweep, baby. We got a sweep. Come on. Not just the drums. Bring in the brooms also, right? An AG.AL broom branded broom, you know?
I'm telling you, if they would have those brooms, I'm certain that a lot of people will be asking for them because those pandas that they're sharing around.
Love those pandas, man.
Everyone's want to keep their hands on those.
I want the pandas, okay?
Yeah.
I thought
You
we're
see?
in the wrong room. We're here analyzing the game, and all I think about is how do I get my hands on one of those pandas?
Come on, AG.AL, come on. We saw you last night. You were traveling around in the Esports Boulevard. Come on, man.
I saw the bag with pandas in it.
Yeah, come on, man.
What do you guys think? Just coming back a little bit into this game 4, what do you guys think was the main reason why Twisted Minds was unable to take the victory in this game? What was the point?
I think there are many foes, but 2 things I want to focus on is number 1 is resilience and discipline. AG, they kept their cool. And they picked with synchronization. You have the Diadea and Algorand combo. You have the counter pick with Xiao Chao and into Nuara. It's not really counter, but it just do well in lane. It just have so many different layers for number 1. Number 2 is they play to their win condition. They didn't overextend. Whereas on Twisted Mind's side, I think the mind was a little bit twisted.
Yeah, especially in the last game, right?
Yep.
No pun intended. I do agree with you with that last few picks that they picked. Like we were talking about, hey, what are the combos of this type of lineup? It seems like they kind of like pick like whatever hero like you want in your potential last game, right? Maybe a kind of like a Showmatchy ranked game type of lineup. Yeah. And what I also like about AG is they're not toying with their opponents.
No, not at all.
Yeah, they know that they have the upper hand. They know that they're stronger, sure, on paper and everything like that. But they gave respect. They banned out specific targetable heroes and they countered it out. And that's what makes a champion, right? You don't play with your food.
You do not play against your opponents, right? Like it's a matter of just understanding that you have people in front of you that prepared for everyone. Look at that. The pandas that everybody wants, the pandas that Dave wants, and look at that. Tossing them there, 40 pants. I know that those pandas are gonna be like real expensive right now if you want one of those.
It's gonna be rare.
I mean, it's
limited edition.
Panda through by Eno, right? That's the bragging right you have.
That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, but again, I want to give credit where credit's due. The entire playoff, in my opinion, is about leveling up for the global region. And I think Twisted Mind for sure brought that tonight.
Yeah,
all the games, it's not one-sided at all.
Oh, she caught the panda? Oh. Did she got?
Who cares about analysis? Let's go for pandas, okay?
Toss some over here.
Yes,
come on.
toss them over here. I want the pandas.
I was just caught by her. Like she was like one phony hand, and then she caught the panda with one hand on the other. Man, like that's
skill.
That's skill.
That's skill.
That's the kind of skill that we need over here in the KWC, right?
Yeah. She's in the wrong tournament. She go play football.
I'm really sorry, Dave. Keep going with your point, mate.
No, all I want to say is Twisted Mind definitely played it really well.
Yes.
All the games, the different mechanics that we've seen, the Mai from Hailan and also 90 with that flank, you know, with the Dharma, you have seen those highlights. It's absolutely insane. I want to see more of Twisted Mind going to the future.
Yes.
They're known as an underdog. Again, they have one more match tomorrow for the 3rd and 4th place. Nova and Twisted Mind.
You know what, Professor Dave? What about if you just give them a class on how to do BP? That would be really nice.
That's good.
I would love. I know that the Twisted Minds coach would love all this support and help that he could get.
Yeah, you need.
So, Professor Dave,
yes,
come on, help us out.
Here we go.
Isaac reads my mind on command. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. So let's take a look at the draft because I talk about synchronization a lot. You know, the synergy in draft, and you've seen that in KPL as standard. So take a look. You have first pick coming here from Lom. That's a core being picked out because it's just a good pick in general. You can play in any comp. And you have then from Twisted Mindset, you have DRNJ, you have Zhang Fei, right? Stem standard picks. It's all right. But look at AG, immediately follow up. They have Dolia to combo with the Lone, right? That's your core. And they realize, okay, we have squishies, we have the hyper carry, we need the front line. So let's fill in the marksman and the jungle core. So they decided to take out Monkey. This way you have the front line, you have the vision, you have the engage to, you know, scout out all the bushes, and you have the core where, you know, defined. But on Twisted Mind's side, if you look at the draft, there isn't too much synergy to talk about, right?
Okay.
You have Princess Frost mostly rely on her own to do the skill 2s, to do the skill 1s.
Yeah.
Same as Luna. There's no one really engaging. We saw Zhang Fei being picked out, but Zhang Fei is more of a peel type of, you know, character.
Yes.
Engage is quite awkward sometimes, unless you just have the key moments. Meanwhile, AG.AL, after Fatih is being taken out, you have Miyue being taken out, right?
Yeah.
As a counter. So same as Haino, it does well in Princess Frost, clears wave really well, it pokes really well, it's all the damage output. So I would say for everybody at home, if you're building a team, you try to join the KCS, the upcoming tournaments,
of course,
community tournaments or professional tournaments, try to build your synergy, try to build your draft with synergies. They have to be combos because it's a global ban pick, and that's what makes this so fun about Honor of King tournaments.
Yeah.
Now, the next thing I want to talk about is how AG start off their game. It's a master class, okay? Because there's so many details in a little 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Starting out a game, you have, in this game, Zoe, being the monkey, he does not buy the jungle dagger. He does not buy the jungle item. They just come to the mid lane. And guess what happened? Obviously, you're going to have Ino and Shrei with that entire Long and Dolia combo to clear the wave together because they do it really fast. And now after the wave is being cleared, this is when Zoe decided to invade into the board. And they are taking a look because they know that Luna is kind of weak early game.
Of course.
And they can't really defend this invade. So that's why they're doing it. Another thing I want to talk about is why don't you buy the dagger to start off, right? Because the dagger will actually give you 50% less gold before the 4 minutes. And it will give you 25% less damage before the 10 minutes when you try to hit the wave.
Of course.
That's why he didn't buy it. He clears the wave so he get a maximum amount of gold. And he can do it the fastest, and then he buys the dagger immediately after, so he can go to the jungle and invade this board. So it's just very methodical and a lot of details that you can take home, and it's very easy to copy and paste and take advantage, because jungle is all about skilling, so the faster you skill, the better it is.
Of course.
Now, the last clip. I want to talk about this, because Manji, I think you want to talk about this as well.
Yeah.
This is what I want to say, fighting together. How important it is and how well that AG play together. First, Manji, why don't you talk about your point?
Yeah, my point is that Hailang actually have a great flank here. If you're gonna look at his positioning here, look at that. He's on the around the top, but look at Yinuo also spotting out the position of Hailang. Look at around the top. He is actually distancing himself. Wait, if I'm gonna go back, he's actually distancing himself from Hailang. And mind you, Hailang was around 6 kills or 5 kills. But then again, if you are the Mai Shinui, you need to hit your what do you call it, your fan first before you actually enter the team fight. So with Inoue knowing that Hailang is actually on an awkward position, he entered the fight. See, and Hailang actually missed his flash and his setup. And with that gave the opportunity for AG to actually finish him off, to finish off the entire team. Actually, I didn't got to draw, but then again, you get my point, right?
Yeah, and now I want to talk about the fighting together part of this team fight because it's so crucial.
Go ahead, yeah.
And would you hold the mic for me? Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
for sure.
Okay, so if you go back to how this fight actually breaks down here, I'm just gonna quickly, there it is. So when you start off the fight, you can see that Inoue noticed that Hailang's coming from the top side,
there,
right?
yes.
From coming. So there's clear communication that there's a Mai on the left side. And the entire team of AG, now they're gonna focus on this side of the team fight. Look the position of AG fighting this two, and look at Twisted Mind. Right, you got one over here, you got two over here.
Yeah.
It's a lot more separated compared to where AG is fighting. And that's what makes this fighting together so important. Because AG first, they notice Hailang's come in, they know there's a threat right here. So instead of fighting over here, what they did is they dragged the fight to the right side. You can see everybody's retreating toward the same direction, and they're fighting the same target. That's why CD Boy died, even though he's a tank, he died instantly. But afterwards, they did not chase separate directions. The entire team started moving the fight on the bottom side. And check this out, right? And that's why they're able to get this result. You have obviously Aaron finish off the kill, but all four, the rest is fighting on the bottom side. That's how they clean this team fight up.
Yeah.
And that wraps my point.
And actually, that was a shutdown goal, man.
It is really difficult just to be able, at the same time that you are having so much information, so many things going on, like you're in the middle of a fight, and just to be able to keep the formation and just retreat in the same direction, that is actually not easy at all.
Yeah, and it's also not easy to spot out flanks. You definitely want to use your upper map to click and drag and everything, and that was next level coming in from Inoue. They're popping the first skill to spot out the threat from the Mai Shinui, plus the distance and everything. Top caliber play. I should take notes.
Top caliber play indeed, Manjin. I'm telling you that Inoue communication in there, letting everyone know where the Mai Shinui was, is the reason why he is going to be our Sony MVP series. He's gonna be our MVP for this whole series. AG.AL Inoue, our Sony MVP.
The most handsome, the most the celebrity boy, and the strongest probably in the farm lane, right?
Also, Inoue is one of the most talented.
Yes, sir.
I think I knew him from 2019 when he was a sub.
Yeah.
And come all the way now to be one of the most recognized, most achieved player in the entire KPL region. This player has gone through a lot, and now coming to the EWC, demonstrate the skills. This guy is a silent killer. You don't have to worry about his mechanics. He was a clash laner, okay? He knows a lot of characters in and out. He knows probably the entire Honor of King, not probably, for sure, in and out. So to see today how he demonstrated a lot of different characters, including Ho Yi, Long, right? Last game, you have the Fawn. It's just such a fresh, a breeze of fresh air.
Of course, he's a former fighter, former clash laner. You definitely don't want to go one-on-one with him because he knows his resources. You saw the long dodge right after. He could have been dead, but he knows, okay, I still have milliseconds in terms of pressing that infinite fastness. I can go away, I can go back, and I can do the outplay. Inoue deserves it,
He does deserve it. He's been working really hard for this. And right now that he is just the leader of his team, he is taking them all the way to the finals. They came in at the top 8, and they're going to be tomorrow facing TT Global in that grand final. It's going to be a best of 7. Before we go to that final, we're going to have our 3rd place match in between Nova Esports and Twisted Minds. They're going to have a second opportunity for them to actually be able to prove which of them should be the closest to our S tier, right?
Absolutely. They both leveled up. People say they are number 2, but tomorrow they got a chance to prove that they might be number 1 in the global region. So
that's why I really like the third place match.
Yeah, it is actually a statement game for all of the global regions, of course. And then again, I'm going back to what you said, Dave. This is always a learning curve to everyone who is new in playing HOK, especially for us casters as well. Me as well as a panelist, as a caster, I definitely learned a lot. Doggy and I were talking in Tagalog, and we were like, "Oh, that's it. That's why they're doing this and everything." We were like that.
That is the reason why. The more that you play, the more that you know. And the more that you know, the more accurate you're going to be. And I'm going to tell you, our Aramco Power Rankings of day 1 of these playoffs, they were extremely accurate. We said AG.AL and TT Global were going to be in S tier. They are in the finals. We said Nova Esports and Twisted Minds were going to be in A tier, and they're in the 3rd place match.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Nova took a game from TT Global in a dominating fashion today in game 1.
Yeah.
Man, tomorrow, if Twisted Mind wins, what does that tell you, right? If you're using equations.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, Professor Dave.
All of the stats doesn't matter anymore, you know? Like, if Twisted Minds get a game up against Nova. But I do hope in the grand finals we go ultimate battles.
Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be incredibly cool if we go to the grand final and then we go all the way to 7 games? It would be the best way to finish these 10 days of amazing performances. It's been really nice just since day 1 up until right now, just to see the evolution of our tournament, to see how this new format really got everyone at the edge of their seats. And tomorrow, we're going to write together the last pages of this amazing KWC 2025 book. But you know what? We'll see you tomorrow at the same time, same energy, same place, and hopefully you're gonna be here with us. Before you go, enjoy the Kidia top plays of today, and we'll see you tomorrow right over here. Thank you.
level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.